Hello and welcome. First of all, congratulations on taking this step toward improving your English. Whether you're preparing for the IELTS exam, planning to study abroad, aiming for better career opportunities, or simply wanting to become a more confident English speaker, you've made an excellent decision by being here today. Learning a language can sometimes feel overwhelming. You may have come across complicated grammar rules, confusing vocabulary lists, or situations where you understood English but struggled to use it naturally and confidently. If that sounds familiar, you're definitely not alone. Many English learners experience the same challenges, and that's exactly why building a strong foundation is so important. Think of language learning like constructing a building. Before creating something strong and impressive, you need a solid foundation. Without it, even the most advanced skills become difficult to develop. The good news is that every fluent English speaker started with the basics, and with the right guidance, you can build those skills too. Throughout your English learning journey, grammar and vocabulary are the two tools you'll use every single day. They help you express your thoughts clearly, understand others more effectively, and communicate with confidence in both academic and real-world situations. The stronger these foundations become, the easier everything else starts to feel. As your instructor, my goal is to make this learning experience enjoyable, practical, and easy to follow. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to know everything already. All you need is a willingness to learn, practice, and keep moving forward one step at a time. Remember, progress in English isn't measured by how many difficult words you know or how many grammar rules you've memorized. It's measured by your growing confidence, your ability to communicate more clearly, and the improvements you make each day. So, get comfortable, keep an open mind, and most importantly, enjoy the journey ahead. I'm genuinely excited to have you here, and I look forward to helping you become a stronger, more confident English user. Thank you for joining this course, and let's begin this exciting learning adventure together. We use the present simple tense when we are discussing universal truths or established academic facts. This structure tells listeners that something is always true, regardless of when we are speaking. The fundamental form requires us to add an S to the verb if the subject is third-person singular, he, she, or it. Signal words often include terms like always, never, and general scientific connectors. Remember, this tense describes reality as opposed to a temporary event. The key takeaway here is that when you present a fact, whether in science, history, or literature, you are describing something permanent. Think of it less as an action happening now and more like a rule of the universe. This gives your presentation authority and certainty. Here are 5 examples. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Universal scientific fact. S. Agreement. Notice how the subject water is treated as singular. Because it refers to a single physical property, we must include that necessaries on the verb boils. This simple grammatical rule reinforces the scientific fact itself. The Earth revolves around the sun. Astronomical theory. Fact. This sentence describes a constant, observable movement. We use the present simple because this is not a temporary orbital path. It is an established physical reality that we accept as true. Humans require oxygen to survive. Biological necessity, general truth. This is a general statement about biology. The simple present tense helps us communicate these fundamental requirements and laws of nature without needing any time markers. Photosynthesis converts light energy into chemical energy. Scientific process, established principle. When describing a process like photosynthesis, we are detailing how it works every single time. The present simple tense is the perfect tool for explaining repeatable scientific mechanisms. A triangle always has 3 sides. Mathematical law, definition. This example shows how we apply this grammar to fields like geometry. Mathematical relationships are universal truths, and the present simple is the definitive tense for stating such undeniable laws. Let's compare 4 pairs. The sun rises in the east. Fact. The sun was rising at dawn yesterday. Specific past event. Timeless truth versus specific time. If you say the sun rose, it sounds like a unique event that happened only once. But because it happens every day, simply stating the fact in the present tense maintains its permanent status. The river flows through the valley. Permanent feature. The river is flowing rapidly right now. Temporary action. General flow versus current activity. Using is flowing suggests that the rapid movement is a temporary state, perhaps due to heavy rain. However, if the flow itself is characteristic of the river, we stick with the simple present. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Fact. How much water does it boil? Question form. Statement versus interrogative. The structure changes when we ask a question, but the underlying grammar remains consistent. Remember that for questions with does, the main verb always returns to its base form. Linguists believe that language changes over time. General academic view. The linguists believed that language changed in the last century. Historical opinion. Eternal theory versus past belief. If a theory is still actively discussed or generally accepted by scholars today, we use the present simple. The past tense restricts the statement to when the belief was held. Fill in the blanks. The heart oxygenated blood throughout the body. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is pumps. Here, heart is the subject, and it's performing a function that is scientifically true. Because it is singular, we must add the finals to make the statement grammatically accurate. Photosynthesis and energy from sunlight. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is converts. This requires knowledge of a universal biological process. The subject photosynthesis is treated as singular, so we need the third persons on the verb to maintain fact accuracy. The Roman Empire, its peak during the 2nd century. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is reached. This sentence is tricky. While Roman Empire suggests a general concept, if we are discussing its historical peak, we must use the past simple tense as it refers to a completed period of history. Algebra, an essential tool for physics students. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is. This is an example using a linking verb. When stating that something is generally true or necessary, the simple present tense remains the most direct and authoritative choice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Agreement error. The global economy are highly interconnected. Incorrect. Singular subject verb. The global economy is highly interconnected. Correct. Although economy sounds large, it is grammatically treated as a singular entity. Therefore, the verb must also be singular, requiring the is. Always check if your subject can be replaced by it. Missing s ending. The scientific method always suggests repeatable results. Incorrect. Subject-Verb Agreement. The scientific method always suggests repeatable results. Correct. Remember that the subject method is singular, and it dictates that your main verb must also take the ss. This simple ending ensures the academic statement sounds professional and correct. Count non-count noun. Confusion. Studies show that plants need sunlight to survive. Incorrect. Subject agreement. Study shows that plants need sunlight to survive. Correct. When using studies as a singular concept, like the general body of research, it takes a singular verb form. We treat the entire collective subject as one unit. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern chemistry demonstrates that carbon forms 4 bonds with other elements. This unique property allows complex organic molecules to exist. Furthermore, when temperature increases, the kinetic energy of matter rises consistently. These fundamental laws guide our understanding of life and material science. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The water boil at 100 degrees Celsius. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. This is a classic subject-verb agreement mistake. Remember, water is singular, so the verb must agree by adding that necessaries. This ensures your scientific statement is grammatically flawless. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point, academic fact. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the period of light causes plant cells to open their stomata. When constructing your own sentences, first identify the universal truth you are presenting. Then, check your subjective, it's singular, does your main verb need that helpful's? Focus on making a definitive, factual claim. Mastering past tenses means accurately narrating changes and trends over time. When describing historical data or shifts, we often move beyond simple statements of fact. We must use the simple past for completed actions, the past continuous to set a scene or describe ongoing processes, and crucially, the past perfect to talk about an action that happened before another past action occurred. For IELTS writing, this skill is vital in both academic Task 1 reports and academic essays. It allows you to show sophisticated narrative ability while analyzing trends, which elevates your score considerably. Remember that the goal here isn't just listing tenses, it's weaving them into a cohesive story. Think of yourself as a historian writing an analysis for a journal. Your language must be precise and highly temporal. Using these past forms shows the examiner you understand the timeline structure inherent in academic arguments. Here are 4 examples. In the early 20th century, educational spending was relatively low. However, by the mid-century, governments began allocating significantly more funds to public schooling. Use a simple past was, began, combined with strong temporal markers, early 20th century, mid-century. The strength of this example lies in its clear timeline. By setting a starting point and then describing the shift using simple but powerful verbs, you guide the reader through the change effectively without getting bogged down in complex grammar. Before the Industrial Revolution hit, life generally revolved around agricultural cycles. People were dependent on farming and localized trade. Effective use of past continuous were dependent to describe a prolonged state or continuous process in the past. Using was or were plus helps paint a picture, allowing the reader to visualize what life was like. It gives your writing depth and moves it from simple fact stating into descriptive analysis. By the time the new policies were introduced in 2010, public awareness had already increased after years of campaigning. Perfect use of past perfect had already increased to show that one action occurred before another past event, the introduction of policies. The past perfect is your most powerful tool for complex causality. It establishes a clear before in the history, showing the examiner you can handle sophisticated sentence structures and logical progression. While global warming was intensifying throughout the last decade, many nations initially underestimated the severity of the problem. Good contrast using while with past continuous was intensifying to set a background against a past realization. Starting with while is an excellent way to introduce context. It links 2 simultaneous actions or states in the past, creating a nuanced sense of background tension that adds academic tone. Let's compare 4 pairs. The number of cars increased over time. From the late 19th century to the early 20th century, car ownership steadily climbed. Using specific temporal phrasing and stronger verbs, steadily climbed elevates formality. Notice how we replaced vague phrases like over times with precise dates. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Always try to anchor your trends with concrete historical markers or timelines. People used to write letters, but now they don't. Before the digital age, correspondence relied heavily on physical letters and was a central part of communication. Replacing used to with more descriptive clauses makes the language sound less conversational and highly academic. Instead of simply stating what didn't happen, describe what replaced it. This comparative approach showing the previous state versus the current one is much more analytical for IELTS. The economy changed after the war. The global economy underwent massive restructuring in the period following the conflict, shifting manufacturing power to new regions. Using sophisticated vocabulary underwent massive restructuring, and specifying the nature of change improves lexical resource scores. Avoid vague nouns or verbs like changed or got. Stronger academic synonyms make your writing feel more authoritative. Always aim for precision in your vocabulary choices. They started using oil a long time ago, and it was important. The early reliance on coal gave way to crude oil as the primary energy source during the industrial boom. Using gave way to is an excellent transitional phrase that clearly defines sequence and replacement of resources. Transitional phrases are the glue holding your essay together. Phrases like gave way to, consequently, or in contrast guide the reader seamlessly from one idea to the next. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak present focus. The internet is changing how we communicate. Strong historical focus. Historically, communication was reliant on physical mail, but the rise of the internet fundamentally altered this structure. When focusing on historical trends, you must anchor your discussion in a past time frame. Shifting to the present simple makes it sound like an eternal fact rather than a historical analysis. Weak, simple structure. Before cars were popular, people walked everywhere. Strong, formal vocabulary and detail. Prior to the advent of motorized transport, pedestrian travel was the dominant mode of movement for most communities. This correction improves not just the tense, but the tone. By using formal phrasing like advent of and dominant mode, you immediately elevate your lexical resource score. Weak, incorrect conditional tense. If oil was cheap last year, countries didn't worry. Strong, past perfect conditionals. Had oil prices remained low in previous decades, many nations had underestimated the necessity of diversification. This addresses complex conditional structures. When discussing hypothetical historical scenarios, using past perfect conditionals shows mastery over advanced grammar points. Here are 4 ways to practice. Deconstruct the timeline. Divide your data into 3 distinct phases: early, middle, and late. This structure ensures chronological flow. Don't just describe the points on the graph, describe the relationship between them over time. Labeling these periods gives your essay a strong organizational backbone. Identify the why. Ask yourself, what caused this change? Was it policy, technology, or social shift? Use causal language. A Band 8 response doesn't just say what happened, it hypothesizes why it happened. Integrate cause and effect linking words throughout your writing. Select varied verbs and nouns. Instead of increased, use surged, climbed, or escalated. Instead of shows, use indicates or suggests. Repetition is a killer. By pre-selecting sophisticated synonyms for common academic verbs, you ensure your writing remains fresh and academically rigorous throughout the entire piece. Drafting key thesis statements. Write one strong sentence summarizing the overall trend, e.g., overall, the data reveals a dramatic shift from rural to urban economies. Never wait until the end to state your main point. Having this clear thesis statement early on acts as a roadmap for both you and the examiner. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The chart illustrates global oil consumption rates between 1950 and 2000. The data shows a steady rise until the mid-1970s, followed by a sharp dip during the subsequent decade before accelerating again in the late 90s. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must use past tenses consistently to narrate the change across 3 distinct periods: rise, dip, acceleration. The prompt gives you a clear narrative arc. Your job is to structure your description around those inflection points, the peak, the trough, and the resurgence using strong temporal markers. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a comprehensive overview paragraph detailing the major shifts, e.g., overall, consumption initially climbed before experiencing volatility that eventually led to new peaks. Before diving into specific data points or descriptions, always give the reader a high-level summary of the entire journey depicted in the chart. This shows immediate analytical ability. When we talk about the future in English, we have different tools depending on why we are talking about it. The 2 most important forms you need to master are will and going to. Generally speaking, will is used for spontaneous decisions or general predictions based purely on opinion. On the other hand, going to connects our actions to something that already exists, implies a pre-existing plan or clear evidence of what will happen. Think of it this way. Will is like making an immediate call to action. You decide right at that moment. Going to, however, requires preparation, whether that preparation is in your schedule or in the physical world around you. Remembering this core difference of spontaneous versus prepared will help clarify most usage dilemmas. Here are 5 examples. Look, that vase is about to fall. Prediction based on evidence. Going to. This example shows that going to works with physical signs. We aren't just guessing, we are seeing the physics of the situation, gravity, and instability. The visual prompt makes this form necessary. I think it will rain next week. General prediction, opinion, will. Since you aren't pointing to actual clouds or seeing a radar screen, this is just your informed opinion. We use will for predictions that rely on general knowledge or belief rather than immediate proof. We are going to visit the museum tomorrow. Prearranged plan, going to. If you have tickets bought and time off work scheduled, that is a concrete arrangement. These plans involve other people or firm commitments, which solidifies the use of going to. I feel tired. I will take a short break. Instant decision, will. Notice how this is an immediate response. You realize you're tired and instantly decide what to do. This type of quick thought or promise always calls for will. By next year, she is going to finish her degree. Planned achievement, going to. While this prediction involves time, the focus on a goal that requires sustained effort and planning makes going to the more natural fit. It emphasizes the journey toward that known outcome. Here are 4 reasons why this matters. Evidence versus opinion. The biggest differentiator is whether there is visible proof or if it's just a hunch. When you can point to the evidence, the dark clouds, the messy desk you use going to, if all you have is your gut feeling, even if you are confident, we default back to using will. Internal versus external factors. Plans relate to resources and effort. Predictions relate to general forces. A personal plan, like going running tomorrow, involves internal preparation. A prediction about global warming relates to massive external scientific trends that are just observable facts or likelihoods. The role of spontaneity. Decisions made in the moment must use will. Think of phone calls where you decide instantly, I'll call him later. That immediate change of heart, or decision is the clearest trigger for using will, signaling a lack of advance notice. Time clauses exception. When connecting 2 actions in time, we often use present simple. This is an important exception. If you use time conjunctions like when or as soon as, even if discussing the future, the simpler present tense sounds much more natural and sophisticated. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I am going to remember his birthday. Say, I will remember his birthday. Remember that will is perfect for promises and spontaneous thoughts. Trying to force a pre-existing plan onto an action that is actually a promise feels unnatural. Incorrect, look at the sky, it will rain. Correct, look at the sky, it's going to rain. When your sense of sight tells you something is about to happen, always link it to concrete evidence. The visual reality triggers the going to form. Don't say, we will meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Say, we are meeting at 7 o'clock tomorrow. When making definite commitments, especially those involving other people and established times, use the present continuous tense. This is often the most natural-sounding alternative to going to. Here are 4 ways to practice. Mental checklist, who decided? Before speaking, ask yourself if the plan was decided by you instantly or if it was prearranged. This simple question forces you to analyze the source of the intention. If you found out about it 5 minutes ago, it's likely will. Picture prompting. Use images like stormy skies or packed suitcases as triggers for your speaking practice. Visual cues are excellent tools because they immediately force a choice between predicting based on evidence versus stating an opinion. It makes the grammar rules tangible. Role-playing scenarios. Practice scenarios involving immediate decisions, such as getting lost or finding money. These dramatic situations are perfect for practicing wills because they demand quick, spontaneous reactions. Focus on sounding natural when you panic or decide fast. Comparison pairing. Take a single scenario and write 3 versions, one using will, one with going to, and one with present continuous. This exercise helps you hear the nuance of difference. By forcing yourself to use all forms, you build muscle memory and understand where each form is most appropriate. The present perfect continuous tense describes an action that started in the past and is still continuing up to the present moment. Its structure is always have or has, followed by been, and then the present participle form of the verb, which ends in ing. We use this tense primarily when we want to emphasize the duration or the ongoing process of an activity. Key signal words that alert us to its use are since, which refers to a specific starting point, and for, which indicates a length of time. Remember, while the present perfect simple focuses on the completed results like having read 3 chapters, the continuous tense emphasizes the effort or the journey itself. When you say, I have been studying for hours, we aren't just mentioning the books. We are focusing on the long process of effort that has kept you busy right up to this moment. Here are 5 examples. She has been learning Spanish since she was a child. PPC, action, started in the past and continues. Notice how since anchors this sentence to a specific time childhood. The continuous tense is necessary here because her journey of language acquisition began then and has not stopped. It gives us that sense of sustained effort over many years. It has been raining for 3 straight days. PPC, duration using fors. When we use for followed by a duration like 3 days, the present perfect continuous is our go-to choice. It paints a picture of continuous weather patterns, making the reader visualize constant rain rather than just multiple past events. We have been discussing that topic all morning. PPC, focus on ongoing activity. This example is perfect for academic writing because it emphasizes the amount of time spent on a task. By using have been discussing, we highlight that the discussion was not instantaneous. It occupied an entire period leading up to now. My neighbors have been renovating their kitchen recently. PPC, recent activity with visible results. Sometimes we use the continuous tense even if the action isn't strictly ongoing. When recently is used, and there are clear signs of the process like noise or dust, the PPC effectively communicates that recent, extended period of work. I haven't been sleeping well lately. PPC, negative form, describing a current state process. The negative form works similarly. Instead of just stating, I didn't sleep well yesterday, using the continuous suggests that poor sleep is a continuing struggle or pattern leading up to the present moment, which often implies stress or underlying causes. Let's compare 4 pairs. Present perfect continuous, PPC. Present perfect simple, PPS. Process versus result. This is the most common confusion point. If you want to emphasize how long or the continuous nature of the activity, use PPC, I have been writing. If you only care about the resulting number, the count of completed actions, use PPS. I have written 3 articles. Focus on duration for PPC. PPC, focus on duration. Simple past tense. Time frame specificity. The simple past is confined entirely to a finished time in the past, often marked by yesterday's or last week. The PPC, however, acts as a bridge, connects that past activity directly up to the moment of speaking. Think of it as an action with ongoing relevance. PPC, uninterrupted flow. Past continuous. Continuity versus interruption. Both describe ongoing actions, but the past continuous is set entirely in the past. The PPC extends that ongoing feeling into the present moment. If your action still affects today, you need the perfect aspect. PPC, signal for. Simple present tense. Completion versus habitual action. The simple present describes habits or universal truths, like she walks to work. The PPC implies that the action started at one point and has been sustained over time up until now, making it much more dimensional than a simple routine statement. Complete the sentence using the present perfect continuous form. Our team rests on the final project report since Monday morning. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has been working. Since we are using since, which establishes a clear starting point and the action is still relevant to the present moment, the continuous form is required. It emphasizes that the work started early and has continued up until now. I'm exhausted because I stack it all night. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been studying. Here, the results, exhaustion, is visible right now, but the reason for its studying is a continuous process. This perfect connection between past action and present result makes PPC ideal. The students quietly while the professor was speaking. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been taking notes. This shows that the note-taking wasn't a single event, but an activity maintained throughout the lecture. The focus is on the sustained habit of recording information over time. It's so it heavily for weeks. We need to prepare for flooding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has been raining. When describing weather patterns using force or since, PPC is the most natural choice. It gives a sense of cumulative weight, suggesting that the rain has accumulated over an entire period. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, stative verb. I have been knowing him for 10 years. Correct, simple present perfect. I have known him for 10 years. This is a classic error involving stative verbs, which describe states rather than actions. Verbs like know, believe, or own rarely use the continuous form, even if the state has lasted for years. In these cases, we revert to the simple perfect tense. Incorrect, state versus action. She hasn't been feeling well since yesterday. Correct, simple present perfect. She hasn't felt well since yesterday. Similar to the previous error, feel is often treated as a stative verb when referring to general physical condition. While you can say, I have been feeling tired, for describing chronic or sustained states of being, the simple perfect tense sounds much more natural and accurate. Incorrect, missed connection. We started working on this project last week. Correct PPC to present relevance. We have been working on this project since last week. If the action started in the past, last week, and the consequences or activity are still happening now, you must use a perfect tense. The PPC is powerful because it maintains that crucial link back to the current moment. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Our research group has been analyzing global climate data since the last decade. We have found that temperatures are rising faster than predicted. This continuous trend suggests we need to adjust our models immediately or the predictions will be inaccurate. Question 1. Identify and correct a potential error in this sentence. The initial findings were surprising. Using PPC. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we have been finding that the initial results are more complex than predicted. If we want to use the present perfect continuous, we need to signal duration. Instead of simply stating a past result were, framing it as an ongoing process, have been finding, makes the current relevance much clearer for sophisticated writing. Question 2. Write your own sentence using for and PPC to describe a long-term skill acquisition. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I have been mastering public speaking skills for 5 years. Remember that perfect tenses are fantastic tools for academic writing because they show not just what happened, but the depth of time or effort involved. Always check if your action has a direct, visible link to the present moment before choosing this tense. We are looking at 2 powerful structures, the present perfect simple and the present perfect continuous. The simple aspect is used to emphasize a completed result or an action that happened at some unspecified time in the past. Like I have seen that movie, the form here is have-has, past participle. On the other hand, the continuous aspect focuses entirely on duration. It emphasizes the ongoing process of the action leading up to now. Its structure requires have-has been plus the present participle, or ing form. Remember, if you want to stress how long an activity has been happening, use the continuous form. The key difference is focus. If I say, I have written 3 letters, my focus is on the finished count, the result of the writing. But if I say, I have been writing for 3 hours, my focus is purely on the effort and the time spent doing that activity. Context clues like for and since signal these differences, but understanding the nuance between result and duration is what truly masters this grammar. Here are 5 examples. She has finished her presentation already. Present perfect simple, completed result. Notice how the simple perfect emphasizes that the task is definitively done. The result, the completed presentation, is what matters here. We are not focusing on how long she was working, but simply that the action reached its conclusion. He has been studying advanced calculus all morning. Present perfect continuous, duration. The use of been and ing immediately tells us that the process is long and ongoing. The focus is on the effort and time spent in the act of studying, suggesting he might still be tired or needing a break. We have lived in this city since 2015. Present perfect simple, state verb duration. When we use state verbs describing a condition rather than an action, like live or own, we almost always default to the simple form. These verbs describe states that simply exist over time. It has been raining non-stop since dawn. Present perfect continuous, ongoing weather. Weather is a perfect example of continuous action. Since rain is an ongoing process that takes time, the continuous form perfectly captures the persistent nature of the event. They have only painted 2 rooms so far. Present perfect simple, counted result. Here, 2 rooms is a countable result. Since the subject is counting finished items, we must use the simple perfect to emphasize that specific number of completions. Let's compare 4 pairs. I have read 3 chapters. I have been reading for 3 hours. Result versus process focus. This contrast is vital. If I tell you I have read 3 chapters, the focus is on my knowledge gained, the quantifiable result. But if I say, I have been reading for 3 hours, I might still be exhausted and sitting in the chair, emphasizing the struggle or duration. He has written many emails. He has been writing emails. Action versus habitual action. When talking about general output, like correspondence, has written, feels more natural because we are focusing on the total volume of completed work. The continuous form suggests the activity itself is what interests us. The machine has broken down. The machine has been breaking down. State change versus repeated action. A machine breaks down, it's a sudden state change, so we use the simple perfect has broken. We reserve the continuous form for actions that happen repeatedly or are ongoing processes. We have known each other since childhood. We have been knowing each other. Stative versus action verbs. This is a key rule. Knows is a stative verb. These verbs describe states of being, not actions. Therefore, they are rarely used in continuous tenses and must stay in the simple form. Fill in the blank with the correct form, simple or continuous. They use software for weeks, but it's not ready yet. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been testing. The key signal word here is for weeks. This immediately directs us to the continuous form because we are emphasizing a sustained period of effort and duration leading up to the present moment. I think he enough money for the trip. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has saved. The verb save here focuses on the current total amount, the accumulated result. Since you are measuring a finite countable amount of money, we must use the simple perfect to report that final number. Since morning, it's heimely and the streets are flooded. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, has been raining. The physical result flooded streets is evidence of a prolonged action. Because we know this is an activity taking up time, even if the rain might have stopped, we describe its duration using the continuous aspect. How many books a year since you visited the library? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, have you borrowed? The question asks, how many, which requires a count or quantitative result. This clearly signals that we must use the simple perfect form to measure the outcome of their activity. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, stative verb. I have been knowing you since elementary school. Correct, I have known you since elementary school. Remember that knows is a stative verb, meaning it describes a state rather than an active process. You cannot use the continuous form to describe simply knowing someone. You must stick to the simple perfect tense. Incorrect, redundancy. She has finished painting the house. Correct, she has painted the house. While has finished painting is grammatically okay, often we just need to report the results. If you use finished, it suggests the preceding activity was long. Dropping bin or restructuring can make your sentence cleaner and more direct. Incorrect. Simple versus continuous context. How long have you been working on that project? Correct. How long have you worked on that project? Sometimes when the focus is purely on the duration of a general effort or habit, using the simple perfect can sound more idiomatic than the continuous form, especially in spoken English. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team A on the solar energy project for months. Yesterday, they found a breakthrough, meaning they finally, BBE, a viable model. They were exhausted because they, seaside, streep all week. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. Since 1990, we have been owning 3 large houses. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, since 1990, we have owned 3 large houses. The mistake here is using a continuous form with the stative verb own. When discussing ownership over time, you must use the simple perfect. This reinforces that state verbs generally resist the continuous structure. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point, simple versus continuous, to describe a family memory. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, when I was little, my grandmother has always baked bread on Sundays. Remember that for past memories and habits, the simple perfect is often used when the action started in the past and continues its general truth today. This shows how these tenses can overlap across time frames. When producing sounds, especially vowels, we must pay attention to the position of our tongue and the way air flows. A tight vowel sound requires your mouth to be rounded and controlled, while a more open or lax vowel allows for a looser jaw movement and less focused airflow. Learning these physical mechanics helps ensure that subtle differences in meaning are not lost during speech. Think of pronunciation as muscle memory. You need to physically train the muscles in your tongue, lips, and throat. When we discuss academic writing, clarity is paramount, and mispronouncing a key term can undermine the precision of your argument, no matter how strong the logic behind it. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. When you say this word, make sure your first syllable is strong and clear. Don't rush through it because of its length. Remember to articulate that final sound, which often gets softened when we speak quickly. The word is system. Say it again, system. Practice keeping your jaw loose, especially when hitting those unstressed syllables in the middle. The goal is to make it sound natural and flowing, not clipped or choppy. The word is believe. Say it again, believe. Pay special attention to the difference between the short I and that long E sound. The length of that vowel is what separates a mistake from correct pronunciation. The word is focus. Say it again, focus. This word tests your ability to reduce unstressed sounds. Many learners try to give equal weight to every syllable, but a natural speaker will let the ending fade slightly. The word is argument. Say it again, argument. A common mistake here is treating it like two separate words. It needs to flow smoothly, maintaining a steady pace through all those syllables. The word is passage. Say it again, passage. Listen closely to how the speaker separates the initial from the final. This helps prevent your speech from sounding muffled or indistinct. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, right. Compare it with right. The key difference is the vowel sound and final consonant. While these words look similar, the sounds are distinct. Focus on making the short I's in right very tight, while ensuring the sound at the end of right is crisp and audible. First, theory. Compare it with theory. Pay attention to which syllable receives the primary stress. This contrast shows how moving a single vowel sound can change the entire meaning or perceived weight of an academic word. Stress placement is often more critical than individual sounds. First, concept. Compare it with compact. Many people incorrectly pronounce the middle syllable. When you say concept, remember that the second vowel should be a clear sound. Avoid merging it with the sounds before or after it. Keep the syllabic breaks distinct. First, effect. Compare it with affect. Both are often confused, but focus on the stress and vowel length. This is a common academic slip-up. The sound difference here relates to syllable emphasis. Knowing where the stress falls helps guide your mouth muscles into the correct pattern. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, responsible. Right, respondable. Many learners add an extra syllable here, making the word sound much longer than it is. Try to pull the syllables together, remembering that only 2 main beats are needed for this academic term. Wrong, environment. Right, environment. The most frequent mistake is missing the final end sound. Make sure you are fully articulating that nasal resonance at the very end of the word for complete accuracy. Wrong, data. Right, datum. When speaking about singular data points, remember to pronounce the shorter form. It's a subtle change that can signal precision and careful selection of vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twister drill. Saying she sells seashells slowly and then fast. These drills force your mouth to move quickly and accurately between similar sounding phonemes. It builds stamina and precision, which is crucial when speaking complex academic ideas. Minimal pair check. Reading pairs like past versus past. Always record yourself reading minimal pairs. Listening back helps you identify where your natural accent might be causing confusion between 2 otherwise very similar words. Shadowing technique. Repeating a speaker immediately after they speak. This technique trains your ear and mouth simultaneously. Don't just listen, try to match the rhythm, intonation, and pace of the native speaker exactly. Nigger work. Watching your own mouth while speaking complex phrases. Using a mirror helps you become hyper-aware of your mouth shape. You might realize that your lips are rounding incorrectly, which is the physical root of many pronunciation issues. Nominalization is the process of turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. This technique is crucial for elevating your writing to a formal academic register. Instead of saying, "We reviewed the data," you might write, "The review of the data was conducted." You are transforming an action into a concept. Look out for phrases like consideration of or analysis regarding these. Signal that nominalization is required. Understanding when and why to use this technique is key. It's not just about vocabulary, but about stylistic choice. Nominalizations allow you to discuss ideas abstractly rather than focusing on the actors performing the actions. However, remember that overuse can make your writing sound dense or overly complicated. Here are 5 examples. The study required extensive analysis of the patient's records. Nominalization analysis. Notice how analyze is converted into the noun analysis. This shifts the focus from the act itself to the resulting concept. Using this structure immediately signals a high level of academic writing. There was significant consideration regarding policy changes. Nominalization consideration. Here we see to considers becoming the noun consideration. This is far more formal than simply saying they considered the policy changes. It adds weight to the subject matter. The successful implementation of the new strategy was paramount. Nominalization implementation. We transformed the verb to implement into the noun implementation. This structure is excellent for thesis statements and summarizing complex processes in a formal report. Increased awareness of climate change prompted further research. Nominalization awareness. Notice how to be aware becomes the noun awareness. This is a very common and natural way to boost formality while keeping the sentence flowing smoothly. The committee reached a consensus after prolonged discussion. Nominalization consensus discussion. Here we see two instances, to come to a consensus and to discuss. By using the nouns consensus and discussion, the sentence achieves maximum formal impact. Let's compare four pairs. Active verb structure. The team analyzed the data. Nominalized noun phrase. Analysis of the data was conducted by the team. Shift from action to concept. When you convert a simple verb structure into a nominalization, you are prioritizing the concept over the agent. This is grammatically correct, but significantly more formal and dense. Gerund noun, running, improves stamina. Nominalized noun, the running of athletes improves stamina. Functional difference. While both are nouns, the nominalization often feels more abstract and academic. Use gerunds when the action is continuous or personal. Use nominalizations for high-level report writing. Simple noun, we need discussion. Prepositional phrase, nominalization. The necessity of discussion was identified. Adding depth with prepositions. Often, you can expand a simple noun phrase by adding a prepositional modifier. This adds necessary detail and improves the overall academic texture of your writing. Simple statement, he failed the test. Monolized result. The failure on his part was evident. Focusing on result state. This contrast shows how we can shift focus from a specific action to its resulting state or outcome. This is extremely useful when writing conclusions or findings. Fill in the blank with the appropriate nominalized form. The committee demanded a thorough of the economic models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is assessment. If you are prompted to provide a detailed evaluation, assessments is the most precise and academic noun. It suggests more than just a simple look. It implies deep critical thought. The scientist published her findings on global affairs. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is warming. In this case, global warming functions as a fixed, nominalized concept. It describes the entire phenomenon rather than just stating that warming happens globally. The study emphasized the importance of objective. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is criteria. When we talk about standards or rules for judgment, criteria is the specific academic term. It elevates the writing and shows precise vocabulary control. The report concluded with a strong recommendation for further wine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is research. When you need to suggest more investigation, further research is standard academic phrasing. It is much stronger than simply saying they should look into it again. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect, missing noun form. The project required analysis of the local market. Correct, the project required an analysis of the local market. A very common error is forgetting to nominalize the action. Remember, we need the noun analysis, not the verb analyze. This small change fixes the entire academic tone of the sentence. Incorrect, wrong noun form. The results showed great confuseness among participants. Correct. The results showed great confusion among participants. This is a common spelling and part of speech error. Confuseness is not the word. We need the noun form of confusion. Always check that your abstract nouns are correctly formed. Incorrect, passive weak verb. The meeting discussed many possible strategies. Correct. Discussion at the meeting covered many possible strategies. While grammatically fine, starting with the meeting discussed is weak. Nominalizing it to discussion at the meeting makes the opening much more formal and scholarly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Students are advised to read this passage and identify 2 instances of nominalization. Then, rewrite the paragraph using a more concise structure while maintaining an academic tone. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The goal is, analyze how policies change society. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the goal is to analyze how policies change society, or analyzing policy changes' impact on society is the primary goal. The original phrase lacks a proper structure for discussing abstract goals. By either using an infinitive or, better yet, nominalizing it into analysis, you create a much smoother and more sophisticated academic flow. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the rapid advancement of technology necessitated immediate consideration regarding ethical guidelines. When crafting your own example, try to replace a core verb with its corresponding noun form. This forces you to think about the abstract concept rather than just the action itself. We use conditionals to talk about cause and effect. The first type, the zero conditional, is used for general truths, things that are always true, like scientific facts. Its structure is, if plus present simple, present simple. For example, if you heat ice, it melts. The second form, the first conditional, talks about real possibilities in the future. We use this when a specific condition might happen. Its structure is, if plus present simple, will plus base verb. Signal words like if and phrases such as when are key indicators for both types. Understanding the difference between zero and first conditionals is critical because they describe different kinds of reality. Remember that zero is absolute truth, it never changes. The first conditional, however, deals with predictions or highly likely future outcomes, making it more flexible than a scientific law. Here are 5 examples. If it rains heavily, the streets flood. Zero conditional, general truth. This example shows a consistent, predictable scientific pattern. We are stating a rule that generally holds true in our environment, so we keep both clauses in the simple present tense. If I save enough money, I will buy a new laptop. First conditional, real possibility. Here, we are making a plan for the future. Buying the laptop is conditional on saving the money, which makes it a specific possibility rather than an eternal truth. When you mix blue and yellow, you get green. Zero conditional, signal word, when. Notice that when can often replace if in the zero conditional. This emphasizes that this mixing process is a guaranteed, repeatable outcome every single time. If she calls tomorrow, I will tell her the news. First conditional, future action. This scenario involves 2 specific future actions. Her calling is the condition, and my telling her is the predicted consequence. People feel sick if they eat too much junk food. Zero conditional, general habit truth. This speaks to a general human pattern or habit. It's not a guaranteed law of physics, but it is a reliable and consistent truth about health. Let's compare 4 pairs. Zero conditional, if I get tired, I rest. Fact. First conditional, if I save money, I will buy a car. Possibility. Truth versus plan. The main difference is certainty. The zero conditional speaks to immutable facts, it always happens. The first conditional speaks to our plans or predictions about the future. It's possible, but not guaranteed. Zero conditional, if you press this button, the light turns on. Rule. Simple present tense. This button turns on the light. General description. Focus versus scope. While both use simple present tense, forming a conditional structure emphasizes causality and action causes another. Simply stating the button turns on is just an observation using if you press establishes the cause and effect relationship. First conditional, if it stops snowing, we will go out. Prediction. Second conditional misuse, if it stops snowing, we would go out. Unreal. Reality check. If the possibility is real and likely in the future, use will for the first conditional. Using would signals that you are talking about a hypothetical situation that might not be true, which would incorrectly downgrade the statement. Zero conditional. If water reaches 100 degrees Celsius, it boils. Scientific law. Past simple misuse. If water reached 100 degrees Celsius, it boiled. Incorrect tense shift. Consistency is key. When discussing eternal or scientific truths, the tense must remain consistent in both clauses. Using past tense suggests that this rule was only true at some point in the past. Fill in the blank with the correct form. If you mix vinegar and baking soda, it's atypical stator carbon dioxide gas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is releases. Since this is a general chemical truth, we must use the zero conditional. Both clauses stay in the simple present tense to reflect that this process always happens. If I finish my work early today, I meet you for coffee. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is will. This is a future possibility based on completing a task. Because the result meeting hasn't happened yet and depends on a condition, we use will in the main clause. When children play outside without supervision, they often get hurt. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is get. The signal word when, combined with the general nature of getting hurt, points to a zero conditional. The simple present tense effectively communicates this common pattern or fact. If they don't leave now, they miss the train. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is will. This is a prediction about a definite future consequence. Using will strongly suggests that missing the train is the likely outcome if the condition not leaving continues. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect tense mismatch. If I feel hungry, I will eat an apple. Correct. If I feel hungry, I eat an apple. Zero conditional. When stating a general habit or truth, the zero conditional requires both clauses to be in the simple present tense. Mixing will here makes it sound like a one-time prediction instead of a routine. Incorrect. Assuming universal truth. If she studies hard, she will get good grades. Correct. If she studies hard, she gets good grades. Zero conditional. While the first conditional is often used for academic predictions, if we treat this as a universal truth about effort and results, the zero conditional structure provides stronger grammatical footing. Incorrect. Passive voice misuse. When I wake up late, the bus leaves. Correct. When I wake up late, I miss the bus. Focus on subject action. Be careful about who is performing the action. If you are talking about your own routine and failure to catch transportation, make yourself the active subject in the main clause. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Read this short text describing natural processes and future plans. Identify which conditional, zero or first, is used in each instance, and consider if the tense is correct. The local forest guide explained that if it rains heavily, the moss grows thicker on the north side of the trees. Also, he warned us about tomorrow's hike. If we take the early bus, we will reach the summit before noon. This tells us two things, a constant rule and a specific plan. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If it rains heavily yesterday, the rivers flood. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if it rained heavily, or if it rains heavily, the rivers flood, depending on context. The key here is time consistency. Since yesterday puts us firmly in the past, we must use the second conditional structure to discuss hypothetical past scenarios. However, if you meant this as a general truth, the tense should simply be simple present. Question 2. Write your own sentence using the first conditional, a specific future possibility. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I study tonight, I will feel much more confident for the exam. To create a strong first conditional statement, ensure that the if clause describes a condition you can realistically meet. This keeps your prediction grounded in reality. The second conditional is our tool for discussing imaginary or unlikely situations happening right now. Its structure requires two parts, the if clause and the result clause. We form it by using the simple past tense in the if clause, followed by would plus the base form of the verb in the main clause. Remember that even though we use the past tense, we are talking about things that are unreal or impossible in the present moment. Signal phrases like, I wish, if I were you, and supposing that are excellent ways to introduce these hypothetical scenarios into speech. A crucial point here is understanding that the simple past tense does not necessarily mean the past. When we use it in a conditional structure, it's purely grammatical. It signals distance from reality. It helps us detach ourselves emotionally and intellectually from what is as true versus what could be. This nuance makes our English much more sophisticated. Here are 5 examples. If I won the lottery, I would buy a small farm. If clause, simple past, main clause, would plus base verb. This example is perfect because winning the lottery is highly unlikely right now. We use this structure to build a vivid picture of an alternate life we wish were possible. Notice how 1 sets up the condition and would buy describes the imaginary result. She would travel more if she had enough money. If clause, simple past, main clause, would plus base verb. Here, the limitation is her current lack of funds. The sentence implies that her present financial situation prevents her from traveling often. We are expressing regret or a strong desire for different circumstances. If he spoke German, we would move to Berlin. If clause, simple past, main clause, would plus base verb. This is a scenario based on a current inability. His lack of language skills is the barrier preventing them from moving. The second conditional allows us to explore solutions for present problems. I wish I knew the answer right now. Using wish with simple past implied second conditional. When we use I wish, it often triggers a conditional meaning. Saying I wish I knew is equivalent to saying if I knew. It expresses a deep regret or desire about our present knowledge gap. We would call you if we found the time. If clause, simple past, main clause, would plus base verb. This suggests that finding time is a current difficulty. It's a polite way of saying we are too busy right now by focusing on the hypothetical condition rather than just stating the problem. Let's compare 4 pairs. 0 conditional. If I press this button, the light turns on. Second conditional. If I press this button, the light will turn on. Fact versus imagination. The key difference is certainty. The 0 conditional describes physical laws or habits that are always true. However, the second conditional takes things out of the realm of fact and into pure speculation. First conditional. If it rains tomorrow, we will stay inside. Second conditional. If it rained tomorrow, we would stay inside. Versus real possibility versus unreality. The first conditional deals with real possibilities that might happen in the future. The second steps back and says, this is not just a possibility, this is something contrary to what's likely. It increases the distance from reality. Simple present, I am rich. Second conditional. If I were rich, I would travel. State of being versus hypothetical state. The first statement is a fact about your current reality. The second uses the conditional to create an entirely separate, imagined reality where you are wealthy and therefore have different actions. Using were for all subjects, I was. If I were you, formal. The subjunctive mood. When giving advice, or when discussing a condition contrary to fact regardless of the subject. Formal English prefers using were. This use of the subjunctive mood makes your speech sound more polished. And academic. Fill in the blank with the correct form. If I were taller, I think I would join the basketball team. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. Remember that for B's in this unreal conditional structure, we almost always use were for all subjects. It is a classic example of using the subjunctive mood to signal unreality. They would buy a house if they saved enough money. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is saved. The condition, saving enough money, must be in the simple past tense. This keeps us firmly within the grammatical rules of the second conditional structure. If she spoke to you, what would you tell her? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is spoke. The if clause needs the simple past tense, even though we are talking about a hypothetical action right now. Keep that past tense form in mind for all your conditions. We would feel better if it stopped raining. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is stopped. The structure is set up beautifully here. The result would feel depends on the simple past condition if it stopped. It's a perfect common usage of this grammar point. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. If I was you, I would quit my job. Correct. If I were you, I would quit my job. This is perhaps the most frequent error. Even if your native language doesn't use were, practicing using it here helps sound more formal and correctly conveys that the situation is purely imaginary. Incorrect. If I had time, I will call my mother. Correct. If I had time, I would call my mother. When we are talking hypothetically, a possibility that is currently untruer must maintain the would structure in the result clause. Using will brings it back to a level of certainty that contradicts the conditional mood. Incorrect. If they knew the truth, they will change their mind. Correct. If they knew the truth, they would change their minds. This error involves mixing tenses and modal verbs. The past tense condition, knew, demands a hypothetical result using would, reinforcing that this is not about present facts. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine you are talking to a friend who has just failed an important test. You want to encourage them and talk about their untapped potential. Use the second conditional in your response. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error. If you study harder, you would pass next time. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if you studied harder, you would pass next time. The original sentence mixes tenses. Because we are discussing an unreal current situation, the idea that they aren't studying hard enough right now, we must shift the if clause into the simple past tense. Question 2. Write your own encouraging sentence using this grammar point. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I were in your shoes, I would take a break and refocus on my goals. Remember to use were when giving advice or expressing wishes about someone else. This keeps the tone supportive but clearly hypothetical, offering encouragement without making promises. We use the third conditional when we talk about a past event that did not happen and then describe a hypothetical result based on changing that event. The structure is always if plus past perfect followed by would have plus the past participle. Remember, the past perfect tells us that the condition was completed before another point in the past. Signal words like if onlys or I wish often introduce these regrets. The key takeaway here is realizing that this tense structure communicates impossibility. Because we are talking about something that already went wrong, there is no way to fix it now. We use it purely for reflection and hypothetical regret. Here are 5 examples. If I had known you were coming, I would have baked a cake. Third conditional, past counterfactual. This example clearly shows the cause and effect of a missed opportunity. The speaker didn't bake the cake because they lacked knowledge in the past. She would have passed the exam if she had studied harder. Third conditional, past counterfactual. Notice how the result clause uses would have, suggesting a potential outcome that never materialized due to insufficient effort. If we hadn't missed the train, we would be in Paris right now. Mixed conditional, past condition, present result. This is a common variation. We use the past perfect for the if clause because missing the train happened in the past, but the result being in Paris is still relevant today. He would have called us if his phone hadn't died. Third conditional, past counterfactual. This structure helps us pinpoint the exact moment of failure. The dead phone battery was the undeniable reason why we did not hear from him. If only I had saved more money last year. Wish regret structure, third conditional. Using I wish is a natural way to signal this type of regret. When you use it with the past perfect, you are expressing a deep longing for a different past reality. Let's compare 4 pairs. First conditional, if I studied tonight. Third conditional, if I had studied last night. Future possibility versus past impossibility. The shift from the first to the third is a massive jump in time, from potential future actions to concrete, regretful pasts. This change fundamentally alters the speaker's relationship with the event. Second conditional, if I had time, unreal present. Third conditional, if I had had time past perfect. Present unreal versus past regretted. Remember, the second conditional deals with hypothetical unreality now. The third conditional always roots itself firmly in a completed timeline that we cannot revisit. Simple past, I didn't call. Third conditional, if I had called. Stating fact versus regretting counterfact. The simple past simply reports a failed action. But by transitioning it into the third conditional, we add hypothetical depth and regret to that simple statement. Second conditional, I would talk to him, present. Third conditional, I would have talked to him, past. Current result versus past hypothetical result. This contrast shows the difference between a general, ongoing hypothetical state and a specific result that was only possible but did not occur in the past. Complete the sentence using the correct form of the verb. If you had left earlier, were you at the station? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have caught. Here, would have caught is necessary because the condition, leaving earlier, was a missed opportunity in the past. It describes an unfulfilled action. She wouldn't have quit her job if she enough support. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. The structure requires past perfect in the if clause. We must use had because we are talking about a lack of support that existed before another point in the past. If I to you, I would have warned you about the delays. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is spoke. This is slightly tricky. If the context implies advice given in the past, we need past perfect, had spoken, had spoken. But if it's a general hypothetical piece of advice applied retrospectively, if I spoke can sometimes work for emphasis. We bring that terrible movie if anyone had warned us. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is wouldn't have seen. This completes the negative regret. The use of wouldn't have is crucial here, emphasizing the rejection of an unwanted past experience. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. If I would have studied more, I passed the test. Correct. If I had studied more, I would have passed the test. The most common error is using would in the if clause. Never use a form of would or could or should in the conditional if clause itself. Incorrect. If I had knew the truth, I would have told you. Correct. If I had known the truth, I would have told you. Remember that after had, we always use the past participle form of the verb. The past participle of knows is known, not knew, This is a key grammatical point. Incorrect. I wish I studied harder. Correct. I wish I had studied harder. When expressing regret about the past using I wish, you must move back into the third conditional structure. Simply saying, I wish, followed by simple past, only refers to a present desire. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine you missed the flight last week due to bad weather. You were writing an email to your friend recounting the situation and expressing regret. Remember that all actions related to the plane or the previous days must be framed as counterfactuals. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error. If I would have checked the weather, I wouldn't have missed the flight. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I had checked the weather, I wouldn't have missed the flight. The mistake is using would have in the condition clause. Remember that only the main result clause uses would have. The conditional itself must use the pure past perfect form. Question 2. Write your own sentence expressing regret about a past missed opportunity. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I hadn't lost my wallet, I could have paid for the taxi. When crafting your own sentences, make sure you clearly define two non-happening events in the past. This ensures that both clauses are logically connected by a sense of regret. Mixed conditionals occur when we combine two or more different conditional types to talk about a situation that mixes time frames. We cannot use one single structure. Instead, we mix the past and the present, or vice versa. The most common type is mixing an unreal past condition with a real present result. For example, if you had been rich in the past, you would be happy now. Remember, the if clause usually dictates the time frame of the unfulfilled action, while the main clause addresses its continuing consequence. The key to mastering mixed conditionals is understanding which mismatch makes the most sense logically. If we change the tense in both parts, the meaning often collapses or becomes nonsensical. Think about it this way. An action that happened previously causes a state of being right now. Here are 5 examples. If I had studied Japanese years ago, I would be fluent now. Past condition, right arrow. Present result. Here, the speaker missed a past opportunity studying Japanese. Because that action didn't happen in the past, the consequence is that their fluency doesn't exist right now. If she weren't so shy, she would speak up during meetings. Present condition, right arrow, past result. This is a slightly rarer mix. Her current trait shyness preventing her from doing something in the past or talking about a completed action. It shows how ongoing traits impact specific moments. If we hadn't missed the train yesterday, we would be at the concert right now. Past condition, right arrow, present result. We are talking about a single point in time yesterday where missing the train was the failure. The consequence is that our location is different at this moment. If he spoke German fluently now, he would get that job in Berlin. Present condition, right arrows, present result. While technically a second conditional structure present unreal 1-1, right arrows present result, it often serves as an advanced mixed point when discussing skill gaps. The focus is on the current gap preventing a possibility. If I were you, I would accept that job offer. Unreal advice. Present condition, right arrow, present result. This is the classic advice, mixed conditional. We are giving counsel based on your current situation or personality traits rather than a specific past event. Let's compare 4 pairs. Third conditional, past regret. Mixed conditional, present consequence. Focus shift from past impact to ongoing state. The third conditional focuses purely on a failed, finished action in the past. When we mix it, we are extending the consequences of that past failure into our current reality. Second conditional, hypothetical present. Mixed conditional past cause right arrow, present effect. The mixed form uses had plus past participle for the condition element. Remember that adding had to the if clause immediately pushes the time focus back into the past, fundamentally changing the conditional type. General second conditional. If I had money, I would travel. Mixed conditional. If I hadn't lost my passport, I would be traveling. The mixed version involves a past action that directly impacts the current hypothetical situation. Notice how the second conditional deals with unfulfilled present possibilities. The mixed type forces us to pinpoint exactly when the failure occurred in the timeline. Regular past tense, simple fact. Mixed conditional if clause. The use of past perfect rules out simple chronological facts. When you see the past perfect tense in an if clause, it signals that the failure happened at a specific time before the main consequence even began. Fill in the blanks. If I know you were coming, I would bake a cake. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had known. This structure connects past non-knowledge to a present consequence. Because the knowledge was lacking in the past, the action of baking is not happening now. If we not get lost last night, we would have seen the meteor shower. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is hadn't gotten. This specific mix connects a past condition to an unfulfilled possibility in the same past time frame. It's essentially a third conditional focusing on a single dramatic point in the history. If I be taller, it would be easier for me to reach that shelf. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. This is a standard second conditional example. We use were regardless of gender because we are discussing an unreal, imagined present state. If the company not move its headquarters last year, our commute wouldn't be so bad now. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is hadn't moved. Here, a discrete past action, the moving of the headquarters, is identified as the cause for our current ongoing problem with commuting. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Using was. If I was rich, I would travel the world. Correct. Using were. If I were rich, I would travel the world. Even though we are talking about a general hypothetical present state, remember to use were for all persons when discussing unreal situations. This is the standard rule of the second conditional. Incorrect. Missing article. If she knew English, she would get better job. Correct. Adding a if she knew English, she would get a better job. Sometimes the error isn't complex grammar, but simple articles. Always check if your main clause requires an article like a, an, or though to sound natural. Incorrect. Tense mismatch in main clause. If I had studied harder, I would pass my exams now. Correct. Using continuous tense would be passing. If I had studied harder, I would be passing my exams now. When the consequence is an ongoing state or process right now, like studying way, often need to use a continuous tenses like would be doing rather than just would do. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine a friend who missed the opportunity to learn Spanish when they were young. They now live in a city where many people speak it. Write out your thoughts using mixed conditionals to help them understand their current situation and potential future paths. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If I was born in Madrid, I would be bilingual right now. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I were born in Madrid, I would be bilingual right now. The mistake here is using was instead of were, because we are discussing an imagined origin that contradicts reality. Mastering this single verb form greatly improves your ability to create believable hypothetical scenarios. Question 2. Write your own sentence mixing a past condition with a present result. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I had taken up painting as a hobby when I was young, I would be an artist today. When constructing your own sentences, always check the time gap. If the consequence is now and the cause is in the past, you are successfully building a mixed conditional structure. In Part 3, examiners aren't just testing your vocabulary, they are assessing your ability to think critically and speculate. They want evidence that you can look at a general statement and make reasoned guesses about the future or past implications. The key is shifting from stating facts to presenting educated hypotheses. We need to move beyond simple opinions and use language that shows degrees of certainty. Instead of saying something is true, we must show how sure as we area, we highly confident, moderately certain, or just guessing. Remember that sounding speculative is not the same as being uncertain. You need to sound thoughtful and knowledgeable. Using modal verbs effectively shows native-like fluency because it allows you to qualify your statements with nuance. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it must be that. Say it again, it must be that. Use must when you are almost 100% sure of something based on strong prior knowledge or visible evidence. This shows the examiner that your guess is well supported by logic. The word is, it might be possible that. Say it again. It might be possible that. When you are genuinely unsure, might or mays is perfect. It keeps your answer balanced and sophisticated by admitting there could be other perspectives. The word is, one could argue that, past. Say it again. One could argue that. This structure is excellent for academic arguments. It frames your speculation as a thoughtful consideration rather than just a personal guess. The word is, it could be due to, due. Say it again. It could be due to, due. Instead of bluntly stating a cause, this phrase softens the deduction. It's perfect for answering wise questions in part 3. The word is, I wonder if. Say it again. I wonder if. This is a very natural conversational way to introduce speculation. It sounds less rehearsed and more like genuine critical thinking. Let's compare 4 pairs. Probably it's because of the cost. It could be attributable to rising operational costs. Using formal vocabulary, attributable shows range and depth in your speaking register. The shift here is from simple, functional English to academic language. Choosing precise, sophisticated verbs elevates the perceived quality of your argument. I guess they're going to change it soon. It seems highly likely that changes will be implemented in due course. Replacing I guess with formal phrasing makes your deduction sound objective and well thought out rather than impulsive. Formal language minimizes colloquialisms. By using phrases like highly likely, you are making a strong academic inference about the topic. Must be harder for students though. However, it might present significant challenges for students. Might is softer than must. Use this to hedge your speculation and sound more measured in your response. Notice how the structure changes entirely. By using complex clause structures, you demonstrate grammatical flexibility under pressure. What do you think? Maybe it'll get better? Considering this, I hypothesize that there may be improvements in the near future. Replacing a question with a declarative hypothesis makes your answer more authoritative and directly addresses the prompt's complexity. Part 3 requires you to sound like an informed contributor. Transforming vague thoughts into structured hypotheses is key to fluency scoring. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammar slip modal structure. They must go because it's bad. Better. It must be that they left due to the adverse conditions. The mistake is using must incorrectly as a simple prediction. Structuring it with, it must be that, provides the necessary formal framework for speculation. Hesitation over use of modals, I think maybe they might improve education. Better. While improvement is possible, I suspect educational reform could address this issue. Do not stack modals like maybe, might. Choose one strong modal and use it with a reliable structure to maintain clarity. Topic: drift-a vagueness. It's about the economy, so maybe people buy things. Better. The economic situation might influence consumer spending patterns considerably. Be specific in your vocabulary. Instead of things, use precise nouns like consumer goods or discretionary income to show mastery. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording speculation chains. Record yourself answering a single question over 3 minutes, requiring you to make at least 5 speculative points using different modals. This trains your brain to maintain the required grammar structure under sustained speaking pressure. Don't worry about perfection. Focus on flow and variety. IELTS Part 3. Mock Interviews. Practice with a partner or tutor, focusing exclusively on open-ended questions that require you to speculate or hypothesize. Simulating the actual test environment reduces performance anxiety. Always take notes on which modal verbs felt most natural when speaking them. Targeted vocabulary shadowing. Listen to advanced speakers discussing abstract topics, pausing frequently to mimic their speculative phrases. It seems likely that. Shadowing is invaluable for rhythm and intonation. Pay attention to the subtle pauses before you deliver your modal conclusion. This adds weight to your words. Debate, preparation, structured argument. Choose a controversial topic and prepare 2 opposing speculative arguments, forcing yourself to use both must and might. The ability to argue 2 sides strengthens your overall linguistic flexibility. This technique ensures you are comfortable speculating in different registers. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine a world where remote work becomes the global standard. Discuss the impact this might have on city infrastructure, local economies, and social interaction. How will physical office spaces change? What new industries might emerge? Will community life suffer? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use a diverse range of modals, must, could, might, while linking your ideas with cohesive devices like consequently's or furthermore. Structuring your response by discussing multiple facets, the economic, the social, and the physical shows breadth. Remember to speculate on causes as well as effects. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the flexible use of modal verbs for degrees of certainty, e.g., it must be versus it might. When evaluating your answer, ask yourself where I was certain and where I was merely guessing. This intentional variation is what moves your speaking from fluent to expert level. When we talk about giving advice or making deductions, the core function of modal verbs is to manage certainty. They don't just state facts, they show us how confident we are in what we are saying. We need modals because language isn't always black and white. Some statements are absolute rules, while others are mere guesses based on limited evidence. Mastering this range allows you to sound much more nuanced and sophisticated when speaking. Think of modal verbs as volume controls for your confidence level. Using must, for instance, implies a very loud certainty almost, an undeniable truth or rule. Conversely, using mights lowers the volume significantly, suggesting only a low probability. This ability to adjust that perceived certainty is key to advanced English communication. Here are 5 examples. You look tired. You should get more rest. Giving advice, mild. Notice that should is gentle advice. It suggests a positive course of action without demanding it. It implies that the person would benefit from this change, but it's not an obligation. This usage is perfect for supportive conversations with friends or colleagues. He hasn't eaten all day. He must be starving. Deduction, strong, assumption. Here, must is used to deduce a strong conclusion based on observable evidence, the fact that he hasn't eaten. It's not about obligation. It's about probability. You are making a very confident guess about his current state. The missing keys could be in the car. Possibility, weak. When we use could to discuss possibility, it is very tentative. It offers one of several options without committing to a degree of certainty. This makes it ideal for opening up conversation or brainstorming potential solutions. You need more protein. You ought to start taking supplements. Strong advice recommendation. The phrase ought to is often interchangeable with should, but it sometimes carries a slightly moral or duty-based weight. It suggests that following this advice aligns with what is proper or beneficial for you. It's quiet out here. The party might have already ended. Low probability guess. Using might in a negative context like this suggesting something has not happened, but perhaps did is very conversational. It keeps the speculation low stakes, making it suitable for casual conversations where you are unsure of the outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Advice versus deduction, the core difference. Are you telling someone what to do, or are you guessing what is true? The very first thing to determine is your intent. If you are offering advice, modals like should or court too are appropriate. But if you are analyzing a situation and forming a conclusion based on facts, then deduction modals such as must are necessary. The scale of certainty. We move from high certainty, must, down through possibility, could, might. Think of this as a physical scale. Must sits near the top, representing strong inference. As you move downward to could or might, you are acknowledging that there is room for error and other possibilities exist. Formality matters. Some modals sound more formal than others depending on context. In professional settings, using "it would be advisable to" or "one should consider" can sound more measured and respectful than blunt phrasing. Always adjust your modal choice based on who you are speaking to. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "she must be sick because she missed 3 classes." Say, "she might be sick because she missed 3 classes." The error here is overconfidence. You are making an inference, not a certainty. By using must, you sound like a doctor giving a diagnosis when you really only have circumstantial evidence. Lowering the certainty with might makes your deduction more accurate. Don't say, "you must eat more fruits for better health." Say, "you should eat more fruits for better health." The word must implies a mandatory rule like a law or a doctor's strict order. When giving gentle advice, especially about lifestyle changes, using should is softer and more persuasive because it respects the person's autonomy. Don't say, "if they were here, we would need to leave." Say, "if they were here, we should leave." While we often use mixed conditionals for hypotheticals, when the consequence is advice related to the present situation, using should in the main clause grounds the suggestion. It shifts the focus from a theoretical outcome to a practical recommendation. Here are 4 ways to practice. The evidence checklist. Before speaking, ask yourself, what evidence do I have? Is it hard proof or just a feeling? If you can point to 3 specific pieces of evidence, you might justify must. If your reasoning is based on a gut feeling or limited knowledge, immediately switch to could or might. This simple check will dramatically improve the credibility of your speech. Practice phrasing alternatives. Instead of relying only on modals, use full phrases like "it seems that" or "I recommend that" Pime or "I recommend that." Sometimes, avoiding modals altogether and using clear introductory phrases can be even more effective. These alternatives allow you to convey the same degree of certainty while sounding highly articulate and formal. Contextual role-playing. Practice scenarios: doctor-patient, detective-witness, friend-friend. Role-playing is fantastic because it forces you to adopt a specific persona, which automatically dictates the appropriate modal level. Remember that a doctor's advice uses stronger modals than a friend's casual suggestion. Focus on intention. Always identify your goal: to warn, to suggest, to guess. Ultimately, choosing the right modal is about managing expectation. By being crystal clear about whether you are warning someone, suggesting a change, or merely guessing, you become a much more precise and skilled speaker. Relative clauses are powerful tools that allow you to combine 2 simple sentences into one more complex and sophisticated thought. They function by providing extra descriptive information about a noun. This is the core job of the relative pronoun. We use 3 main pronouns: who for people, which for things or animals, and where when referring to locations or places. Remember that not all clauses require these conjunctions, but mastering them is key to elevating your descriptive writing and speaking. The most critical distinction to make here is between defining and non-defining clauses. If the information in the clause is absolutely essential to understanding the meaning of the noun, it's defining and often uses that. If the information is merely extra commentary like providing background detail, it's non-defining and must be set off by commas. Here are 5 examples. The building, which was constructed in the 90s, now houses a modern gallery. Non-defining clause using which. Notice that we used commas here. This tells the listener or reader that the information about the construction date is just extra detail. The sentence would still make perfect sense without it. The student who scored highest on the exam received a scholarship. Defining clause using whose. Because we are defining which specific student we mean the one who scored highest, we do not use commas. The relative pronoun is absolutely necessary for clarity. We visited a small town where the pace of life felt totally relaxed. Relative clause using where. When you are describing a place, simply substituting which often sounds awkward. Using where directly links the location noun to the action that happens there, making your English flow much more naturally. The report which details market trends is available online. Defining clause using which. While we often prefer that for defining clauses concerning things in American English, remember that which is perfectly acceptable, especially when the noun preceding it is nonspecific or general. My neighbor, who writes novels about space travel, just bought a new telescope. Non-defining clause using whose. Use. Again, the commas show that this clause is parenthetical. It tells us something interesting about your neighbor, but it isn't required for the core meaning of the sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. Relative clause. The book which I read was fascinating. Simple adjective phrase. The fascinating book. Adding detail versus condensing detail. The key difference here is flow and emphasis. Using the relative clause allows you to maintain a formal, academic tone. However, in casual speech or writing, condensing it into an adjective phrase makes your language sound much punchier. Relative clause. The city where I grew up was small. Simple conjunction. I grew up in a small city and the weather was nice. Combining ideas versus listing facts. Using where immediately links the quality of the city to your personal experience there. By using relative clauses, you avoid choppy sentences. Instead, you create sophisticated narrative connections that sound more cohesive. Non-defining. My father, who is a doctor, lives in London. Defining. The doctor who lives in London is my father. Extra detail versus identification. This contrast shows how commas change the meaning entirely. If you omit the commas, you are suggesting that only doctors living in London are your father. With commas, it means he happens to be a doctor. Relative clause. The car which needs fixing is mine. Prepositional phrase. The car for fixing is mine. Grammatical fluency versus casual shortcut. While prepositional phrases like for fixing are common in spoken English, using a full relative clause with which shows stronger grammatical control and precision in your language usage. Fill in the blank with who, which, or where. The conference room is on the 2nd floor, will be packed today. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. Remember that when referring to an object or location's inherent characteristic, like its physical placement, which works perfectly. Because this information is supplementary, we must remember to use those necessary commas. The historian wrote the book was at the lecture. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. Since historian refers to a persona human being, we must use who. Never rely on which. For people, no matter how common that mistake might seem in casual speech, this campus is the perfect place we can study outdoors. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is where. When you are talking about a physical setting or area, where is always your best friend. It acts as a direct replacement for the phrase in which, making the sentence much punchier. My professor taught me advanced syntax, retired last year. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. This is another example of non-defining information. The commas signal that everything following who is merely an added anecdote about the professor, not a defining trait. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Using which for defining. The car which has flat tires needs repair. Correct. That. The car that has flat tires needs repair. A very common mistake is using which when the clause is essential. That is, if removing it changes the meaning. For necessary information about things, always default to using that. This makes your usage clearer and more formal. Incorrect. Confusing tenses. She moved into an apartment which had a balcony. Correct. That's plus tense agreement. She moved into an apartment that has a balcony. Be careful when your relative clause contains verbs. Ensure the tense of the verb inside the clause logically matches the time frame you are discussing in the main sentence. Incorrect. Missing commas. The department, which is responsible for sales, started to struggle. Correct. Required commas. The department, which is responsible for sales, started to struggle. This demonstrates the most common structural error. If you are providing an assignee a piece of extra background information, you absolutely must sandwich that clause between a pair of commas. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The museum, which was built in the early 20th century, houses thousands of artifacts. Many exhibit pieces are quite old. They date back to civilizations unknown today. Visitors who take the time to read the signs learn much about the period where these items were created. However, some visitors often overlook the less glamorous exhibits. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. Visitors who take the time reading the signs learn much. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is corrected sentence. Visitors who take the time to read the signs learn much. Or, time reading is acceptable, but to read is clearer. The error here is a subtle issue of idiom and phrasing. While grammatically understandable, we typically use an infinitive form like to read after phrases such as take the time. This small adjustment boosts your natural fluency. Question 2. Write your own complex sentence using this grammar point, e.g., describing a place you love. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is model answer. The library, which has comfortable leather chairs and quiet reading nooks, is my favorite spot. When crafting your own sentences, try varying where you place the relative clause. Placing it either right after the noun or at the end of the sentence can give your writing different rhythms and emphasis. Non-defining relative clauses provide extra, non-essential information about a noun. They are always set off by commas, even if the sentence is long. Think of them as parenthetical thoughts. The main idea works perfectly fine without them. This structure allows you to add depth and sophisticated detail without disrupting the core meaning of your argument. The key takeaway here, especially for academic writing, is recognizing that this information is supplementary. If you remove the clause, the sentence would still be grammatically sound and convey its original essential message. Mastering these clauses signals a high level of fluency and structural control to examiners. Here are 4 examples. The new policy, which was implemented last month, has significantly improved resource allocation across departments. Adding specific context about the timing and effect of the policy. The clause is separated by commas. Notice how the main point that the policy improved allocation remains clear even if you ignore the phrase between the commas. This technique allows for complex ideas while maintaining readability. Global warming, which affects coastal economies most severely, requires immediate international cooperation. The clause explains which specific characteristic of global warming is the focus. This adds necessary weight to the subject. Here we use the comma structure to give a focused descriptor about the subject, global warming. It shows that you are not just listing facts, you are building an argument around a specific nuance. My research team, which specializes in behavioral economics, published findings on consumer spending habits. The clause defines the group's specialty, adding professional detail. The flow remains natural and academic. When describing a group or an institution, using this structure makes your writing sound much more authoritative. It smoothly integrates specialized knowledge into the sentence structure. The annual summit in Geneva, which attracts leaders from dozens of nations, aims to harmonize trade agreements. Using a geographical location as the subject and adding context about its importance, this is excellent for IELTS introductions. This example demonstrates how you can use sophisticated nouns like summits or negotiation and then immediately enrich them with descriptive commas. It sets a very high academic tone. Let's compare 4 pairs. Due to heavy traffic and poor planning, the event was delayed. The annual conference, which faced unforeseen logistical challenges, had to be postponed until next month. Using the non-defining clause which faced makes the cause of delay sound more formal and academic. The weak version is simple and slightly informal. The strong version elevates the register by using a relative clause to explain why the event was delayed, giving it a much smoother, scholarly rhythm. Air pollution affects cities. These cities often have poor public health outcomes. Large metropolitan areas, which struggle with severe air pollution, frequently report diminished public health metrics. Combining 2 simple sentences into one complex structure using the clause which struggle is far more concise and sophisticated. Notice how we managed to convey 2 complete ideas, the existence of pollution and its effect on health in a single, elegant sentence. This conciseness is key to high-scoring IELTS writing. The new study was about learning habits. It found that visual aids help retention. A recent pedagogical study, which focused on cognitive processes, demonstrated that visual aids significantly aid knowledge retention. Replacing simple conjunctions or separate sentences with a non-defining clause improves flow and academic tone instantly. We have moved from 2 choppy statements to 1 flowing statement. The embedded comma structure allows you to present the core finding while detailing the subject matter in passing. Students read books that teach them history, or they watch documentaries about it. Curriculum materials, which include diverse media formats, provide students with multiple avenues for historical learning. This structure allows you to generalize a concept, learning methods, rather than listing examples, making the writing more abstract and academic. Instead of giving specific examples like books or documentaries, we generalized using the clause. This is a hallmark of Band A+ writing because it shows high-level conceptual thinking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak lacks impact. The city, which has skyscrapers and parks, is beautiful. Strong. The city, which has skyscrapers and parks, is undeniably beautiful. While the grammar was correct, adding a strong adverb like undeniably's boosts the conviction of your argument. Remember that good grammar must be paired with compelling vocabulary choices. Weak missing comma. The committee reviewed the data which showed discrepancies. Strong. The committee reviewed the data which showed significant discrepancies. When that information is extra, meaning the data always shows discrepancies and it's just an added detail, you absolutely need those commas. Missing them changes the core meaning of the sentence. Weak, overly simple. The policy affects all businesses, especially small companies. Strong. The policy, which impacts smaller enterprises more acutely than larger corporations, requires immediate review. Here we moved from a list-like statement to an integrated clause. We use the NDC to place emphasis on smaller enterprises, showing you can structure your argument for rhetorical impact. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outlining with brackets. When planning your essay, write main ideas and then use brackets to indicate where non-essential details will go. This keeps the structure defined. Don't wait until the writing stage to think about this structural element. By pre-planning where you want to insert extra detail using parentheses or brackets in your outline, you ensure smooth transitions when you write. The "if I removed it" test. After drafting a sentence containing a relative clause, remove it. If the core meaning of the sentence remains perfectly clear and strong, then commas are necessary. This is your most powerful editing tool. If removing the clause makes the sentence confusing or vague, you might have accidentally used a defining essential clause instead of a non-defining one. Keyword mapping. Identify 3 key nouns in your prompt. For each noun, brainstorm 2 unique secondary facts that can be comma-separated into relative clauses. This technique forces you to actively generate supplementary information relevant to the topic. Practice mapping out these details before writing helps your vocabulary feel natural when speaking or writing. Sentence stretching drill. Take 5 simple declarative sentences and restructure them into complex sentences by adding parenthetical clauses using commas. This exercise builds muscle memory. It moves you away from simply knowing the rule toward making the structure feel natural, which is what examiners are looking for in advanced writing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some experts argue that all university students should study a mandatory financial literacy course. Others believe that specialized learning is better and prefer allowing choice in their curriculum. Discuss both views. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is balance, sophisticated structure, and nuanced vocabulary demonstrating control over complex grammar. This prompt demands that you manage 2 opposing viewpoints. To score highly, don't just list pros and cons. Use non-defining clauses to provide context for why each view exists. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is A. Strong introduction that sets up the debate using complex, comma-intensive phrasing. Start by introducing the topic with a broad statement about higher education, which is an increasingly debated issue. Using this structure immediately signals to the reader that you possess advanced grammatical control. Today we are focusing on contrastive arguments using although and despite. These structures allow you to present 2 ideas that seem contradictory but are connected logically. Remember, although is a subordinating conjunction, meaning it must introduce an entire clausier subject and a verb. Conversely, despite or in spite of must be followed by a noun, pronoun, or a gerund form. Using these structures correctly demonstrates sophisticated command over English grammar. The key takeaway here is recognizing the grammatical function. Conjunctions introduce full clauses, while prepositions introduce nouns. Mastering this subtle difference dramatically elevates your writing score because it shows structural control beyond simple sentence construction. Here are 4 examples. Although global warming presents massive challenges, technological innovation offers viable pathways towards sustainable energy. Uses, although, because it introduces a full clause, global warming presents. This is formal and academic. Notice how the structure isn't just contrasting 2 facts, it sets up a tension that the second part of the sentence then resolves. Academic writing thrives on this type of complex, nuanced argument. Despite the initial resistance from local communities, the government has successfully implemented necessary infrastructure upgrades. Uses despite, followed by a noun phrase, initial resistance. This is concise and powerful. When you use despite, ensure your entire thought, the subject of the contrast is contained within that single noun or gerund. Avoid mixing up the structure, as this is a very common pitfall. The economic benefits are clear, however, the lack of governmental oversight remains a significant hurdle. While not using although despite, this advanced structure, semicolon plus transitional adverb, achieves the same high-level contrast effect. Sometimes, the strongest way to show contrast is not with a conjunction at all. Using strong transition words like however or nevertheless can give your argument more punch and variety. In spite of investing heavily in public transport, the city still struggles with commuter congestion during peak hours. Uses in spite of, which is interchangeable with despite but helps vary your vocabulary. The gerund form investing follows it. Remember that in spite of works exactly like despite. They are synonyms, and using both in your writing will make your language sound much more sophisticated to the reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. The pollution is bad, but people still drive cars. Although air quality has deteriorated significantly, many citizens continue to rely on private vehicles. replaces simple coordination, but with a formal subordinate clause structure using although. The upgrade here is moving from informal coordinating conjunctions like but to more academic and sophisticated structures. This instantly raises the perceived complexity of your writing. They built better roads, but traffic jams still happen. Despite the considerable investment in road infrastructure, severe traffic congestion remains a daily issue. Uses despite followed by a noun phrase, investments, for maximal concision and academic tone. Look how much more precise this second version is. By choosing specific vocabulary like considerable investments instead of better roads, you deepen the quality of your argument. It was expensive, so few people could afford it. Despite its prohibitive cost, the health benefits of preventative care are undeniable. Uses despite to link a noun phrase as prohibitive cost to a strong counter-argument. When you use these contrast structures, don't just state the opposition. Make sure your second clause provides some kind of analysis or consequence. This moves you from simple description to true argumentation. The government changed policies, but poverty still exists. Although policy reforms have been implemented by the government, widespread poverty persists across rural areas. Uses, although again for contrast, ensuring grammatical parallelism in the subjects and verbs of both clauses. This example demonstrates perfect balance. When using although, try to maintain a similar level of formality and subject type in both halves of your sentence. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak missing punctuation flow, despite having enough money, the trip was cancelled. Strong, clearer link needed, despite having enough money, the trip was still cancelled. The issue here is that while despite works with gerunds, the sentence feels disconnected. Adding a clear transitional phrase or adjusting the comma usage improves readability and flow. Weak missing subject verb after although pollution, people still go outside. Strong completes the subordinate clause. Although there is significant air pollution, people still venture outdoors. The most frequent error is forgetting the full clause structure. Always check that the text following all those contains both a recognizable subject and a complete verb phrase. Weak redundancy double conjunction despite the challenge, but success was achieved. Strong eliminates redundant conjunction, but despite the challenges, success was ultimately achieved. Never use two contrasting markers back to back. Since despite already signals the contrast, adding a coordinating conjunction like but is grammatically redundant and weakens your score. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with the counter-argument, the despite clause. Begin your paragraph by acknowledging a positive fact or major obstacle using despite. This immediately sets up the necessary tension. Think of this structure as setting the stage for conflict. By mentioning the positive side first, you signal to the examiner that you are capable of seeing multiple sides of an issue. Use a strong conjunction connector. Follow up with although or use transitional phrases like nevertheless and however. Varying these connectors is key to high scores. Don't rely on just one device. If you start with despite, follow the supporting point with both although in a subsequent sentence, showing mastery over multiple structures. Analyze the consequence, the third point. Do not just state the contrast, explain why that contrast matters. This is your deep analysis, moving beyond mere reporting. A Band-Aid response doesn't just write 2 opposing facts, it connects them with a therefore or consequently. Always aim to analyze the implications of the tension you've created. Practice. Paraphrasing key phrases. Build a vocabulary bank for alternatives instead of just difficult. Use challenging, arduous, or complex. Vocabulary depth is just as important as structural depth. Focus on high-level academic synonyms that fit the precise tone needed for IELTS writing tasks. Degree adverbs are words like very, extremely, or highly that modify adjectives and other adverbs. They function as intensifiers, telling the listener just how strong a quality is. Instead of simply saying something is good, we can use these modifiers to specify if it's merely good or exceptionally good. Choosing the right modifier adds texture and precision to your speech. It allows you to move beyond simple description into nuanced communication. Think of degree adverbs as volume controls for your language. You aren't just turning up the volume, you are precisely setting the pitch. Mastering these modifiers shows a sophisticated command of English, allowing you to convey subtle differences in meaning that casual speech often misses. Here are 5 examples. The results were very positive. General casual usage. In most everyday conversation, varies is perfectly natural and effective. It establishes a clear level of intensity without sounding overly formal or academic. The committee found the proposal highly commendable. Formal academic usage. Highly immediately elevates your tone. This structure is perfect for professional reports, presentations, or academic writing where formality matters. The weather was extremely unpredictable this month. Maximum intensity. Extremely signals the highest level of intensity. Use it when you genuinely mean that something is at an extreme degree, like temperature or difficulty. The performance was remarkably engaging. Using synonyms for strength. Remember that sometimes the best modifier isn't even very. Using a strong synonym like remarkablys or exceptionallys can sound more sophisticated and less predictable. The issue is highly complex. Formal abstract concepts. When discussing abstract nouns like issues, problems, or theories, highly often pairs best. It lends a sense of intellectual weight to your statement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The academic context. Use highly or strong verbs. In academic settings, formality is key. Using sophisticated adverbs like significantly or highly shows that you are operating at a higher level of discourse and precision. Lesson. Stick to simple boosters like very. When chatting with friends, remember that overusing academic language can sound unnatural. Simple, common adverbs are perfectly appropriate for maintaining a conversational flow. Emphasizing degree versus frequency. Adverb placement matters greatly. Be careful not to confuse degree adverbs with frequency adverbs. Very often describes how frequently something happens, while extremely difficult describes the severity of the difficulty. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I was really happy. Say, I was extremely happy. This is called double intensification. You are using 2 adverbs to modify the emotion, which sounds redundant and unpolished. Pick one strong intensifier. Incorrect, the movie was very highly recommended. Correct, the movie was highly recommended. Many adverbs are redundant when paired with other intensifiers. If highly already suggests a high level, adding very simply weakens your impact. Don't say, it was very incredibly difficult. Say, it was incredibly difficult. Incredibly is already a powerful intensifier. Combining it with very muddles your meaning and weakens the force of the word you are trying to use. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use synonyms for effect. Replace very with words like exceptionallys or remarkablys. When you feel yourself reaching for the word very, pause and brainstorm synonyms. Replacing common boosters with less predictable vocabulary immediately raises your linguistic level. Vary intensity placement. Sometimes, moving the adverb changes emphasis. Consider placing strong modifiers at the beginning or end of a clause for dramatic effect. This technique helps you guide the listener's attention to the most important detail. Focus on specific fields. If describing ideas, use significantly. If describing emotion, use overwhelmingly. Instead of treating these adverbs as a general category, learn specific pairs. For example, always pair highly with abstract concepts and very with concrete observations. Practice paired adjectives. Commit to using 3 different intensifiers in one conversation. The best way to internalize this is through active practice. Try speaking for 5 minutes and consciously forcing yourself to use at least 3 distinct, powerful degree adverbs. Participial phrases are powerful tools for academic conciseness. They modify a noun or pronoun and generally begin with an ing, present, or an e, bed, past verb form. Rather than creating a full dependent clause, which often requires extra words like who, which, or that, these phrases allow you to condense information dramatically. For instance, instead of saying the scientist who discovered the cure, you can simply write discovering the cure, the scientist. This technique is crucial for elevating your writing from merely descriptive to highly sophisticated in academic contexts like IELTS. Mastering this structure isn't just about cutting words, it's about improving flow and rhythm. By integrating these phrases smoothly, you signal to the reader that your ideas are closely connected and logically sequenced. Think of them as high-level grammatical shortcuts that boost your overall cohesion score. Here are 4 examples. Driving the global shift toward renewable energy, governments must invest heavily in green infrastructure. The introductory phrase, driving, modifies governments, making the action clear and immediate. Notice how this structure eliminates the need for a full clause like, because they are driving, mine. By placing the cause or active process up front, you immediately set the context for your main argument. This makes the writing feel more authoritative. Having analyzed decades of economic data, researchers concluded that inflation rates require systemic changes. Using having analyzed shows a completed action immediately preceding the main verb, establishing clear causality. The use of the perfect participial phrase, having analyzed, is key here. It signals to the reader that this analysis was finished before the conclusion could be drawn, adding precision and depth to your argument. Complicating global supply chains. Recent political unrest has forced multinational corporations to reconsider their sourcing strategies. The phrase complicating provides an active background condition that directly impacts the main subject and verb. This demonstrates how a negative or challenging situation can be introduced concisely. Instead of dedicating a whole sentence to describing the unrest, you fold the key information into this modifying structure. Recognizing the urgent need for sustainable solutions, international bodies are collaborating on new policy frameworks. The phrase recognizing clearly establishes the motivation or realization that leads to the main action. When you use a participle to show recognition or awareness, it grounds your argument in current knowledge. It moves beyond simply stating facts and instead explains why yes, those facts are leading to specific actions. Let's compare 4 pairs. The planet, which is experiencing rapid deforestation, needs immediate policy intervention. Experiencing rapid deforestation, the planet requires immediate policy intervention. Eliminating redundant relative clauses makes the sentence punchier and more academic. The original version uses unnecessary filler words like which is. The strong version maintains the exact same meaning but achieves it with far greater economy of language. Always look for these small word traps. Because of the heavy rainfall which caused flooding, many communities were forced to evacuate. Causing extensive flooding, the heavy rainfall forced many communities to evacuate. Reordering the phrase and using causing makes the sentence active and direct. Here we shifted from a passive cause, because of, to an active modifier. This immediately boosts the perceived strength of your writing, making the forces at play feel more dynamic. This policy is highly beneficial for students who are struggling with time management. Benefiting students struggling with time management, this new policy should be implemented. Moving the descriptive phrase to the front emphasizes the benefit before stating the subject and verb. When you lead with a participial phrase that details the benefits, it grabs the reader's attention and frames your argument positively from the very first word. The study, which was concerned with economic indicators, found several alarming trends. Concerned with tracking global economic indicators, the study revealed several alarming trends. Using concerned with is more academic and tighter than which was concerned with. This pair shows how subtle word choices matter. By using a stronger verb form or an adjective like participial phrase, you sound less like you are reporting something and more like you are analyzing it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Dangling modifier, sitting on the bench, the train passed by me. Corrected structure, the train passed by me while I was sitting on the bench. This is a classic dangling modifier. The phrase, sitting on the bench, must logically modify I, but grammatically, It seems to modify the train. Always check that the subject of the main clause is performing the action described in your participial phrase. Missing subject, having implemented new measures, the success of the program was observed. Corrected structure. After implementing new measures, we observed the success of the program. The mistake here is that the phrase having implemented requires a logical subject to perform that action. If you omit it, your sentence becomes meaningless because we don't know who implemented the measures. Wordy awkward placement, the research, funded by grants, gave unique insights into historical periods. Improved flow, funded by grants, the research provided unique insights into historical periods. When describing how something was funded or supported, it is much more concise and academically smooth to place the participial phrase directly after the noun. This keeps the focus tight on the object being described. Here are 4 ways to practice. The causality check. Review your draft and identify every sentence that uses because or due to. Can you transform these causal relationships into a participial phrase? If your writing is filled with linking words like because, it suggests multiple short, choppy thoughts. By converting those causes into introductory phrases, you demonstrate a more advanced grasp of formal academic flow. The reduction drill. Take any relative clause starting with which or who is. Mentally train yourself to remove the linking verbs and just keep the action. This drill forces you into conciseness. For example, changing, the policy which aims, to simply aiming, trains your brain to see the useful core of the phrase rather than the surrounding grammar. Front-loading information. When introducing a complex idea or background context, start the sentence with an introductory participial phrase. This hooks the reader immediately. Remember that the first thing you say sets the tone for the entire paragraph. By front-loading your argument using a sophisticated structure like this, you establish immediate academic gravitas. The modification scan. After writing, scan every noun in your text. Ask, is there any detail about this noun that I haven't fully described yet? Convert it into a modifying phrase. This is an excellent editing technique. Don't just write the sentence. Look for places where you can deepen the description of a subject or object using these powerful condensed modifiers. Choppy writing happens when we string together too many short, simple sentences. Using participial clauses is a powerful way to merge these ideas seamlessly into one sophisticated sentence. Essentially, a participial clause modifies the main subject and adds extra information about whose or what is performing the action. We use present participles, which end in ing, and sometimes perfect participles. This technique allows you to move beyond simple coordination and create true sentence complexity. For IELTS writing, this boosts your coherence score dramatically because it shows advanced structural control. Remember that the goal of a participial clause is not just to sound academic, it is to improve the logical flow between ideas. It should always relate back directly to the main subject of your sentence. Think of it as an elegant grammatical bridge connecting two closely related thoughts. Here are 4 examples. Recognizing the environmental damage, many activists organized a massive global cleanup effort. The introductory phrase modifies activists, instantly setting the context for their action. Notice how this single sentence accomplishes 3 things. It states the cause, environmental damage, identifies the group, activists, and describes the result, organized to clean up. This is much richer than writing 3 separate sentences. Having reviewed the data carefully, the committee concluded that immediate policy changes were necessary. The perfect participle, having reviewed, shows that the action of reviewing happened before the main conclusion. This establishes a clear timeline. Using the perfect participle helps clarify sequence when one action must logically precede another. It demonstrates nuanced understanding far beyond simple time markers like after. Always check if the timing is crucial. Faced with rising inflation rates, small businesses struggle to maintain profitability in key sectors. This structure paints a vivid picture of cause and effect, making the writing feel dynamic and authoritative. The phrase "faced with" is an excellent substitute for starting with "because," which can sound repetitive. It adds academic gravitas while maintaining clarity about the situation. Working tirelessly throughout the night, the research team finally submitted their groundbreaking findings. The participial phrase working tirelessly is kept close to the subject team, making the effort directly attributable to them. This example reminds us of a critical rule. The actor doing the action in the introductory clause must match the main subject. Never let the modifier float away from its intended person. Let's compare 4 pairs. The economy was struggling. Government intervention was required immediately. Struggling with instability, the economy demanded immediate government intervention. Combining 2 simple sentences into one fluid unit elevates the writing's maturity level. When you replace a short period or semicolon with a participle clause, you signal to the reader that these ideas are intrinsically linked. This is key for achieving high coherent scores. Students studied hard. They hoped to achieve higher grades in their final exams. Studying diligently for weeks, students hoped to secure significantly higher grades on their final exams. The participle phrase acts as a sophisticated adverbial clause of manner or cause. Instead of using because or and, which are basic connectors, the participle clause allows you to condense an entire causal explanation into just a few words. This demonstrates remarkable linguistic efficiency. The new technology was introduced. It changed how people communicate every single day. Introducing vastly improved communication methods, the new technology fundamentally changed daily human interaction. Using introducing makes the technology itself the agent of change, creating a powerful thematic focus. Notice how we shifted the subject in the strong version. This active construction is much more engaging than simply stating that something did change things. Focus on dynamic verbs. The report was controversial. Many experts questioned its core methodology. Controversial in nature, the report faced skepticism from many expert bodies regarding its core methodology. Using being or an adjective form like controversial is often a quick way to start a participle clause when passive voice is appropriate. Sometimes the introductory phrase needs to be in the passive voice, which is done by adding being. This technique helps you keep your writing formal and academically objective while eliminating choppiness. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak dangling modifier, running late for the train, the briefcase fell out of his hand. Strong, as he was running late for the train, the briefcase fell out of his hand. This is a classic dangling modifier error because it sounds like the briefcase was running late. The rule here is that the subject immediately following the comma must perform the action in the introductory phrase. Weak, incorrect subject. Having studied for hours, the test felt incredibly difficult. Strong. After studying for hours, we found the test to be incredibly difficult. Again, who was studying? The sentence incorrectly implies the test studied. You must ensure that the subject performing the action in the introductory clause is clearly stated and logically connected to the rest of the sentence. Weak word order. The speaker delivered a compelling argument, convincing everyone in the room. Strong. Delivering a compelling argument, the speaker convinced everyone in the room. While both versions are grammatically acceptable, moving the participial phrase to the beginning or placing it directly before the verb often improves flow and impact. It gives immediate focus to the action. Here are 4 ways to practice. Summarize and condense techniques. Take 3 simple sentences, e.g., the weather was cold, people wore coats, they enjoyed the walk, and rewrite them using participles. This is a direct, targeted exercise to build muscle memory. Don't just write it, say the new complex sentence out loud multiple times until it feels natural. Repeated practice solidifies the structure. The because swap challenge. Identify every instance of because, since, or as in your draft writing and challenge yourself to replace that clause with a participial phrase. This exercise forces you out of habitual conjunction usage. When you see those common subordinating conjunctions, train your brain to pause and ask, can I start this thought differently? Focus on the adverbial modifier. Practice writing introductory phrases that describe how or why the main action took place. This is where most participle clauses fit. Remembering that participial phrases often act as adverbials helps you classify their function, which reduces anxiety about grammar rules. They are essentially expanding your adverbs. Review for redundancy. After writing a paragraph, read it through specifically looking for repetitive verbs or redundant phrasing that could be condensed into a single participial clause. This metacognitive step is crucial. It shifts your focus from, "Is this correct?" to, "Can I make this more efficient?" Great academic writing prioritizes conciseness. Articles are small words, sir, and the but they change the meaning of your entire sentence. We use it or an when we talk about something general or non-specific. Remember, use an before a vowel sound, regardless of the letter. When you use the, it signals that both the speaker and listener know exactly which item you are talking about. Look out for signal words like previously mentioned or in this specific context. Sometimes we don't need an article at all, which is called zero article usage. The key concept here is shared knowledge. If I say I bought a book, it means any random book. But if I say the book on the table, you know exactly which one I mean because we are both in the same physical space. Mastering this shift from general to specific gives your writing immediate academic polish. Here are 5 examples. She wrote a comprehensive thesis on quantum physics. A indefinite article. Here, A simply indicates that the thesis is one of many theses. We are introducing this idea to the reader for the first time, so we don't need to specify which single document it was. The research suggests an unexpected correlation between sleep and memory. And indefinite article. Notice the use of an. Even though unexpected starts with a vowel letter, we pronounce it starting with a vowel sound. This rule is crucial. Always listen for the sound D. The professor cited the primary source material repeatedly. The specific known. We use the because both the speaker and listener know which primary source material is being discussed. It was likely mentioned or provided earlier in the lecture. Ethical considerations require careful attention to every subject. Zero article, general concept. When discussing abstract concepts like ethics or consideration in general terms, we do not use an article. We are talking about the concept as a whole field of study. He presented an analysis that differed from our initial hypothesis. An indefinite article. This use is perfect for introducing a new piece of information and correctly places the indefinite article before the vowel sound in analysis, ensuring smooth speech flow. Let's compare 4 pairs. I read a book about climate change. The book I read was on climate change. General versus specific. This contrast shows the shift from general mention to specific identification. The first sentence introduces any random book. The second specifies which exact book we are talking about. Math is a challenging subject. The math in this course is challenging. Abstract concept versus defined subject. When discussing the discipline, math generally, we use zero article. However, if you specify the math within the context of a particular class or syllabus, it becomes definite. They studied an efficient model. The efficient model they used was flawed. First mention versus second mention. If we mention an efficient model first and then later refer back to it, the second time we must use the because. Now both parties know which specific model is being referenced. Water is essential for life. The water in this beaker is contaminated. Universal concept versus local instance. This highlights the difference between universal truths and specific instances. Water. As a concept takes no article, but if you point a liquid in front of you, it becomes the water. Fill in the blank with the correct article or zero article. The study concluded that air pollution affects human health significantly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is B. We use the here because we are referring to a specific known concept, the collective body of work called the study. It acts as a definite noun phrase. She wants to become an astrophysicist after graduating. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is an. This is straightforward indefinite article use. Since we are talking about any possible career path, and astrophysicist starts with a vowel sound, "an" is the required choice. Poverty is a global issue that requires immediate attention. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is zero article. When making broad statements about abstract concepts like poverty or equality, we omit the article entirely. These general social issues do not require specification. We visited a museum containing several priceless artifacts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is A. Here, A means any single instance of an artifact. Since we are simply stating the container held multiple items, we use the indefinite article to generalize. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. He is Dr. Smith. Correct. He is a doctor, Dr. Smith. The most common error here is omitting the indefinite article a, even when titles or professions follow. If you are describing his role generally, you must include a before the noun. Incorrect. We found information on the planet Mars. Correct. We found information about Mars. Planets, continents, and most countries usually take no article when used as proper nouns. The only exception is the moon or the Mediterranean Sea. Incorrect. The student submitted a report on history. Correct. The student submitted a report on history. When discussing academic subjects generally, like history or mathematics, we follow the rule of zero article usage. We don't say the history, we just say history. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The new study analyzed the correlation between childhood nutrition and adult academic performance. It suggested that a solid breakfast is an important factor. However, specific variables like parental income were not fully explored in the initial research phase. Question 1. Find and correct the article error in this sentence. The student should focus on the history of classical literature. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the student should focus on classical literature. When naming a general field or period of study, like literature or philosophy, we typically drop the article entirely. The omission makes the statement sound more academic and less restrictive. Question 2. Write your own sentence using "and" to introduce a specific concept related to science. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, an emerging field of study is bioinformatics. Remember that "an" must match the sound, not just the letter. This example works because we pronounce emerging, starting with a clear vowel sound, making "an" both grammatically and phonetically correct. Collocations are simply words that naturally go together. When we talk about prepositional collocations, we mean specific phrases where a verb or an adjective always pairs with the same preposition. These pairings often become fixed units of meaning. For instance, saying responsible for is much more natural than trying to rearrange the words. Mastering these doesn't just improve grammar, it instantly makes your speech sound more native and fluent. Think of them as inseparable linguistic glue. It's important to understand that while we analyze these phrases grammatically, you must learn to use them holistically. Don't just memorize the preposition, memorize the entire chunk of meaning. By treating account for or relelion as single vocabulary items, you bypass the usual struggle with word order and sound much more confident when speaking. Here are 5 examples. The report is based on recent market data. Based on requires on. This shows how certain verbs dictate the preposition that follows them. You can substitute it with a different prepositions and maintain the same meaning. Instead, your brain needs to recall the specific pattern, verb plus preposition. She is responsible for managing the entire team. Responsible for always fors. Remember that responsible demands the preposition for. If you accidentally use of, native speakers will understand what you mean, but it will sound unnatural and incorrect. Always check this pattern. The increase in costs is accounted for by supply chain issues. Accounted for past tense usage. This phrase helps explain the source or reason behind something. When you are analyzing data or giving a business presentation, this collocation will be extremely useful and professional sounding. The committee decided to act in accordance with the new guidelines, in accordance with formal usage. This is a slightly more formal phrase you will hear often in academic or professional settings. It means following or matching. Using this shows a high level of vocabulary control. We are relying on your support to meet the deadline. Relying on, always on. This is another critical pairing. When discussing dependencies or trust, this phrase comes up constantly in real-world conversations. It's a high-utility collocation that every advanced speaker should master. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. They function as single idiomatic units. The preposition isn't just a connector, it's part of the core meaning. You cannot separate these words without losing the intended meaning. The preposition fundamentally changes the relationship between the main words. Think of account for as a single concept, not 3 individual words. They improve fluency and natural rhythm. Using correct collocations prevents hesitation and sounds more natural. Native speakers don't pause to think about the grammar rules. These fixed pairings flow automatically. By internalizing them, you train your mouth muscles to produce English with that native rhythm, which is key for sounding fluent. They are context-specific. The right preposition signals the specific type of relationship you mean. Sometimes 2 prepositions can seem similar. Knowing whether to use for or with, for instance, depends entirely on the context and the precise nature of that connection. Precision in these small words is what elevates your English. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, she is responsible of the budget. Say, she is responsible for the budget. This mistake is extremely common because English speakers often default to responsible of. However, grammatically and idiomatically, it must be for. This single correction will make your English sound instantly more polished. Don't say, I understand about the problem. Say, or use of, I understand the problem. While saying understand the problems is fine if you want to emphasize the natures of your understanding, using a phrase like understand the scope of or understand about a general topics changes the nuance. Be mindful of what exactly you are trying to express. Don't say, we spoke regarding the issue. Say, we spoke about the issue. The prepositions regarding, concerning, and about all mean something similar, but about is usually the most natural choice in spoken English. Using a simpler word like this helps maintain conversational flow without sacrificing correctness. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual immersion reading. When reading advanced articles or books, highlight every prepositional phrase you see. Write down the entire chunk, not just the preposition. Don't treat these as isolated grammar rules. Instead, notice how they are used naturally in rich texts. This method embeds the collocations into your long-term memory through context, which is far more effective than rote memorization. Shadowing native speakers. Listen to podcasts or videos and repeat the phrases exactly as you hear them, paying close attention to the rhythm. Speaking aloud forces your mouth muscles to adopt the correct patterns. Shadowing is a fantastic technique because it trains both your listening comprehension and your speaking production simultaneously, making these complex phrases feel natural. Create thematic sentences. Choose a topic like environmental science and write 5 sentences, ensuring you use 5 different prepositional collocations related to that theme. This practice method forces variety and deeper engagement. By limiting yourself to one theme, you ensure the phrases you build are cohesive and highly relevant, which is excellent preparation for real-world speaking. Flashcard method, phrase over word. When making flashcards, never write a single word. Always write the entire collocation, e.g., really on. The goal is to train your brain to recall chunks of language quickly. When you see a prompt like dependence, your mind should immediately bring up the full phrase. Ear. Really on. This moves you from thinking about grammar rules to speaking with native instinct. Academic words are the building blocks of advanced reading and writing. They help you move beyond basic conversation into sophisticated discourse. The academic word list, or AWL, identifies high-frequency items that appear across many academic disciplines. Learning these terms is less about memorizing definitions and more about recognizing patterns in scholarly text. We want to equip you with the vocabulary needed to analyze complex arguments effectively. Instead of just treating these words as isolated definitions, always try to notice which words tend to stick together. These are collocations. For instance, if we learned analyze, we should also be ready for phrases like thoroughly analyze or data analysis. Focusing on these natural groupings will dramatically improve your fluency and accuracy in formal writing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. When you use analyze, remember that it suggests a multi-step process, not just looking at something once. It implies breaking it down systematically to understand its components. A common error is using it when simple observation would suffice. Always ask yourself if I need to break apart the concept conceptually. The word is concept. Say it again, concept. Concept is a very formal word for idea. It often refers to established frameworks or theories rather than spontaneous thoughts. Think of it as the intellectual model that underlies a field of study. Mastering concepts helps elevate your writing immediately. Word is implication. Say it again, implication. This word is excellent for critical thinking and discussion writing. When you use implication, you are discussing potential future outcomes, not just immediate results. It's always used to suggest a consequence that lies beyond the obvious facts presented. The word is contextualize. Say it again, contextualize. To contextualize means to give background information so that your reader understands the true meaning of what you are discussing. It is much stronger than simply saying background. Use this verb when you need to show how one piece of evidence relates to a larger academic framework. The word is substantial. Say it again, substantial. While big and large are fine for conversation, substantial signals that you are referring to something measurable and of significant weight. It applies equally well to munya, substantial sumo, evidences, substantial proof. The word is parameter. Say it again, parameter. Parameters are extremely useful in scientific and technical writing because they describe boundaries, limits, or conditions. If you are setting rules for an argument or experiment, these words help define exactly where those borders lie. Here are 5 examples. To fully analyze the debate, we must look at both the economic and ethical parameters. Analyze VF parameters EN. Notice how parameters here define the boundaries of the analysis. It reminds us that when evaluating a complex issue, you can't just focus on one side. You must establish all necessary limiting factors before drawing conclusions. The initial concept presented by the committee was highly theoretical and lacked practical application. Concept in. When describing a concept, it is helpful to know whether that concept is abstract or if it can be tangibly realized. Pairing theoretical with lacked practical application gives us an immediate, nuanced understanding of the limitation. The environmental implications of deep-sea mining are still being debated by global policymakers. Implications EN. We frequently use implications when talking about large systemic changes. These aren't just small side effects, they suggest a major shift in how we operate or interact with the world. She managed to contextualize her personal experience within the larger framework of global migration patterns. Contextualize VIFE. This sentence demonstrates how powerful contextualize is. It shows that she didn't just share a story, she placed it into a massive academic or historical narrative for deeper understanding. The report provided substantial evidence that warranted immediate revision of the core policy. Substantial, Ajay. Using substantial here elevates the certainty of the finding. It tells the reader that the evidence wasn't just a handful of anecdotes. It was robust, deep, and undeniable in its weight. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, analyze. Compare it with examine. Scope of investigation. Examine is broader and more general. It means to look at something carefully. Analyze, however, demands that you break the subject into separate components to understand how they interact. It's a deeper process. First, concept. Compare it with idea. Formality and abstraction level. Idea is perfect for everyday conversation, referring to a passing thought. Concept, on the other hand, suggests a formalized, complex notion that requires intellectual effort to grasp, making it much more academic. First, implication. Compare it with consequence. Potential versus actual result. While similar, consequence usually refers to a definite or direct result that happens. Implication, though, refers to what the evidence might see lead to it as potential and suggested. First, substantial. Compare it with significant. Measure of magnitude proof. Significance often relates to statistical or measurable importance, like a significant increase. Substantial focuses more on sheer quantity or physical weight. It means large and solid in its existence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Pair these words with common academic nouns or adjectives. Don't just learn analyze the data, analyze the results, or perform an analysis. Linking our target verbs to their most common accompanying nouns will make your speaking and writing sound much more natural. Sentence transformation. Take simple sentences and elevate them using AWL vocabulary. If you write, "The policy caused big problems," try transforming it to, "The policy created substantial implications for the industry." This practice is key to shifting your register from conversational to academic. Word association web. Create a web linking one target word to 3 related words, synonyms, causes, effects. This technique helps you build an entire network around a single vocabulary item. For example, if we map parameter, we might connect it to boundary, limit, and criterion. This deepens your understanding dramatically. Review by function. Instead of random flashcards, group words by function, e.g., all cause and effect nouns, implication, consequence. Grouping words by their role in an argument like linking implications and consequence together helps you understand the logical relationship between them, rather than just their definitions. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern climate science requires us to analyze global data using precise parameters. Researchers must contextualize historical warming trends to understand the current implications of human activity. The resulting models provide substantial evidence, suggesting that policy change is necessary immediately. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the possible effect or result. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is implications. When you see implications used like this, think of it as future potential. The scientists aren't stating what will happen with certainty, they're outlining serious possibilities based on the data. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a personal experience. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the trip to the mountains allowed me to analyze my spending habits and set new financial parameters for next year. When you use these advanced words personally, they immediately elevate your speaking ability. Remember that even when talking about yourself, using parameters or substantial evidence makes your narrative sound more considered and thoughtful. Today, we are focused on lexical expansion, which means learning how to grow your vocabulary by understanding word families. The core concept is transforming a single root word like create into different parts of speech, the verb, the noun, and sometimes the adjective. For example, the action of making something is the verb, create. The resulting object or event is the noun, creation. Signal words are key here. If you see phrases like the act of, it usually points toward a noun form. Understanding these transformations is incredibly useful because it allows you to express complex ideas without having to memorize entirely new words. Think of word families as DNA for vocabulary. They share the same core meaning, just attached to different grammatical structures. Mastering this skill will make your writing sound much more sophisticated and natural. Here is one example. Descartes displayed his latest collection of paintings. Noun derived from activity. This example shows how we can derive a person who performs an action. Instead of saying the one who paints, using the noun artist is much more concise and formal. These derived nouns are essential for academic writing and professional speaking. Let's compare one pair. Impact, noun versus impact, misspelled. The strong effect of the policy was immediate. Remember that impacts with an A is almost always a noun meaning influence, while affects is usually the verb. This common confusion involves two words that sound similar but have completely different roles. When you need the action, use affect, and when you are describing the resulting force or change, use the noun form, impact. Fill in the blanks. The scientists' detailed analysis helped them understand the results. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is analysis. Remember, analyze is the action, but we need a noun here to describe the product of that thinking. The word analysis functions as the name for the structured breakdown, the finished document or report itself. Learning new vocabulary helps you expand your understanding of English. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is expand. In this case, expand is used as a verb to describe the action of growth. We are using it actively in the sentence structure, showing that learning is the process causing the expansion. This author released her latest novel last month. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is author. Here we transform the activity of writing into a person. Instead of saying the one who writes, using authors is much more concise and professional, allowing us to identify the creator directly. The design phase requires careful planning before construction begins. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is design. We are referring to the plan or blueprint itself, which is a noun. Even though design can be a verb, its usage here as the subject implies the concept of the finished plan. Always check if you need the process or the result. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect. Too simple. The committee will make an important decision about the project. Correct. More precise verb choice. The committee will reach a critical decision about the project. While make a decision is grammatically correct, native speakers often prefer stronger verbs like reach or arrive at. Using these less common phrasal verbs elevates your vocabulary and makes your writing sound more academic. Incorrect, confusing effect, and impact. The new technology had a big effect on the industry. Correct. Using the noun form, the new technology had a big impact on the industry. Remember that we are describing the force or influence, which requires the noun impact. If you were writing a sentence about how the technology influenced a people, then affected would be correct. Incorrect. Using a noun derived from a concept, we must understand the scientific principle of osmosis. Correct. Focusing on the abstract process, we must understand the process of osmosis. Sometimes, when we talk about processes like photosynthesis or osmosis, the most natural way to phrase it is by using the process of doing something. This helps clarify that you are discussing a systematic function rather than just naming A. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team was able to analyze the data gathered over 6 months. They found that early intervention greatly improves student outcomes. This discovery will require a massive shift in educational policy, meaning the government must quickly develop new programs and resources for teachers. Question 1. Identify one noun form and its corresponding verb form from the passage, e.g., discoveries, discovers. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is discoveries is the noun, and we derive it from the concept of discovering. When you look closely at a sentence, don't just read for meaning, actively hunt for these word relationships. Finding the pair allows you to internalize the transformation rule instantly. Practice identifying both forms, even if they aren't used in the same text. Question 2. Rewrite this sentence, changing the verb develop into a noun form. The team needs to develop a detailed plan. Hint, noun's a plan. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the team is working on the development of a detailed plan. This exercise forces you to switch your grammatical focus from the action to the concept itself. Using developments here makes the sentence sound much more formal and academic than simply saying, they need a plan. Academic collocations are natural word pairings that native speakers use frequently in formal writing. They are not just big words, but rather precise combinations of words that fit together smoothly. Using these pairs instantly elevates your writing from conversational to sophisticated and academic. For IELTS, incorporating strong collocations demonstrates a deep understanding of the language's nuances, which is key for achieving Band 7 or higher. Mastering collocation improves your overall writing flow. It makes your arguments sound unified and authoritative. Think of it like music. Individual notes are fine, but when they combine in a pleasing harmony, that's the collocation. Professors grading IELTS aren't just looking for vocabulary range. They are listening for linguistic accuracy and natural rhythm. Here are 4 examples. The rapid advancement of technology has necessitated a rethinking of traditional educational methodologies. Pairs, rapid advancement, necessitated a rethinking. Notice how advanced and rethinking don't stand alone. They are linked by strong verbs and nouns. This pairing makes the claim sound inevitable, giving your argument weight. Governments must implement stringent measures to mitigate the long-term effects of climate change. Collocation. Implement stringent measures. Mitigate effects. Using an adjective like stringent with a noun like measures is much stronger than simply saying make rules. This precision shows mastery over formal register. Economic disparity contributes significantly to social unrest within developing nations. Key phrase, economic disparity contributes significantly. This structure is highly common in socio-scientific writing. Instead of saying poor people are upset, you use specific academic pairings that define the relationship between cause and effect. Promoting sustainable consumer behavior requires comprehensive public awareness campaigns. Strong pairing promotes sustainable behavior, comprehensive campaigns. The word sustainable rarely stands alone when discussing consumption. It usually pairs with behavior or practices. Always check if the adjective and noun you are using have a natural bond. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government must make better rules about pollution. Authorities need to strictly regulate industrial emissions to curb pollution. Replaces simple verbs and nouns with precise academic pairings. Comparing make rules to strictly regulate shows you how much stronger the specific verb choice is. We are moving from a casual tone to an official, policy-driven one. It is important that people care about their environment. Public awareness must be raised regarding ecological preservation efforts. Focuses on abstract concepts using formal phrasing, awareness, and preservation. Instead of saying people should care, we use the more academic structure, public awareness must be raised. This immediately frames your writing as highly analytical. Lots of money is spent on this problem every year. Significant funding is allocated annually to address this critical issue. Replaces vague quantifiers, lots of, with precise academic terminology, significant funding, significant funding. The key here is replacing quantity phrases. Using allocated or dedicated instead of simply spent adds a layer of bureaucratic precision that IELTS favors. Studying too much causes student stress. Intensive academic pressure often leads to heightened levels of student anxiety. Elevating the vocabulary around cause and effect, pressure, and anxiety. Notice how we change the subject from studying too much to intensive academic pressure. This shift in focus makes the argument sound more scholarly and less anecdotal. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. We need to solve the problem quickly. Strong. We must address the issue promptly and decisively. The mistake here is using solves or fix, which are often too simple for academic writing. Stronger alternatives include address or tackle. Always look for a more formal verb. Weak. There is very big evidence that climate change happens. Strong, overwhelming evidence suggests that climate change is occurring. When describing data, avoid simple intensifiers like very big. Phrases such as overwhelming evidence or compelling data are established collocations that sound authoritative. Weak, technology helps people communicate a lot. Strong, technology facilitates widespread global communication networks. The problem here is the sheer simplicity of helps and a lot, replacing them with verbs like facilitate or nouns like widespread instantly elevates your vocabulary level while maintaining natural flow. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use a thesaurus wisely, the noun-verb check. Don't just replace a word, check the collocations of the replacement. If you swap difficult for challenging, verify what kinds of nouns pair with challenging. This tip is crucial. Never assume an academic synonym will work in context. Always think of the collocation, not just the single word, to ensure natural flow. Drafting phase, highlighting weak spots. After writing a draft, read it aloud and highlight every place where you used a simple verb or adjective. These spots are prime targets for collocation upgrades. Reading your work out loud is the best way to catch unnatural phrasing. Your ear will immediately detect when the sentence sounds forced or clunky. Pre-writing, researching topic phrases. Before writing, spend 5 minutes searching academic corpora for 5 strong collocations related to your prompt topic, e.g., renewable energy sources. Treat this like building a toolkit. By preparing these phrases beforehand, you can integrate them naturally into your argument rather than forcing them in at the last minute. The paraphrase check. When paraphrasing sources, don't just swap synonyms, restructure the entire phrase using a known academic collocation pair. This moves you beyond simple lexical substitution. You are demonstrating structural command by building new sentences around established, formal word pairings. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that globalization has benefited developing nations by integrating them into global markets. Others claim that this interconnectedness exacerbates economic disparities and cultural erosion. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain a balanced, objective tone while using strong academic collocations to discuss complex socioeconomic arguments. Remember that discussing means presenting both sides fairly. Your goal isn't just to list facts, it is to analyze the relationship between those facts using precise vocabulary. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring clear topic sentences and developing at least 3 distinct, naturally flowing collocation pairs, e.g., mitigate disparity, foster interdependence. A high-scoring essay doesn't just have collocations, it uses them strategically to drive the argument forward. The transitions must feel as natural as the vocabulary itself. When examiners assess your speaking fluency, they aren't just listening for grammar, they are listening for natural rhythm and confidence. Fluency means speaking smoothly without excessive pauses or noticeable struggle to find basic words. Using idioms naturally is a major sign of advanced proficiency because it shows you can think in the language, not just translate into it. The key strategy here is contextual, appropriate and assessing the right idiom at the right time makes your speech sound authentic and polished. Remember that sounding natural means having range. It's not enough to throw out a complex phrase. You must embed it seamlessly into your thoughts, almost as if it were part of the original language structure. Think of idioms less like vocabulary items and more like coloring words in your speech palette. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, the ball is in your court. Say it again, the ball is in your court. Use this when you need the conversation to move forward, but you can't make it happen yourself. It politely hands control back to your partner. Practice saying it with a slight upward inflection at the end to sound inviting, not demanding, not demanding. The word is, it rings a bell. Say it again, it rings a bell. This is perfect for recall situations where you are prompted but don't remember the exact detail. It keeps your speech going while buying you crucial time to organize your thoughts and access the right information. The word is cut to the chase. Say it again, cut to the chase. If a conversation is becoming too meandering, this phrase signals that you are ready for the main point. It works best when delivered with a light, friendly tone so it doesn't sound confrontational. The word is we're on the same page. Say it again, we're on the same page. This is an excellent professional way to confirm agreement. It means everyone understands the plan or the concept. Use it at appropriate points in a discussion, such as after outlining solutions together. The word is under the weather. Say it again, under the weather. Don't just say you feel bad, use evocative phrases like this one to make your speech more vivid. It's a common, casual idiom that instantly elevates basic conversation about feelings. Let's compare 4 pairs. I was super stressed out. I felt considerable pressure regarding the assignment. Context is key for register shifting. Notice how we shifted from slangy intensifiers like super to more academic vocabulary. The goal isn't just formality. It's sounding measured and articulate, which shows advanced control over English. I think that's a big deal. That represents a significant development in the field. Elevating simple adjectives. When you use stronger, more precise academic nouns and verbs instead of generic intensifiers like big, your speech immediately sounds more authoritative. This gives weight to your argument. Like, nothing really changed. There hasn't been any observable change in the data. Eliminating filler words and hedging. The casual use of like fills silence but doesn't add meaning. In formal speaking, it's crucial to replace those fillers with deliberate pauses or transitional phrases for natural flow. It was pretty easy. It proved to be quite manageable. Choosing subtle synonyms. We swapped easy for manageable. This slight shift in vocabulary makes the description more nuanced and academic, suggesting you are thinking about effort and capacity rather than just simplicity. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid, I think that maybe we should consider. Better, to mitigate this risk, perhaps we could consider. The hesitation markers like or like are natural for anyone speaking spontaneously, but they damage fluency perception. Instead, practice using a brief, intentional pausier beat of silence, which sounds much more thoughtful and controlled. Avoid, we went to the store yesterday and bought some bread. Better, we went to the store yesterday and bought some bread. A common error is incorrect past tense formation. These small grammatical slips are noticeable because they break the rhythm you have established. Always double-check your verb conjugation, especially when speaking quickly. Avoid. Speaking of climate change, my favorite hobby is running, and I run every day. Better, returning to the topic of climate change, I wanted to mention that physical activity, such as running, helps immensely with overall well-being. Topic drift happens when you lose focus on the question asked. To fix this, always use clear signposting phrases like returning to or to address your point about. This reassures the listener that you are still focused. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recording yourself daily. Don't just record speaking English. Record yourself discussing complex ideas. Listen back specifically for where you paused or hesitated. The most crucial step here is active listening to your own recording. Don't just listen for mistakes. Listen for natural flow and identify sections where you could have used a sophisticated discourse marker instead of like. This self-correction habit builds tremendous confidence. IELTS Part 2. Monologue Practice. Give yourself a prompt card every day, but force yourself to use at least 2 different idioms and 3 linking phrases. Treat the cue card as a script challenge. Don't just speak about the topic. Build your speech around incorporating specific linguistic tools like "the ball is in your court" or "under the weather." This forces conscious, accurate usage. Shadowing advanced speakers. Watch TED Talks or podcasts and immediately repeat what you hear. Focus on replicating the speaker's rhythm, intonation, and speed. This technique is powerful because it trains your mouth muscles to adopt native speaking rhythms quickly. Don't aim for perfect understanding. Instead, focus entirely on mimicking the sound and flow of expert speakers. Role-play scenario immersion. Ask a partner or use an AI chatbot to role-play high-stakes casual conversations, e.g., arguing a point, negotiating. Simulated interaction is the final test of your fluency skills. By having a responsive partner, you are forced into real-time adaptation, which is far more challenging and beneficial than simply reading from a prepared script. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a time when you had to change your plans suddenly due to unexpected circumstances. Use vivid details and tell us how you managed the situation afterward. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure, introduction, setting the scene, conflict, the sudden change, resolution, how you handled it. When answering, remember that a strong narrative structure beginning, middle, and end is inherently fluent. It gives your speech clear signposts, making it sound organized even if some idioms slip up. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use at least 2 idiomatic expressions and transition smoothly between a casual tone to a slightly more reflective or formal one. The challenge is twofold. Weave in those high-level conversational idioms, but also make sure the shift in register feels natural. This demonstrates not just vocabulary knowledge, but genuine linguistic adaptability. When discussing complex global issues like climate change or pollution, specialized vocabulary is essential. This unit focuses on high-level terminology used by scientists, policymakers, and journalists alike. We aren't just learning definitions, we are mastering the precise language of environmental discourse. Understanding these terms allows you to participate in sophisticated conversations and write with authority. Remember that academic English requires precision. Knowing a word like mitigation is different from knowing how to correctly place it within a formal sentence structure. We will focus heavily on collocation, which words naturally go together, because using the right pairing instantly boosts your fluency and credibility in any advanced conversation. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is biodiversity. Say it again, biodiversity. When using biodiversity, think of it as an umbrella term covering everything from species count to genetic variation. A common mistake is referring to a single endangered animal and calling that its biodiversity. Instead, use the phrase loss of biodiversities to make your meaning clear and, it's academic. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Mitigate is a formal, powerful verb perfect for policy discussions. It means more than just to lessons. If you say we must mitigate risks, you are proposing active steps to reduce potential damage. Always pair it with something that can be reduced, like impacts or risk. The word is pollutant. Say it again, pollutant. A pollutant is the agent of harm itself, the waste product or chemical that causes contamination. Be careful not to confuse it with pollution, which is the state's core acts of being contaminated. You have pollution caused by specific pollutants like plastics or heavy metals. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. This is perhaps the most important word in modern environmental writing. When you use sustainable, you must imply long-term viability that the action today won't compromise tomorrow. It's not just good, it means economically and environmentally feasible over generations. The word is degradation. Say it again, degradation. Degradation refers to a loss of value, whether that value is environmental, structural, or cultural. It's a very formal word, so it pairs perfectly with nouns like soil, habitats, or water quality. Think of it as the slow decline from a healthy baseline. The word is exacerbate. Say it again, exacerbate. Exacerbate is excellent for showing cause and effect in an argumentative essay. It means making something worse. If the original problem was already difficult, this word tells your listener that a second factor made it significantly worse. Powerful rhetorical tool. Here are 5 examples. The loss of biodiversity due to climate change is accelerating at an alarming rate. Biodiversity, noun. This sentence uses loss as a noun modifier before biodiversity, which is very common in scientific reporting. It immediately gives the discussion a serious, academic tone suitable for a documentary script. We must find ways to mitigate the rising levels of ocean acidity. Mitigate verb. Notice that mitigate is followed by an object it acts upon, acidity. This structure, verb plus object, is crucial for sounding authoritative. You aren't just trying to lessen, you are actively finding a method to reduce the specific problem. The biggest pollutant entering the river system was non-biodegradable plastic. Pollutant, noun. Here, pollutant is modified by an adjective phrase, non-biodegradable. This combination is sophisticated and precise. It tells us not only what the pollutant is, but also a key characteristic about its longevity in the environment. Adopting sustainable energy sources is key to global survival. Sustainable adjective. This sentence offers a strong declarative statement. When sustainable modifies a source or system, it means the resource can be renewed without external force, making it highly impactful for policy discussions. Deforestation has led to massive soil degradation across tropical regions. Degradation, noun. This pairing of soil degradation is a standard academic collocation. It's much stronger than saying simply that the soil is bad. It suggests an ongoing, measurable decline in fertility and quality. Let's compare 4 pairs. Mitigate, vive. Alleviate, worth. Scope of action. Mitigation is systemic, while alleviation is often personal or immediate. Mitigate implies tackling a root cause or a large-scale system risk, like climate change. Alleviate, on the other hand, is better suited for symptoms. It's more about providing temporary relief, such as alleviating pain or stress. Don. Emissions N. Source versus substance. Emissions are the act of releasing, pollutants are the material released. Think of emissions as the action, the gas leaving a smokestack, for example. The pollutant would be the specific substance in that emission, like sulfur dioxide or carbon monoxide. They work together but refer to different parts of the environmental process. Sustainable AJ. Eco-friendly AJ. Scope difference. Sustainable implies long-term viability. Eco-friendly is often a marketing claim. While eco-friendly sounds positive, it can be vague and used by anyone trying to sell something. Sustainable, however, requires concrete evidence of cyclical resource management and long-term feasibility, giving it much more weight in formal debate. Biodiversity loss. Ecosystem collapse. Degree of damage. Loss is gradual. Collapse implies reaching a critical tipping point. These 2 phrases describe different stages of decline. Losses suggest missing components, while collapse or tipping point indicates that the entire self-regulating system has broken down completely, a much more catastrophic and urgent scenario. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Don't just memorize words, map them to the nouns and verbs that accompany them. For example, soil degradation, carbon footprint, or mitigate risk. When you build these mental maps, your brain doesn't have to translate a definition, it simply recalls a natural phrase. This is the fastest way to achieve native-like fluency and makes your speech sound much more educated overall. Scenario, roleplay. Pretend you are giving an environmental panel presentation or writing a policy brief. Force yourself to use at least 5 target words in that context. The best way to cement vocabulary is through active retrieval under pressure. By setting up scenarios, you move the words from passive knowledge words you recognize to active knowledge words you can deploy instantly. Comparative writing. Write a short essay comparing two environmental strategies, e.g., carbon taxes versus reforestation. This forces you to use comparative language and the high-level vocabulary. Writing is excellent because it allows time for revision, letting you check that your collocations are accurate before submitting them. Focus on varying your sentence structure while maintaining a formal, academic tone. Spaced repetition review. Review these words in short bursts over several days. Test yourself by defining the word and then immediately using it in an original sentence. Studying vocabulary is not a linear process. It requires spaced repetition. By reviewing the terms at increasing intervals on day, 3 days, 1 week, you signal to your memory that these words are important enough to keep permanently. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid rise in global temperatures is severely challenging biodiversity across all continents. This decline is often exacerbated by pollution and industrial pollutants entering water systems. To combat this, international policy must prioritize sustainable development. Without immediate action to mitigate these threats, we face irreversible soil degradation globally. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the deterioration or decline of natural resources. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is degradation. When you read an academic text and see a complex concept, try to locate the core noun describing the state. In this case, degradation is the central term, which then modifies soil. This helps you understand how these specialized nouns build meaning upon one another. Question 2. Use the word sustainable in your own sentence that relates to energy. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, solar power provides a highly sustainable source of renewable energy for developing nations. Notice how I naturally link sustainables with renewable energy. This confirms the collocation and makes the sentence feel authentic. When you build your own response, try to include a quantifier or an adjective before sustainables. It adds depth. Technology is constantly changing, and our language must keep pace. To master this vocabulary, we need to understand that these words don't just describe gadgets, they describe massive systems of change. We are focusing on terminology used by industry leaders and academic researchers alike. By learning these terms, you'll be able to analyze complex reports and discussions about the future effectively. When tackling vocabulary related to advancements, remember that context is everything. Don't try to memorize definitions in isolation. Instead, read full articles or watch documentaries on a technical subject. This helps anchor the words within the real-world scenarios they describe, making them much easier to recall and use naturally. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is algorithm. Say it again, algorithm. When you use algorithm, think of it less like code and more like a recipe. It's the precise, ordered process that leads to an outcome. You can also talk about algorithms being biased or transparent, which is common discussion in tech ethics. The word is disruptive. Say it again, disruptive. Disruptive describes something that changes the entire playing field, often making older methods obsolete. It implies a sudden, powerful shift rather than just an improvement. If it only improves things incrementally, it's not truly disruptive. The word is optimization. Say it again, optimization. Optimization is a very common word in business and engineering, referring to finding the absolute best way to achieve an outcome given certain constraints. It's about efficiency, minimizing waste, and maximizing output. The word is infrastructure. Say it again, infrastructure. Remember that infrastructure isn't limited to bridges and roads. It includes digital frameworks like the internet backbone or power grids. It refers to the foundational scaffolding upon which modern life and technology are built. The word is synthesize. Say it again, synthesize. Synthesize is a powerful verb for academic writing and professional speaking. It means more than just summarizing. It implies actively creating something new by combining separate pieces of information. You are building a cohesive argument. The word is pioneering. Say it again, pioneering. Pioneering is an excellent adjective for describing breakthroughs in new fields of study. It suggests not only innovation, but also leading the way into uncharted territory. Think of it as being trailblazing. Here are 5 examples. The new AI system relies on a sophisticated natural language processing algorithm to predict user behavior. Algorithm N. Notice how sophisticated modifies algorithm. It helps give the word more weight. When discussing text systems, adding adjectives like complex, predictive, or sophisticated makes your description much richer. The introduction of cryptocurrency proved to be a truly disruptive force in global finance. Disruptive AJJ. Using truly here emphasizes the magnitude of change. When you want to make your claim sound authoritative, try using strong intensifiers like fundamentally, radically, or truly. Achieving peak performance required extensive optimization of the machine's cooling system. Optimization N. This sentence shows how optimization is often paired with systems or processes. If you are talking about human performance, you might talk about cognitive optimization instead. Developing reliable cloud infrastructure was a prerequisite for the company's global expansion. Infrastructure N. Here, prerequisites is key. It establishes that having the infrastructure had to happen before anything else could move forward. This shows clear cause and effect in professional speaking. Researchers gathered data from multiple fields to synthesize a comprehensive report on quantum computing. Synthesize VIF. Look at the structure. To synthesize a comprehensive report. The infinitive form, to synthesize, explains the purpose of gathering the data. This pattern helps keep your explanation clear and academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, innovation. Advancement synonym. Scope of change. While often interchangeable, innovations usually refers to the novel idea itself, the creative spark. Advancement, however, is more focused on measurable progress or improvement over time. First, feasible. Viable, synonym. Practicality versus potential. Feasible means something can be done with current resources. Viable, on the other hand, suggests it will actually succeed and sustain itself in the long term. Viability is a stronger claim. First, implement. Deploy, different action. The process versus the rollout. Implementing is the detailed act of setting up systems and processes, like writing manuals and training staff. Deploying usually refers to making that system active or visible in a live environment. First, transformative. Revolutionary synonym. The degree of impact. Both suggest massive change, but revolutionary often implies an almost dramatic break with tradition. Transformative is slightly more measured, suggesting a profound and lasting shift in nature or quality. Here are 4 ways to practice. Create word maps. Map the root word to its various forms, noun, verb, adjective. Instead of listing definitions, map out connections. For example, if you learn optimize, draw arrows connecting it to optimization and optimized. This visual method helps your brain recognize pattern relationships. Focus on collocations. Learn which words naturally pair together, e.g., disruptive technology. Never learn a word alone. Always memorize it within its typical partner or collocation. Knowing that we talk about pioneering research rather than just good research makes your speech sound instantly more native. Spaced repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals of time. Don't cram everything into one study session. Review the words you learned today tomorrow, then again in 3 days, and then next week. This gradual recall process moves knowledge from short-term to long-term memory. Role-play scenarios. There. Pretend to present a text summary using the new vocabulary. The best way to solidify these high-level words is by simulating real-life use. Imagine you are giving a presentation on AI ethics. This forces you to actively retrieve and deploy the correct terminology under pressure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid evolution of digital infrastructure has spawned several disruptive technologies. Many tech companies are now focusing on the optimization of their core algorithms to maintain a competitive edge. This pioneering effort requires synthesizing vast amounts of data, making the process complex but fundamentally necessary for future growth. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means radical change or opposition to established systems. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is disruptive. When locating it, notice how digital infrastructure is modified by disruptive. The adjective modifies the entire concept of infrastructure. This shows the immense impact these technologies are having on existing models. Listen. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the government must fund advanced research to ensure our nation remains at the forefront of pioneering sustainable energy solutions. When constructing your own sentences, try to use multiple pieces of vocabulary if possible. This deepens the context and shows that you understand how these technical concepts interact with one another. Today, we are diving into some high-level vocabulary essential for discussing global health and medicine. This specialized English is often found in academic papers, WHO reports, and medical journalism. Mastering these terms will allow you to articulate complex public health concepts with precision. We won't just memorize definitions, we will focus on the subtle professional context required for using these words correctly. When reading scientific or medical texts, pay attention not only to the definition, but also to which other nouns and verbs surround the word. Academic language often requires very specific collocations. For example, you might mitigate risks rather than simply lessen problems. By focusing on these pairings, your vocabulary will feel much more natural when you speak. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is pandemic. Say it again, pandemic. Remember that pandemics refers to scaly must involve multiple countries or continents. This is much more severe than a simple outbreak. Always link it to a specific pathogen, like a viral pandemic, to make your writing clearer and more precise. The word is morbidity. Say it again, morbidity. This is an important distinction. When you discuss public health, people often confuse morbidities with mortality. Mortality refers to death rates, but morbidity measures how sick the population actually gets. Using this distinction shows advanced knowledge. The word is prophylactic. Say it again, prophylactic. The key here is prevention. If a measure, like receiving a vaccine or taking antibiotics before travel, aims only to stop something from starting, it is prophylactic. Avoid using this word when you are describing treatment after the illness has already begun. The word is epidemiology. Say it again, epidemiology. This word describes the field of study, not the illness itself. An epidemiologist is a person who practices this science, analyzing data to track how diseases spread geographically over time. It's crucial for research papers and public health discussions. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Think of mitigation in the context of disaster response. If a natural event occurs, we talk about measures taken to mitigate its worst effects on human life and infrastructure. It means reducing the impact, not necessarily stopping the cause entirely. The word is vulnerable. Say it again, vulnerable. We use vulnerables when discussing populations that lack protection, whether due to age, location, or socio-economic status. For example, an elderly population might be described as highly vulnerable during a flu season. Here are 5 examples. Effective early screening can significantly mitigate the risks associated with chronic diseases. Mitigate V to V. Notice how mitigate pairs perfectly with abstract nouns like risks or impact. This phrase structure elevates your writing instantly, making it sound authoritative and highly academic. The region's high morbidity rate following the monsoon season concerned global health officials. Morbidity, N. Here, high morbidity rates is a common collocation. It tells the reader that even if deaths are low, the sheer volume of people getting sick is troubling policymakers. International cooperation was crucial to contain the initial outbreak and prevent it from becoming a pandemic. The endemic, N. The word contain is excellent here because it suggests active measures taken by many parties working together. It highlights that global health threats require collective, coordinated action. Researchers are studying the epidemiology of tropical diseases to better predict outbreaks. Epidemiology, N. When you see studying the epidemiology, think about data collection. Researchers aren't just observing, they are building statistical models and mapping disease patterns. Wearing masks is a simple prophylactic measure against airborne transmission. Prophylactic, AJ. This sentence clearly shows the preventative nature of masks. It's not a cure or treatment, it is an action taken beforehand to reduce exposure risk, which is the core meaning of prophylactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Worst, pandemic. Epidemic, synonym. Scale of spread. The difference between these two words is purely one of scale. An epidemic starts locally or nationally, but a pandemic signifies global transmission across multiple continents. Always use the larger term when discussing truly worldwide crises. First, morbidity. Mortality, antonym. Illness versus death. This pair is critical for academic writing. Morbidity tracks the S sickness, burden how many people are affected. Mortality tracks the death toll. A low mortality rate doesn't guarantee a low morbidity rate, so both metrics must be reported. First, mitigate. Cure, different verb. Reducing impact versus eliminating cause. Do not confuse mitigates with curing a disease. Mitigating means lessening the severity or spread. It is damage control. Curing implies a definitive medical resolution, which is a much stronger claim. First, vulnerable. Resilient, antonym. Susceptible versus able to recover. These two terms are often discussed together in policy reports. If a population is vulnerable, it means they are susceptible to harm. Conversely, resilience describes the community's ability to bounce back and adapt after a crisis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation matching. Pair these words with the most common verbs, e.g., mitigates, plus risks. When you are learning a new academic word, never just learn it alone. You must learn its natural partners, the collocations. By practicing matching words to specific verbs or nouns, your speech will immediately sound more native and expert. Contextual gap filling. Read a paragraph and choose the best word from our list to fill the blank. This exercise forces you to understand the function of the word in that specific sentence. Which word fits grammatically? And more importantly, which word makes narrative sense within the scientific context? Thematic sentence creation. Write one complex sentence using 3 different target words related to health. The ultimate goal is integration. Don't just write a simple definition sentence. Force yourself to use the word in a nuanced, compound sentence structure. This simulates real academic output. Flashcard review, spaced repetition. Review words, concept definition on one side, example sentence on the other. When using flashcards for high-level vocabulary, don't just test yourself on the definition. Test yourself by writing a unique example sentence immediately after recalling the word. This active recall solidifies memory far better than simple recognition. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Due to the high vulnerability of certain populations, international bodies issued urgent calls for preventative action. The goal was not just to treat existing illness, but to mitigate future outbreaks. Epidemiologists are tracking global morbidity rates closely, understanding that proactive prophylactic measures are essential before any pathogen can escalate into a pandemic. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means susceptible or exposed to harm. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is vulnerability, vulnerable. The text uses vulnerabilities as a noun here, referring to the state of being susceptible. If you are talking about wise people need help, use this noun form in your writing. Question 2. Use one of the target words, mitigate, prophylactic, etc. in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we implemented prophylactic testing to mitigate potential spread on campus. When constructing your answer, try to combine 2 or 3 of the vocabulary terms into a single, seamless sentence. This shows true mastery and contextual fluency. When discussing education systems academically, it is crucial to distinguish between key specialized terms. First, we have pedagogy, which refers to the method and practice of teaching itself. This goes beyond just knowing facts. It involves how knowledge is transferred. Second, we must understand curriculum, which is the planned content, subjects, and experiences offered in a school or program. Finally, learning theories provide frameworks like constructivism that explain how students actively build understanding through experience. Think of these 3 concepts as forming an academic triangle. Pedagogy is your method, curriculum is your material, and theory is the whys behind that method. By mastering this vocabulary, you move from describing a school to critically analyzing its structure. Here are 4 examples. The new curriculum emphasized interdisciplinary studies across science and literature. Curriculum shift. Notice how interdisciplinaries is a strong academic collocate. It signals that the content isn't siloed into single subjects, which is a hallmark of modern educational reform. The teacher used scaffolding techniques to help students grasp complex literary concepts. Learning theory application. Scaffolding is a key term derived from Vygotsky's work. It means giving temporary support like guided notes or prompts that is gradually removed as the student gains independence. Effective pedagogy requires continuous feedback and adaptation to diverse learning styles. Pedagogical approach. This sentence shows that good teaching isn't one-size-fits-all. Adaptation is the perfect word here because it emphasizes flexibility, which is essential for modern educators. The assessment measured rote memorization rather than critical thinking skills. Assessment critique. When you critique an assessment, don't just say it was bad. Use strong language like measured rote memorization to pinpoint the specific intellectual weakness of the test. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Achieving academic depth. Using precise vocabulary allows you to move beyond simple description into critical analysis. In academic writing, we are not just listing facts, we are explaining relationships between those facts. Using terms like constructivism shows that you understand the foundational philosophy guiding the system. Influencing argument structure. Knowing these theories helps structure arguments about what education X should be. When arguing for educational reform, linking your points back to a recognized theory like behaviorism or cognitivism gives your argument immediate weight and credibility. Comparing global systems. It enables sophisticated comparison of different national education policies. If you can compare the curriculum structure of Japan versus Germany, for example, using the right terminology, your essay instantly becomes highly advanced and expert level. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the curriculum is too difficult for the students. Say, the curriculum may need to be scaffolded more effectively. Instead of vaguely saying something is difficult, use a theory-based term like scaffolded. This shows the examiner that you understand the problem, conceptually, not just descriptively. Don't say, the students learned by watching demonstrations. Say, the pedagogy utilized demonstration to facilitate observational learning. This mistake is common because we default to simple action verbs. By incorporating pedagogy, You elevate the sentence from a casual observation into an academic analysis of teaching methods. Don't say, the objectives and outcomes were very clear. Say, the learning objectives must align with measurable outcomes. A critical distinction to remember is between objectives, which are what the teacher aims for, and outcomes, which are what the student actually demonstrates. They must be in alignment. Here are 4 ways to practice. Read academic journals regularly. Look specifically at the abstract and conclusion sections for key terminology. Reading scholarly articles, even if they are outside your immediate field, is the best way to see how these terms are used naturally in deep academic contexts. Keep a theory thesauruses. Whenever you hear or read an educational practice, write down which theory it relates to. Instead of just memorizing definitions, create connections. For instance, if you see group work, immediately link that to collaborative learning and constructivism. Practice sentence transformation. Take a simple statement and rewrite it using 3 different academic terms from the list. This exercise forces active retrieval. If you can successfully transform the teacher taught us into sentences using pedagogy, scaffold, and curriculum, your mastery will be solid. Use topic vocab in speaking debates. Force yourself to introduce a specialized term naturally when discussing education reform with peers. The final step is immersion. Don't wait for an exam. Actively find opportunities to use these high-level terms in conversation, making them part of your natural speech pattern. Coherence is what makes your writing flow logically. It's the illusion that all your ideas belong together. Transition words and discourse markers are the glue that creates this connection. They signal to your reader exactly how one idea relates to the next is it, a contrast, an example, or a cause. Mastering these devices moves you beyond simply listing facts. For IELTS writing, strong cohesion is critical for achieving high scores in the coherence and cohesion band descriptor. Using varied linking phrases shows the examiner that you have sophisticated control over academic English structure. Remember that coherence isn't just about using however or therefore. It's about building a logical bridge between sentences, paragraphs, and even ideas within a single sentence. Think of these markers not as fancy words, but as signposts guiding your reader through your sophisticated argument. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that digital media encourages superficial engagement, the accessibility of information fundamentally empowers individual learning paths. Effective contrast using while and establishing a clear counterargument. The transition word manages the shift in thought gracefully. Notice how starting with while immediately signals a concession. You are acknowledging an opposing view before presenting your stronger point. This advanced structure shows nuance, which examiners highly value. This trend has significant consequences. Consequently, educational institutions must integrate real-world problem-solving into their curricula. Strong cause and effect using a semicolon followed by consequently. It shows a clear logical progression from observation to recommendation. When you use markers like consequently's or thus, ensure the link is genuinely causal. Do not just use it because it sounds academic. Make sure the first clause must lead to the second one. Furthermore, adopting sustainable farming practices can mitigate climate impact. Moreover, government subsidies are needed to incentivize large-scale farmer adoption. Using furthermore and moreover shows cumulative points of evidence without sounding repetitive. They build momentum. Furthermore suggests adding a new topic point, while moreover often adds weight or importance to the previously stated idea. Choosing between these subtle differences elevates your writing style. To illustrate this point, consider the recent decline in bee populations. Indeed, scientific studies link this decline directly to pesticide usage. Using to illustrate and indeed provides concrete evidence and confirmation, strengthening the argument with factual support. When you introduce an example, always use a signposting phrase like for instance or to illustrate. These phrases manage reader expectation, making them feel guided rather than simply presented with data. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should improve public transport. People need to use trains and buses more. Improvements in public transportation are necessary because they provide a viable alternative to private car ownership. replacing simple sentences with sophisticated noun phrases and introducing causality because. The weak version is choppy. It uses two separate statements. The strong version combines these ideas using a subordinating conjunction, showing the relationship between improvement and alternative. Technology changes everything. People rely on phones for everything now. The pervasive nature of modern technology necessitates that individuals increasingly rely on mobile devices for daily functions. Using academic vocabulary, pervasive, necessitates, and linking the two ideas grammatically, not just by a period. Notice how we went from saying something is happening to articulating why it is happening. Academic writing requires that sophisticated relationship building rather than simple description. It helps the environment. Recycling reduces waste and saves resources. Recycling significantly contributes to environmental sustainability, primarily by reducing landfill waste and conserving natural resources. Using a strong introductory phrase significantly contributes, and specifying the benefits reducing conserving rather than just stating them. Instead of listing two facts, try grouping them under a thematic umbrella. The word contributes suggests that the action is part of a larger positive system. Many students study hard. They get good grades in school. Students who dedicate themselves to rigorous study habits are often rewarded with high academic achievement. Using nominalization, turning verbs into nouns, study hard becomes rigorous study habits for a more formal, impersonal tone. This shift from active voice, student study, to passive or nominalized phrasing creates distance and objectivity. Remember that academic writing often takes focus off the person doing the action. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak over-reliance on single conjunction, however. Climate change is bad and we must act quickly. Strong, subordinating clause, while climate change presents a severe threat, immediate global action is required to mitigate its worst effects. The biggest mistake here is using a simple comma splice or an isolated transition word. Instead of just starting with, however, try embedding the contrast within a subordinating clause for smoother flow. Weak, simple, transition choppy, technology has changed life. For example, online banking means we don't need bank branches. Strong, integrating marker and vocabulary. For instance, the advent of online banking exemplifies technology's ability to eliminate the necessity of physical bank branches. Simply placing for examples isn't enough. We need to integrate it by using strong verbs like exemplifies and ensuring the entire sentence structure is complex. Weak, basic vocabulary, redundant linking. The company needs workers, therefore they must offer better salaries. Strong, formal phrasing and precise verb choice. Given the current labor market demands, employers are therefore compelled to improve remuneration packages to retain skilled staff. In academic writing, avoid simple pairs like needs. Therefore, use higher-level verbs such as compelled, mandate, or necessitates to carry the weight of the logical connection. Here are 4 ways to practice. Idea mapping, the flowchart approach. Before writing, map your argument visually. Use arrows and labels to show the relationship between points, e.g., idea A, Kazazolk, idea B. This technique forces you to pre-select your transitions. If you know 3 ideas are related by cause and effect, you can plan out, consequently, as a result, and because of before drafting begins. The topic sentence audit. Every paragraph must begin with a clear topic sentence that acts as a mini thesis for that paragraph. This controls the entire flow. If your opening sentence doesn't clearly state the main idea, nothing else matters. Treat this sentence like a roadmap that tells the reader exactly what argument they are about to read through. Using transitional phrases at paragraph breaks. Do not start paragraphs with new ideas. Start them by referencing the previous paragraph's conclusion. Example, building on this point. This is crucial for high coherence scores. It prevents your essay from feeling like a collection of disconnected facts and makes it feel like one continuous developing argument. The 3-tier transition bank. Keep 3 types of connectors ready. 1. Addition, furthermore. 2. Contrast, conversely. 3. Conclusion, in summary. Rotate these deliberately. Don't overuse one type. If you use moreover in the first body paragraph, save your contrast markers like converselys for the second to ensure variety and rhythmic complexity. When expanding your vocabulary for IELTS, simply knowing a synonym isn't enough. We need to understand the nuance, the subtle difference in meaning or context between words. Synonyms are helpful, but near synonyms allow you to achieve greater precision and academic flair. Think of this tool as moving beyond basic word lists toward mastering shades of meaning. Instead of just saying bad, we might use detrimental or adverse depending on the topic's formality. This focus on subtle differences is what elevates your writing from functional to truly sophisticated. Remember that academic writing demands precision. When you can choose between two similar sounding words, like impact versus effect, and know which one fits the context best, you demonstrate a high level of linguistic control. This deep understanding is what separates Band 6 writing from Band 8 writing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a fantastic verb for environmental and policy discussions. It suggests actively reducing severity, not eliminating it entirely. A common collocation here is mitigate risks or mitigate damage. Always remember that you are making something less severe. The word is predicament. Say it again, predicament. This word is excellent for discussing social issues or economic downturns. It implies being trapped in a binder complex problem with no easy solution. If you are talking about ethical dilemmas, this word works perfectly. The word is imperative. Say it again, imperative. Whenever you need to express strong necessity, imperative is much stronger than just saying important. It suggests a critical mandate or an urgent requirement for action. Using this shows confidence in your argument. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. This is the bedrock word for environmental and economic topics, so knowing it well is crucial. When describing anything, be it power, food, or policy, if you can modify it with sustainable, you sound highly academic. Make sure to pair it with nouns like growth or energy. The word is deteriorate. Say it again, deteriorate. This verb is perfect for describing things that decline over time, whether it's physical health or environmental conditions. It suggests a gradual process of decay rather than an abrupt collapse. We often see it paired with nouns like infrastructure or ecosystems. The word is viable. Say it again, viable. If you are proposing a solution in your essay, using viables confirms that your idea is not just good, but practically achievable. It means the concept can actually survive and work in the real world. This adds immense weight to your arguments. Here are 5 examples. To combat the growing pollution, we must find ways to mitigate the damage to local waterways. Mitigate, vivus off. Notice how mitigate is used here. We aren't aiming for zero damage, we are striving to lessen it. This subtle difference in meaning makes your argument sound more nuanced and realistic. Many developing nations find themselves in a financial predicament due to global trade policies. Predicament in. Using predicaments elevates the discussion beyond simply saying, they have money problems. It suggests systemic difficulty that is hard to escape, which is perfect for social science topics. It is imperative that governments invest heavily in sustainable agricultural practices worldwide. Comparative adjective. By linking imperative to governments, you are making a strong, authoritative claim. This structure gives your writing the weight of policy advice, which is ideal for an academic tone. Without immediate action, our freshwater resources will continue to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Deteriorate wie verstehe. This sentence shows the gradual nature of environmental decline. Deteriorate implies a slow but steady decline that requires constant monitoring and urgent attention. Exploring solar power provides a viable, sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Viable adjective and sustainable adjective. This single sentence demonstrates 2 key words working together. Sustainable describes the method itself, while viable confirms that the method can actually function successfully in reality. Let's compare four pairs. Affect, V. Impact, N. Grammatical function and scope. Remember that affects is usually the verb, meaning to influence. Meanwhile, impacts can function as both a noun and a verb, often suggesting a sudden or measurable force of change. Using them correctly adds immediate sophistication. First, adverse. Compare it with detrimental. Negative consequence, formal. Both words mean harmful, but adverse is often used to describe conditions or circumstances, like adverse weather. Detrimental, however, focuses more on the damage caused by an action or object. First, necessity. Compare it with imperative. Degree of requirement, noun versus adjective. If you're writing about the concept, use necessity, but if you want to describe something that must happen like a policy or an action, use the adjective imperative for maximum impact. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Reducing severity, physical versus abstract. While both mean to lessen, mitigate often applies to risks or overall large-scale threats like climate change risk. Alleviate, on the other hand, is slightly softer and is frequently used for physical discomforts such as pain or stress. Here are four ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Learning words in natural groups. Don't just memorize the word viable. Instead, map it with strong collocates like viable solution or viable option. By linking it to common nouns and adjectives, you improve fluency because the whole phrase feels natural. Contextual sentence mining. Gathering words from high-level readings. When reading academic articles, don't just highlight difficult vocabulary. Instead, write down the entire sentence and identify which word is doing the heavy lifting of meaning. This helps you understand why a word was chosen. Thematic word maps. Grouping synonyms by topic area. Instead of one list of 20 words, create thematic maps. Environments might include deteriorate, mitigate, and sustainable. This trains your brain to recall related vocabulary when a specific topic is presented. Active recall drills. Testing usage rather than definition. The best practice is not defining the word, but completing sentences with it. For example, instead of asking, "What does mitigate mean?" ask, "To pay PA, a risk means to..." This forces you into active production mode. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global pollution continues to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Governments must recognize that climate change is not a distant threat, it is an immediate imperative. To mitigate the worst effects, we need to find sustainable and viable energy solutions today. Failing to act will leave future generations in a massive environmental predicament. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to lessen the severity of. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mitigate. The text uses mitigates because it is about reducing risk, not completely removing the problem. This shows that even when discussing massive issues like pollution, we are aiming for reduction and management. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence about technology. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, developing renewable energy sources is imperative for a sustainable future. Notice how imperative here adds urgency to the necessity of renewables. And it pairs perfectly with sustainable. This combination shows advanced command over both academic register and topical vocabulary. When discussing major societal problems in Task 2, simple vocabulary is never enough. You need precise collocations that signal true academic mastery. These are not just random words, they are word pairings that sound natural to a native speaker and carry intellectual weight. Using them demonstrates your ability to articulate complex ideas with efficiency. Focus on using strong verb plus noun structures such as mitigate the effects or curb inflation. This elevates your writing from merely descriptive to highly analytical. Remember, precision in language is just as important as having a good argument. Think of collocations as linguistic credentials. When you use phrases like exacerbate poverty, you are telling the examiner that you don't just know the vocabulary, you understand how those concepts interact academically. The goal here is to sound authoritative and highly informed. Here are 4 examples. The government must implement policies to curb socioeconomic disparities and reduce income inequality. Effective use of curbs and disparities. Notice how curb acts as a strong academic verb here. It suggests actively restraining or limiting something powerful, making it much stronger than simply saying reduce. This level of lexical choice is highly rewarded. Insufficient investment in public health infrastructure can exacerbate existing community vulnerabilities. Strong pairing, exacerbates plus vulnerabilities. The word exacerbate is key here. It means to make a bad situation worse, which is perfect for discussing problems. Pairing it specifically with vulnerabilities creates a very natural and high-level academic phrase. Addressing the root causes of climate change requires global collaboration, not just national mandates. Using root causes and global collaboration. Instead of saying solving the problem, using addressing the root causes shows depth of understanding. Furthermore, specifying that this needs global collaboration immediately scopes the discussion to a macro-level policy debate. Many developing nations struggle with infrastructural deficits and sustainable resource management. Focus on noun pairings, infrastructural deficits. This example focuses on compounding nouns to create dense academic language. Infrastructural deficits is a specific technical term that immediately establishes your topic's context within economics or geography. Let's compare 4 pairs. Poverty is a big problem in many countries. Widespread poverty remains a critical global challenge that demands urgent attention. Adding academic framing and precise nouns. The strong version doesn't just state a fact, it qualifies it using phrases like critical global challenge. This elevates the tone instantly. Always aim for more formal, sophisticated terminology. We need to make people care about climate change. Raising public awareness regarding environmental degradation is paramount to mitigating future risks. Using paramount and mitigating. Notice the shift from a personal plea, make people care, to an objective statement of necessity. Using words like paramount makes your argument sound reasoned rather than emotional. Poor education causes bad jobs. Educational disparities directly hinder workforce potential and perpetuate cycles of poverty. Using high-impact verbs and complex causality chains. The strong version introduces the concept of perpetuating cycles, which is a sophisticated theoretical idea. It shows you understand not just the problem, but the system that sustains it. Government should help money distribution. Policymakers must implement targeted fiscal interventions to address socioeconomic inequalities. Replacing vague verbs with specialized policy jargon. Instead of saying help distribute money, the strong version uses targeted fiscal interventions. This specific terminology immediately situates your argument within political, science, and economics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The government needs to make the poor feel better. Strong. Governments must implement measures to alleviate suffering among marginalized communities. This correction moves away from overly sentimental language toward objective policy analysis. Alleviate suffering is precise, while the original phrase is informal and emotionally vague. Weak. It is hard to fix environmental issues. Strong. Addressing environmental degradation presents formidable challenges that require concerted international efforts. The mistake was using hard and fix, which are basic words. The correction substitutes them with much richer vocabulary like formidable and concerted, significantly boosting the academic register. Weak. We should talk about social issues more. Strong. There is a pressing need for public discourse regarding persistent societal ailments. The core error here was using vague nouns like issues by replacing them with societal ailments and using the phrase pressing need You make your call for action sound urgent, intellectual, and highly formalized. Here are 4 ways to practice. The collocation banks technique. Create a dedicated list of high-level collocations for the top 5 societal topics, e.g., poverty, climate change. Don't just memorize lists, embed these phrases into sample sentences related to common Task 2 prompts. This ensures that when you sit down to write, the language flows naturally from your subject knowledge. The synonym swap drill. Take 3 simple paragraphs and rewrite them 5 times, replacing basic verbs and nouns with academic synonyms and collocations. This exercise forces you to move beyond simple substitution. You are analyzing the function of the word. Is it describing a state, or is it describing an action? This precision is where Band 7 scores come from. Hypothetical argument mapping. Map out potential arguments, problem, cause-effect, solution, using only advanced collocations. Before writing, structure your argument map with high-impact phrases. For example, root cause of X leads to perpetuating Y effect, which requires targeted intervention. This preloads sophistication into your essay. The thesis statement focus. Practice writing 5 different, highly sophisticated thesis statements for varied societal topics. Your introduction's thesis statement is the first chance to impress the examiner. By consistently using strong collocations here, you set a high linguistic standard that carries through the entire essay. When examiners evaluate your narrative speaking ability, they are looking beyond just correct grammar. They want to hear sophisticated control over time. Specifically, mastering the perfect tenses allows you to connect past events directly to the present moment of conversation. We must move fluently between simple past narration and the more complex structures like the present perfect continuous. This shows that your storytelling isn't just a list of isolated facts, it's a cohesive narrative with impact on today. The key strategy is mastering temporal framing. When should an action be background context versus a defining turning point? Excellent speakers use these tenses to manage the listener's focus and emphasize causation. Remember that using the present perfect continuously suggests actions that started in the past, continued up until a specific point, and perhaps still have relevance now. This is much more dynamic than simply stating, "I did X." It makes your story feel lived in and continuous. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. Over the years, I have realized that. Say it again. Over the years, I have realized that. This phrase is excellent for introducing reflective conclusions. It signals to your listener that you are drawing wisdom from a long period of experience, making your answer sound thoughtful and mature. The word is. By the time I arrived, they had already. Say it again. By the time I arrived, they had already. Using had alreadys is essential for storytelling because it establishes a sequence of past events. It helps your listener understand which actions happened before the main action you are describing. The word is. I have been studying this field since. Say it again. I have been studying this field since. Whenever you need to talk about how long something has taken or how long an effort has been continuous, use have been plussing. This structure is much more engaging than just saying, "I studied this field for." The word is. It appears that we have underestimated. Say it again. It appears that we have underestimated. Beak. This phrase adds academic gravitas when you're analyzing an event or situation. It doesn't present the information as absolute fact, but rather as a well-considered conclusion based on evidence. The word is. If I hadn't spent so much time. Say it again. If I hadn't spent so much time. This is your tool for sophisticated speculation or counterfactual narrative. It allows you to explore what-if scenarios, which demonstrates a high level of grammatical control and complex thought. Let's compare 4 pairs. I went to the museum last month and saw cool stuff. Last month, I visited the museum where I observed fascinating exhibits. Using formal vocabulary, Lexis. Notice how changing saw cool stuffs to observed fascinating exhibits immediately elevates your register. Always aim for precise nouns and stronger verbs when speaking formally. It was raining, so I missed out on everything. Since heavy rainfall had interfered, I regrettably missed the main event. Incorporating complex grammar, past perfect. The key here is integrating that past perfect tense. Instead of just stating two events happened, it was raining, so you are building a causal relationship using high-level grammar. I've been working on this problem for days. I have dedicated my last several days to tackling this specific challenge. Structuring the commitment, emphasis. We are replacing a simple phrasal verb like working on with more academic verbs such as dedicated or tackling. This adds weight and professionalism to your narrative. The results showed that we didn't think enough. The subsequent findings suggested that thorough preparation had been lacking. Passive voice for objectivity, academic tone. In formal academic speech, it is often better to use the passive voice. It shifts focus from who did the action to what was found, making your response sound more objective and analytical. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Simple listing choppy. I went to the park and then I saw a dog. Temporal linking. Cohesive. By the time I arrived at the park, a dog had already caught my attention. The mistake here is treating events as disconnected list items. By using by the time, you immediately establish a clear timeline and hierarchy of importance between two actions. Grammar slip, incorrect verb form, I have known him since high school. Correct grammar, stative verbs, I have known him since high school. Remember that knows is a stative verb, meaning it describes a state rather than an action. Stative verbs cannot take the continuous form like have been knowing. Always check if your verb can be used in the ing form. Topic, drift het weak conclusion. The weather was bad and I think that's why we failed. Strong causal statement. Thesis. Given the severe weather conditions, it is evident that our efforts were significantly compromised. Avoid vague conclusions using I think or weak conjunctions like and. Instead, use strong linking phrases such as it is evident that or. Consequently, to give your analysis weight, here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself telling a short story. Then listen back strictly to your use of perfect tenses, noting every time you switch between simple past and present perfect. The most effective way to improve is to listen critically to your own voice. Don't just check for grammar, pay attention to natural pauses and where you hesitate when shifting tenses. Shadowing expert speakers. Find podcasts or TED Talks with complex narratives. Listen, pause, and repeat segments immediately. Focus specifically on how they structure their time references. Shadowing trains your mouth muscles to produce complex grammatical structures smoothly and automatically. It helps internalize the rhythm of advanced English discourse. The timeline drill. Take an event, e.g. moving house, and narrate it by physically drawing a timeline. Force yourself to use past perfect for background, simple past to the main events, and present perfect to connect the outcome. Visualizing the timeline is crucial because grammar and speaking is highly linear. This exercise forces you to consciously manage the sequence of time frames. Impromptu reflection prompts. Ask a friend random questions about your past, e.g., what was the toughest thing you learned? Force yourself to answer using at least 2 different perfect tenses. This simulates real-world pressure and forces spontaneous application of difficult grammar points. Don't worry about perfection. Focus only on successfully deploying those required tense structures. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a significant challenge or difficulty you have recently overcome in your life or studies. You should speak for about 1 minute. Focus on the journey from initial struggle to final success. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure the narrative chronologically, clearly dividing the background, past perfect, the main action, simple past, and the lasting impact lesson learned, present perfect. When structuring this story, remember that the initial struggle is best framed using the past perfect to show what was already in place before your efforts began. This gives depth to your narrative. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is fluency in shifting between simple past, present perfect continuous, and past perfect while maintaining a formal, reflective tone. Your goal is seamless transition. The examiner isn't just listening for the tenses, they are evaluating how effortlessly you can switch between them without pausing or sounding forced. When speaking in an academic setting, examiners aren't just looking for correct grammar, they are listening for the conviction and sophistication behind your arguments. Developing opinionated language means moving past simple phrases like "I think" or "I feel." Instead, you need to establish a clear rhetorical stance immediately. This involves using advanced discourse markers that commit you strongly to a viewpoint while still allowing you to acknowledge nuance. Mastering these markers elevates your speech from mere conversation into persuasive argumentation. Remember that strong language doesn't mean being aggressive, it means being definitive about your perspective. Use modal verbs like must, should, or would undoubtedly to signal the certainty of your claims. If you can frame an argument with high confidence markers, you immediately boost your perceived fluency and coherence. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it is fundamentally undeniable that. Say it again. It is fundamentally undeniable that. This phrase immediately sets a very strong, conclusive tone. Use it when you are introducing your main argument or thesis statement. Be careful not to overuse this. Save it for the most critical point you want the listener to remember. The word is. The prevailing notion suggests that. Say it again. The prevailing notion suggests that. This is excellent for setting up a counter-argument. By first mentioning what prevails, or what most people believe, you demonstrate critical thinking and then show how your personal viewpoint deviates from the norm. The word is, one cannot disregard the fact that. Say it again. One cannot disregard the fact that. This construction is perfect when you have data, statistics, or a historical example to back up your point. It signals to the examiner that your claim isn't just personal opinion, it's fact-based observation. The word is, I submit that. Say it again. I submit that. By you. This is a very formal, academic way to jump into your unique point. It sounds like you are presenting research or a policy recommendation. Use this when your argument requires a sophisticated, professional register. The word is, to argue the contrary, one might suggest. Say it again. To argue the contrary, one might suggest. This structure shows academic maturity. Instead of just saying no, you are wrong, this phrase allows you to introduce an opposing view neutrally before systematically dismantling it with your own supporting evidence. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's super important that. It is of paramount importance that. Boosting formality and impact. Notice how replacing supers with paramount instantly raises the register. Academic language favors precise, Latinate vocabulary over common intensifiers like really or very. I mean, you know. To clarify my position, I would submit that. Replacing vague fillers with assertive framing. Informal speech often relies on filler phrases like or, informal speaking. Replace these conversational habits with structured signposts to guide the listener and sound more deliberate. But seriously, might as well gamer. However, upon closer examination, creating a smooth transition for contrast. Beginning an argument with but is fine in conversation, but it is too casual for the exam. Using transitional phrases like however or upon closer examination provides a much smoother and more intellectual pivot point. I guess that's true. While this may be factually correct, I maintain that moving from reluctant agreement to strong counterclaim. The key here is moving from hedging, which sounds weak, to a structured concession followed by an assertion. This shows you are thinking deeply and engaging with the complexity of the topic. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak phrasing hesitation. I think that the reason is trailing off. Assertive framing, the underlying cause of this issue is. Ending a thought with the reason makes your argument sound tentative. By replacing it with strong noun phrases like the underlying cause of this issue, you sound authoritative and confident. Incorrect conditional tense, if I was given the chance. Grammatical slip. Formal academic grammar, if I were granted the opportunity. When discussing hypothetical scenarios, always remember to use the subjunctive mood. Using if I were instead of if I was is a clear marker that you have strong grammatical control. Vague, informal conclusion, so basically it means we should do X and Y. Structured conclusion, therefore, based on this evidence, the logical conclusion is to implement measures X and Y. Avoid using simple summarizing phrases like basicallys or so. Instead, use highly academic concluding structures that signal careful consideration of all points made. This brings a sense of finality to your argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Targeted record practice. Choose 3 strong phrases from the drill and record yourself using them in a mock debate. Focus on varying intonation. Don't just read the phrases, incorporate them naturally into an argumentative flow, as if you were speaking passionately about something. Listen back specifically for where your delivery falters or sounds unsure. IELTS Part 3, Debate Practice. Practice responding to abstract social issues, e.g., universal basic income requiring deep opinionation. Part 3 tasks are designed for this exact skill. Always remember that the question is rarely about what's, but rather why, so structure your answers around causes, effects, and necessary interventions. Structured shadowing. Find academic podcasts or TED Talks and shadow expert speakers, paying attention to their transition markers. Shadowing allows you to absorb natural rhythm and advanced phrasing without having to generate the ideas yourself. Pay close attention to how they link one thought to the next. That's where true fluency lies. The 3-point theses drill. For any given topic, prepare 3 distinct points, A, B, C, and build an argument that connects them using strong markers. This is a powerful organizational tool. Instead of rambling, structure your entire response with a clear opening statement, followed by point A, then point B, and concluding how all 3 connect under one main idea. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the future of work. Some argue that automation and AI will lead to mass unemployment, while others claim it will create entirely new industries we cannot imagine today. Bullet points: impact on current job sectors, e.g., logistics. Today, the necessity of retraining the workforce. Your definitive prediction for the next decade. Target length: 1 minute 30 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear, nuanced thesis statement that takes a defined stance while acknowledging counterarguments. Do not simply list pros and cons. You must synthesize them into a single, complex argument. Your opening sentence should encapsulate your core position, for example, arguing for managed transition rather than choosing one side entirely. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is advanced concession and counter-argument phrasing, e.g., while it is true that, however. The goal here is to sound like a sophisticated academic panelist, not just a student giving an opinion. By using advanced phrases that concede points before rebutting them, you demonstrate intellectual depth and mastery of complex argumentation. When we listen to academic discussions or lectures, it can be challenging because the speaker often moves quickly between main ideas and supporting evidence. The key skill here is not just catching words, but understanding the function of what you hear. You must train yourself to distinguish a general statement, the topic sentence, from the specific examples that prove it. We are listening for the structural framework of an argument as it unfolds in real time. Think of active listening as being a detective, not just a recording device. Instead of trying to memorize every word, you need to constantly ask yourself, what is the speaker's main point right now? If the details shift dramatically, That usually signals a new supporting pillar for their argument. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. A strong academic essay relies heavily on clear organization. Remember, every body paragraph should begin with a definitive topic sentence that clearly states the specific claim for that section. This sentence acts as a roadmap for the reader. Following that opening statement, you must provide solid supporting details, data, statistics, or expert examples. For instance, if your topic is climate policy, your topic sentence might declare that carbon taxes are the most effective immediate solution. The subsequent points then need to unpack this by citing recent economic models or successful international case studies. Never let the evidence drift away from that core opening claim. It must always circle back to prove the initial statement was accurate and vital to your overall thesis. This tight connection is what elevates writing from descriptive prose to persuasive academic work. Question 1. What function does a topic sentence serve in an essay? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it acts as a roadmap for the reader, stating the specific claim of that paragraph. This question requires you to identify the purpose or the controlling idea. It tests whether you can move beyond simply hearing facts and comprehending the underlying structural role those facts play. Question 2. According to the passage, what should supporting details do? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must always circle back to prove the initial topic sentence claim. We are testing your ability to synthesize information. You don't just listen for details, but you must grasp the relationship between those details and the main idea. Question 3. What is the difference between descriptive prose and persuasive academic work? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, persuasive work has a tight connection where evidence consistently proves an initial statement. This tests your overall comprehension of the passage's core argument. You need to grasp the main takeaway, the so what moment, which is often summarized in comparison. Here are 5 examples. Definitive topic sentence. A clear statement that introduces the paragraph's main argument. When you hear definitive, think of it as non-negotiable and absolute. In writing, this phrase signals that the claim being made is central and cannot be ignored by the reader. Solid supporting details. Evidence like data or expert examples. This moves beyond just saying examples. Solid implies reliability and academic rigor. The speaker suggests these must be substantial enough to carry the weight of your claim. Acts as a roadmap for the reader. Guides the audience through the argument. This is a fantastic metaphor. Whenever you hear something that describes guidance or direction, visualize it like a travel map. It tells you exactly where you are going and why. Subsequent points. The ideas following the initial statement. This phrase helps transition your listening focus. If you hear subsequent, remember that the speaker is about to list or elaborate on things that come next in sequence. Overall thesis. The central argument of the entire essay. While a topic sentence controls one paragraph, your overall thesis statement controls everything. Always remember that every single piece of evidence must ultimately relate back to proving this primary thesis. Listen again and fill in the missing words. Effective structure requires you to SDUA your initial claim with strong evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is connect. The verb connect here is crucial because argumentation isn't just listing facts, it's actively linking them. You are building an intellectual chain of cause and effect. Always ensure that the supporting details directly S the topic sentence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is validate. To validate means to prove or confirm something is true. This word choice emphasizes checking the truthfulness of your claim, which is the core job of good evidence. If your argument weakens, you should consider adjusting your primary Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is thesis. The thesis statement is the foundation. If that moves, everything else must be re-evaluated. Remember that it remains the controlling idea for the entire piece. Before writing, you must carefully outline and 1 mile long all potential supporting points. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is organize. We use organize here because simply having ideas isn't enough. They must be placed in a logical sequence. Think of organizing as structuring the flow before adding content. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. Before listening, read the topic and predict what structural elements you expect to hear. This technique primes your brain. By anticipating structure like expecting a claim, followed by 3 examples, you are giving yourself mental signposts for when the actual speech starts. Focused note-taking. Don't write down everything. Use symbols to track signal words, e.g. for conclusion, for example. Because you are aiming to hear structure, treating transitional phrases like signposts is key. When the speaker uses, for instance, or consequently, pause and mark it in your notes. Shadowing dialogue. Listen to academic speeches and immediately repeat what you hear, focusing on the rhythm and flow. This builds muscle memory for natural academic cadence. It helps train your ear not just for words, but for the spacing used when making a strong structural point. Summarizing immediately. After listening to a section, pause and summarize the main idea aloud in your own words. This forces active retrieval. Instead of passively accepting information, you are actively processing it and translating complex speech into simple, measurable concepts. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When writing a persuasive piece, simply stating your opinion is not enough. You must anticipate and address counterarguments, the opposing viewpoint. A strong writer doesn't ignore the opposition, they acknowledge it first. For example, you might introduce the argument that, while some people argue for increased regulation, you immediately pivot to rebutting them. The key phrase here is concession followed by refutation. Concession means saying, I understand why someone might think X, but the next step must be your rebuttal, stating why X is wrong or incomplete. This shows depth of thought and makes your own position much more compelling. Question 1. What process must a writer do before simply stating their opinion? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must anticipate and address counterarguments by acknowledging the opposing viewpoint first. This question tests whether you grasp the necessity of the action. The passage emphasizes that ignoring opposition weakens your argument, so understanding this proactive step is vital. Question 2. What are the 2 distinct steps required to effectively address a counterargument? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the first is concession, acknowledging the opposing view, followed by refutation, stating why it is wrong or incomplete. This targets specific academic vocabulary and process. You must distinguish between concession, the agreement to a point, and refutation, which is your powerful counterclaim. Task achievement in Task 1 requires you not just to report data, but to interpret it. You must move beyond listing figures and instead focus on describing the underlying trends. Is the change steady? Was the growth exponential? Or did it plateau completely? The key is structuring your response logically. Start with a clear overview that summarizes the main findings before diving into granular details. Secondly, employ sophisticated language to describe movement. Instead of saying, it went up, use phrases like, witnessed a marked increase or soared dramatically. When describing trends, remember that your verbs and adverbs are doing most of the heavy lifting. Using varied vocabulary for change like plummeted versus declined elevates your writing instantly. Always ensure your overview captures the broadest picture before you tackle specific numbers. Here are 4 examples. The graph clearly illustrates a consistent upward trajectory for renewable sources. Beginning at just 5% in 1990, this sector saw remarkable growth, surpassing oil dependence by nearly 20% by the end of the period. Effective use of trajectory and comparative phrasing, surpassing. Notice how we use trajectory instead of just saying went up. This single word signals academic fluency. The note also shows we connected two ideas, growth plus comparison, in one focused sentence. Conversely, the consumption of coal remained relatively static throughout the 30-year span, maintaining a stable figure that peaked around 1995 before experiencing only minor fluctuations. Using conversely and vocabulary for stability, static, fluctuations. Starting with transition words like conversely's is vital because it signals to the reader exactly how your new information relates to the previous point. It creates a smooth, logical flow. By contrast, water usage experienced an erratic pattern. There was a sharp decline in the late 90s, followed by a moderate rebound that never quite reached its initial peak. Using erratic pattern and describing the sequence of changes. Describing patterns like erratics or rebound is much more powerful than simply stating dates. It shows you are analyzing the story the data tells, not just reading coordinates. Overall, while global production rates fluctuated considerably in the early years, a clear trend towards diversification became evident by 2020. Strong summary language focusing on overall significance, clear trend towards. This sentence is perfect for your overview. It doesn't list data, it identifies the most important overarching takeaway. This confirms to the examiner that you understand the main message. Let's compare four pairs. Oil production rose from 5 million to 10 million tons. Oil production saw a dramatic increase, rising from 5 to 10 million tons over the period. Using stronger verbs and adverbs for impact. The simple version is functional but dull. By changing rose to saw a dramatic increase, you immediately sound more academic and sophisticated. We are making your language vivid. In the early years, both sectors were similar in size. Initially, both sectors maintained comparable levels of output, suggesting parity at the start of the period. Using precise vocabulary, parity, and formal adverbs initially. When you use academic words like parity, you demonstrate a high level of lexical resource. This shows that you are comfortable with specialized, formal English. Gas usage stayed the same from 2010 to 2020. Between 2010 and 2020, gas consumption remained remarkably stable, showing little deviation from its previous rate. Adding nuance and descriptive adverbs, remarkably. The strong version adds little deviation, which is much more precise than simply saying stayed the same. It suggests that even if there were minor changes, they weren't significant. By 2015, renewable energy was higher than fossil fuels. By 2015, the proportion of renewable energy sources had surpassed that of traditional fossil fuels. Using relative phrasing, proportion, surpassed for comparison. The word surpassed is far more dynamic than simply was higher. Furthermore, specifying proportions directs the reader to a comparative analysis of shares or percentages. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, the number of people using the internet increased and also decreased. Strong, internet usage exhibited volatility, initially increasing before undergoing a noticeable decline later in the decade. Listing increased and also decreased is repetitive. The strong version uses descriptive nouns like volatility, which encapsulates both movements into one academic concept. Weak, according to the chart, the highest point was in 2005 because it went up a lot. Strong, the peak occurred in 2005, reaching its zenith due to marked growth over the preceding years. Avoiding causal language like because makes your writing sound more objective and analytical. Instead of stating a cause and effect simply, you describe the fact of the peak. Weak, in contrast to oil, solar power is rising strongly. Strong, compared with oil, solar power demonstrated robust growth throughout the period under review. Simple comparisons like is rising are too conversational. Using phrases such as demonstrated robust growth is formal and precise, improving your overall academic register. Here are 4 ways to practice. Select key features first. Do not try to cover every single data point. Identify the maximum, minimum, steady trend, and biggest change. These are your 4 focus points. The biggest mistake students make is attempting to report everything. You must be selective. Choose only the most statistically significant numbers to support your claims. Structure your narrative. Plan a clear pathway. Overview. Key trend. 1. Growth decline. Key comparison. Key comparison. Detail support. This guides the reader smoothly. Think of yourself as a guide leading the examiner through the data rather than just reading out numbers. This structured approach guarantees coherence and logical progression. Use complex grammar. Incorporate advanced structures like relative clauses, which, that, or conditional statements to link ideas elegantly. Using complex grammar isn't just for show. It allows you to embed multiple pieces of information into one cohesive sentence. This maximizes your score while maintaining clarity. Master the verbs. Create a mental bank of synonyms for increased, decreased, and remained. Examples include soared, dipped, plateaued, remained constant. Vocabulary variety is cornerstones of high-scoring writing. Always pre-plan these high-impact verbs so that when you are under time pressure, your language remains varied. When describing graphs and charts, simple words like went up or dropped down are insufficient. We need precise academic vocabulary to convey the speeds, magnitudes, and natures of change in data. This set of verbs and adjectives will help you move beyond basic descriptions into advanced analytical language. Mastering these terms significantly boosts your score when discussing trends. Remember, sophisticated English is about using the exact word for the exact concept. The key takeaway here is precision. Instead of just saying the numbers increased, think about how they increased. Was it a slow creep or a sudden boom? By learning vocabulary like surge and plummet, you are not just speaking English, you are analyzing the data with expert linguistic tools. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is fluctuate. Say it again, fluctuate. Fluctuate is a very useful academic verb that describes non-directional movement. It implies irregularity, which is key. Use this word when the data shows no clear pattern of increase or decrease, but rather a back and forth motion. The word is surge. Say it again, surge. A surge suggests speed, power, and sudden momentum. It is stronger than simply increasing. Think of it like a wave crashing. It's rapid, forceful, and noticeable. This verb is perfect for describing immediate market booms. The word is plummet. Say it again, plummet. If plummet is the opposite of surge, it means a rapid, dramatic descent. It carries a sense of gravity and speed. When you use this word, you are emphasizing that the decline was not gradual, but severe. The word is steady. Say it again, steady. If you need to describe slow, predictable growth, steadies is your go-to adjective. It suggests reliability and consistency. When describing long-term trends that are stable, using steady adds an air of measured confidence to your analysis. The word is volatile. Say it again, volatile. Volatile describes the qualities of the data, meaning it changes dramatically without a clear reason. It's more intense than just fluctuating. Use this when you want to warn your listener that predictions might be difficult. The word is peak. Okay, peak. While peaks can be a verb, it is most useful here as a noun to identify the absolute high point on a chart. This makes your language very specific when you are pointing out maximum values. Always pair this with phrases like reached its peaks or peaked at. Here are 5 examples. After the policy change, sales began to surge dramatically in the following month. Surge verb. Notice how surge immediately draws attention to the suddenness of the increase. This sentence is far more compelling than simply saying sales increased quickly. It paints a picture for your listener. Due to global climate factors, the sea levels tend to fluctuate year by year. 8. Verb. Here we use fluctuate because the changes in sea level aren't always massive or dramatic. They are more of a continuous, irregular movement. This shows a nuanced understanding of natural processes. The data showed a steady upward trend over the last 2 decades. Steady adjective. Using steady implies time and consistency. It suggests that while there might have been minor dips, the overall direction is reliable and predictable. This is excellent for summarizing long-term growth patterns. The commodity market remains highly volatile due to geopolitical instability. Volatile adjective. When you use highly volatile, you are not blaming the data, you are identifying a systemic risk. This is high-level language that signals deep understanding of complex, unpredictable systems. After reaching its peak in May, revenue began to plummet sharply through the rest of the year. Peak noun, plummet verb. This sentence combines 2 powerful words. By mentioning peaking first and then describing the subsequent fall with plummet, you create a clear narrative arc for your data description. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, increase. Compare it with surge. General versus sudden, forceful. Remember, increase is the general term we use when speaking English in general. However, if you want to emphasize that the jump was immediate and very powerful, always upgrade it to surge. The difference shifts your description from merely factual to dramatically engaging. First, decline. Compare it with plummet. Mild general versus extreme rapid. A decline is a polite academic word for any drop. But if the graph shows a vertical freefall, you must use plummet. Using plummet instantly and dramatically conveys the severity of the fall to your audience. Fluctuate. Compare it with volatile. Process, verb versus quality, adjective. This is a common point of confusion. Fluctuates describes the action, the back and forth process itself. Volatile describes the nature or inherent character of the thing that is doing the fluctuating. First, steady. Compare it with stable. Consistency, long-term versus unchanging, short-term. While often interchangeable, steady usually implies a slow, predictable evolution over time. Stable, however, suggests that the data point is resistant to change. It's settled and reliable in the short term. Here are 4 ways to practice. Locution grouping. Practice linking verbs with their specific prepositions and adverbs. Example, plummet dramatically, surge significantly. Don't just learn the word, learn how it behaves grammatically. By grouping collocations, you make your language sound much more natural and native-like. Always check which adverbs pair best with high-impact verbs like plunge or soar. Picture walkthroughs. Take any random graph stock prices, rainfall, etc., and force yourself to describe it using only our target vocabulary. Record yourself doing this. Active output is the best way to solidify these concepts. When you are forced to use volatile or steady in real time, your brain makes stronger connections. The goal here is fluency and instant recall. The opposite game. When practicing vocabulary, always think of the direct opposite. If you learn surge, immediately define its opposite, a slow decline. This method builds lexical depth by forcing you to consider antonyms and their appropriate context. It helps prevent you from using an incorrect word just because it sounds similar to the correct one. Review and reuse. When you write or speak next week, pick 3 vocabulary words from this lesson and intentionally include them. Do not wait for a chart. The best way to move vocabulary from short-term memory to long-term fluency is consistent, deliberate reuse. Force yourself into the conversation with these high-level terms. This cements them permanently in your academic arsenal. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global energy consumption started to surge rapidly after the last decade. However, this growth was highly volatile, showing sharp dips when recessions hit. While some sectors maintained a steady upward trajectory, others began to plummet dramatically towards their lowest trough. Analysts note that predicting future trends remains challenging due to market instability. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means increased suddenly and rapidly. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is surge. The paragraph uses surge perfectly here because it describes an immediate, powerful start to consumption. Notice how the text contrasts this sudden start with later dips, showing the full range of these verbs. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the global economy is currently exhibiting volatile behavior. When creating your own sentences, try to embed the word within a complex structure. Instead of just stating, it is volatile, explain why or when it is volatile. This boosts both accuracy and complexity in your speaking. When we speculate about how past decisions or hypothetical policy changes affect the present or future, we use advanced conditional structures. The key here is distinguishing what could have been from what's is. We often employ the third conditional if plus, had plus past participle, would have plus be thirdo discuss missed opportunities in policy. However, for a current outcome based on a past action, mixed conditionals are invaluable tools. Remember that these structures allow us to move beyond simple predictions and engage in sophisticated academic debate. The most challenging part of conditionality is managing time shifts. Don't just try to memorize the forms, focus on why you are shifting time. Are you regretting a policy decision from 5 years ago or predicting an outcome based on current legislative inertia? Understanding that if clause sets up a hypothetical reality is half the battle. Here are 5 examples. If the board had funded renewable research last decade, we would have reached carbon neutrality by now. Third conditional, past action, tollers, present result. This example is perfect for policy discussions because it addresses a clear missed opportunity. They had funded anchors us to the past, while would have reached shows the present impossibility of that outcome. If the government revised its tax bracket system, small businesses could afford to expand significantly. Second conditional, hypothetical present to hypothetical present. Hypothetical present. Here we are discussing a current policy adjustment. The second conditional helps us explore ideal scenarios that are contrary to the present reality but should be considered. If technology hadn't advanced so quickly, medicine would still rely on more natural remedies. Mixed conditional, past condition, tollers, present result. This mixed structure is excellent for comparing historical context with modern realities. It suggests that a past condition fundamentally altered our present state of affairs. They would face immediate backlash if they proposed such radical legislative changes. Type 2 modal, hypothetical future warning. Sometimes we don't need a full if clause. Using modals like would or could allows us to warn about probable outcomes without needing to state the exact condition. If stricter emission standards were implemented years ago, global climate change would be less severe today. Mixed conditional, past condition toller, present result. Notice how were is used for the hypothetical past condition. This structure allows us to criticize or analyze historical governmental inaction directly and powerfully. Let's compare 4 pairs. Conditional, if we reduce spending, the economy would stabilize. Simple future, we will reduce spending and the economy will stabilize. Hypothetical versus certainty. The key difference lies in certainty. Conditionals explore possibilities. It might happen. Simple future statements are presented as facts or guaranteed predictions, requiring less nuance. Modal of deduction. The policy must be difficult to implement. Conditional. If they implemented the policy, it would be difficult. Deduction versus condition. Modals of deduction allow you to draw a conclusion based on limited evidence. You are reasoning now. The conditional requires you to invent an entire scenario first and then predict the outcome. Mixed conditional. If they hadn't cut funding, we would have better research. Third conditional. If they had cut funding, we wouldn't have that research. Past action focus. The third conditional focuses on the result of a past action. the mixed conditional links that past failure to a lasting change in our current state or reality. Simple past. They debated the policy extensively. Conditional, if they had debated it, we wouldn't know this much. Fact versus hypothesis. Using the simple past simply reports a completed event. Using the conditional implies that the debate did not happen, and thus our current knowledge level is different. Fill in the blank with the correct full. If the government blank stricter carbon taxes last year, emissions would be lower now. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had implemented. This requires a mixed conditional. The if clause must refer to a past action that has an effect on our present reality. This structure is perfect for criticizing historical policy lapses. If funding were increased, scientists blank breakthrough medical treatments. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would develop. Because we are discussing a general, hypothetical possibility in the present, the second conditional is appropriate. We are not talking about past failure or guaranteed future success. If they blank this environmental report, the committee would change its stance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is saw. This uses the simple second conditional structure. It sets up a clear hypothetical condition, seeing the reporto predict a likely reaction from the committee. We blanked this outcome if we had followed the original sustainability model. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have avoided. This is a third conditional statement. We're looking back at policy history and speculating on a negative result that did not happen because of an earlier failure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect subject-verb agreement. If the budget cuts was approved, we would have fewer resources. Correct. If the budget cuts were approved, we would have fewer resources. Remember that in hypothetical clauses, especially those involving if, English often uses the subjunctive mood. Even if the subject is plural or singular, using were for conditionality sounds more formal and academic. Incorrect tense type mismatch. If they change the law, climate will get better. Correct. If they change the law, the climate would improve. You mixed a simple present in the if clause with a simple future prediction. When speculating about hypothetical policies, always default to the second conditional structure, past tense and with past base verb. Incorrect. Mixing structures. I wish we had implemented these changes last year. Correct. If we had implemented these changes last year, things would be different now. While I wish is a common way to speculate, expanding it into a full conditional sentence adds academic weight. It explicitly shows the link between the unfulfilled past action and the current speculative outcome. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The City Council is debating strict new zoning laws. The opposition argues that if the rules were too rigid, economic growth would slow dramatically. They suggest that a phased implementation, starting with voluntary compliance over 5 years, would be more effective. Many experts believe this gradual approach allows businesses to adapt without sudden market shock. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If they'd invest in public transport earlier, traffic congestion wouldn't be so bad today. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if they had invested in public transport earlier, traffic congestion wouldn't be so bad today. This is a common mistake with past perfect verbs. Remember that the third conditional requires the had auxiliary verb followed by the past participle, which for invest is invested. Focus deeply on getting those 3 parts correct. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point to speculate about future global policy changes. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if international treaties mandate sustainable sourcing, supply chains would undergo massive restructuring within the next decade. When formulating your own speculative sentences, try varying the conditional type don't stick only to third conditionals. Mixing and matching time frames like this shows a high level of grammatical control. When examiners listen for your lexical resource, they are not just counting unique words. They are assessing the natural fit and appropriateness of your vocabulary within a complex argument. This means moving beyond simple synonyms and successfully integrating advanced phrasal verbs and idiomatic structures. The goal is to sound articulate, precise, and spontaneous, making your speech flow naturally from one sophisticated idea to the next. Remember that sounding academic doesn't mean speaking robotically. The key is integration. These complex phrases must feel natural when you speak them. Practice weaving these structures into full sentences rather than reciting them in isolation. This technique moves you from merely knowing vocabulary to truly mastering fluent, sophisticated English. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it bears mentioning that, bus. Say it again. It bears mentioning that. This phrase is excellent because it signals to the listener that you are about to offer a nuanced perspective, not just a simple fact. Use this when your argument needs a slight pivot or an important qualification. It shows intellectual maturity in your response. The word is, while I appreciate the premise, one must consider. Say it again. While I appreciate the premise, one must consider. By acknowledging the other person's point first, you soften your opposition while maintaining strong critical thought. The word is, this naturally leads us to question whether. Say it again. This naturally leads us to question whether. Do not just use simple connecting words like so or therefore. This phrase creates a smooth, logical trajectory between ideas, demonstrating that your thinking process is structured and coherent. It elevates your discourse marker game. The word is, on a related note, it's worth noting. Say it again. On a related note, it's worth noting. This is perfect when you need to introduce a secondary but related piece of evidence without losing the thread of your main argument. It shows that you can navigate complex discussion points gracefully and logically. The word is, all things considered, the most immediate impact is. Say it again, all things considered, the most immediate impact is. Use this when you have presented multiple viewpoints and need to synthesize them into one strong, conclusive statement. It signals that your thought process is reaching its final, most critical point. Let's compare 4 pairs. The problem will come up later. This issue is likely to surface in subsequent discussions. Formalizing predictions. Notice the shift from come up to surface. Academic English favors higher register verbs that are more precise. Instead of vague phrasal verbs, aim for single strong nouns and verbs like ameliorate or mitigate. We need to figure out a plan. We must formulate a comprehensive strategy, replacing simple action verbs. The difference here is moving from the informal figure out to formulate. This shows that you can handle abstract, complex topics with appropriate academic vocabulary. Always consider if there's a single Latinate verb available. It brought about big changes. This has resulted in substantial systemic change. High-level causality. Instead of the slightly casual brought about, use formal constructions like resulted in or catalyzed. These phrases are robust and highly respected by examiners because they demonstrate precise understanding of cause and effect. The policy kind of slowed down development. The policy has somewhat impeded economic growth. Improving descriptive power. Replacing kinda is easy, but replacing slowed down with impeded or stifled shows a deeper grasp of meaning. Adjectives like substantial, systemic, and comprehensive are your best friends for raising the formality level. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammar slip, subject-verb agreement. The environmental impact are very big. Correction, precision, and grammar. The environmental impact is quite significant. Be careful with collective nouns and abstract concepts. They often take singular verbs. Additionally, replacing very bigs with quite significant instantly adds polish and sophisticated vocabulary. filler words and hedging. The studies show that better clarity and formality. For instance, academic research demonstrates that minimizing fillers is crucial for fluency. Instead of resorting to use specific signposts like, for instance, or to illustrate. These phrases guide the listener and make you sound more confident. Vagueness and overstatement. So, I think we should change everything about the education system. Better specificity and register. Therefore, a fundamental overhaul of the current educational framework is warranted. Avoid sweeping generalizations like change everything. Instead, use measured language words like overhaul, framework, or warranted sound, much more considered and academic. Specificity is key to a high band score. Here are 4 ways to practice. Advanced shadowing techniques. Don't just repeat. Focus on the rhythm. Listen to podcasts and shadow specific complex transitions, like how native speakers smoothly transition between points. When shadowing, pay attention not only to what they say, but how they pause and stress words. This helps you internalize the natural cadence that makes advanced speech sound effortless rather than rehearsed. The idea mapping drill. Take a complex article, like one from The Economist, give yourself 60 seconds and force yourself to orally link 5 distinct concepts using the new linking phrases we practiced. This drill mimics the real-time pressure of speaking tests. By focusing on connecting disparate ideas, you train your brain to access high-level vocabulary under time constraint, which is exactly what examiners want to hear. Recording for self-correction. Record yourself discussing a topic and then listen back, specifically hunting for moments where you used simplistic language or repeated the same structure. Self-critique is invaluable. When listening back, don't judge your ideas, only judge your slanguage. Circle every time you could have replaced very good with commendables or discuss with delve into. Timed response drills 3 minutes. Set a timer for 3 minutes and force yourself to speak continuously on a single topic, incorporating the target phrasal verbs naturally throughout your monologue. Fluency requires endurance. By setting strict time limits, you prevent yourself from rambling or falling back into comfortable, simple language patterns. This technique builds conversational stamina while forcing lexical sophistication. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are discussing the future of urban centers. Describe whether the increasing trend of remote work will fundamentally change how people live in cities. You should cover the impact on city infrastructure, changes to social interaction and community life, potential positive outcomes for quality of life. Aim to speak for 2 minutes, incorporating at least 2 advanced phrasal verbs. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear thesis statement and well-developed opposing views. Do not just list pros, analyze how they interact. Structure is paramount here. Start with a strong position. Use those advanced phrases like, while I appreciate the premise, to address counterarguments. And conclude by synthesizing your main points using language such as, all things considered. This shows holistic thinking. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to sustain a high academic register while maintaining natural fluency. Practice linking complex ideas with transitional structures. Focus on the connective tissue between your thoughts. Use those nuanced markers. This naturally leads us to question, or on a related note, to ensure your speech flows like a coherent academic presentation, not just a list of points. Subordinating conjunctions are powerful linguistic tools that help us build complex sentences. Think of them as relationship signposts. They signal how one idea depends on another. These conjunctions introduce a dependent clausier group of words that cannot stand alone. They link this dependent clause to an independent clause, which can speak by itself. Mastering these links allows you to show cause, condition, time, or contrast in your writing and speaking. It's important to remember that subordination is all about showing hierarchy. You aren't just listing ideas, you are explaining the relationship between them. Using a conjunction like because tells the listener that one idea is the direct reason for another, adding analytical depth to your communication. Here are 5 examples. Although the rain was heavy, we continued our hike. Contrast although. Notice how, although introduces a concession way, expected us to stop, but we didn't. This structure immediately elevates your writing from simple statements to thoughtful arguments. We arrived late because the train was delayed. Because. When you start a sentence with because, always remember that comma rule. The dependent clause is at the beginning, so it needs that pause to separate it from the main idea. If you study regularly, you will improve your grades. Condition, if. This example uses a condition. The if clause sets up the necessary circumstances. Without studying, the outcome simply doesn't happen. This is key for discussing policies or outcomes. When the alarm sounded, everyone evacuated quickly. The when. Using when helps sequence events precisely in time. It gives your narrative a strong sense of flow and causality that simple listing cannot achieve. Unless the budget increases, the project will be postponed. Negative condition, unless. The conjunction unless means if not. This is a powerful way to present constraints or necessary prerequisites, adding formal weight to your claims. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Elevating complexity. Moving from simple coordination to complex structures. Using conjunctions moves you beyond basic sentence linking. It shows the listener or reader that your thoughts are interconnected and nuanced, which is a key marker of advanced fluency. Showing logical depth. Defining relationships like necessity, contrast, or time sequence. Instead of just stating 2 facts side by side, you are now explaining why they relate. You are presenting an argument, not just a list of observations. Improving speaking flow. Making spoken English sound more academic and cohesive. When you speak fluently, your speech should feel like one continuous thought process. Subordinating conjunctions help the listener track that sophisticated line of reasoning. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Some learners say, she walked home because it was raining. The better way to say this is, she walked home because it was raining. This sentence is actually correct, illustrating proper comma placement when the conjunction introduces a clause following the main statement. Don't say, because of the delay, we missed the start. Say, because the train was delayed, we missed the start. Be careful not to confuse because of with a conjunction. Because of is a prepositional phrase followed by a noun, while because introduces an entire clause with a subject and verb. Don't say, when finished, the report was submitted. Say, when the report was finished, it was submitted. This error is called a dangling modifier. The initial clause needs to clearly specify who or what is performing the action mentioned in the main part of the sentence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify your core relationship. Before writing or speaking, ask yourself, is this idea a cause, effect, condition, or contrast? If you know the function, this type of relationship, you can quickly select the precise conjunction needed. This pre-planning step dramatically improves your rhetorical accuracy. Practice varying structures. Don't start every complex sentence with although. Mix up starting clauses to keep listeners engaged. Try embedding the dependent clause in the middle of the sentence rather than just always leading with it. This variety makes your speech sound less predictable and more sophisticated. Focus on if and unless. These are high-level conjunctions perfect for academic discussions about policy and outcomes. Whenever you are discussing hypotheticals or necessary criteria, these words are your best friends. They allow you to explore possibilities without making definitive statements. Read aloud for flow. Always read your complex sentences out loud to check the rhythm and natural pause points. Writing something that looks grammatically correct on paper can still sound stilted when spoken. Reading it aloud helps you find where a slight comma adjustment will make the entire sentence flow perfectly. Building complex sentences means combining multiple related ideas into one grammatically cohesive unit. It requires understanding how different clause independent, dependent, and relative interact seamlessly. The goal is not just to string words together, but to show the logical relationship between all your points. This advanced skill allows you to express nuanced arguments with greater academic weight. In IELTS writing, this demonstrates a high level of grammatical control and sophisticated thought. Remember that complexity isn't about length, it's about precision. When you use multiple clauses correctly, you signal to the examiner that your thoughts are deeply connected and structured. Think of these sentences as miniature research papers, where every piece of information supports a central claim. Here are 4 examples. Although technology has increased global connectivity, the resulting over-reliance on digital communication often hinders genuine face-to-face interaction. Uses an adverbial clause, although, to set up a contrast immediately. Notice how although establishes a clear tension between 2 ideas. This structure allows you to present a counter-argument gracefully, which is highly effective in academic writing. The government must invest heavily in public transportation networks, ensuring that all citizens, regardless of socio-economic status, have reliable access to employment centers. Uses a non-restrictive clause, regardless of, to add necessary detail about the scope of the policy. This example uses an appositive phrase and a dependent clause together. This shows that your argument isn't just general, it has specific, equitable implications for all groups. Experts suggest adapting educational curricula to incorporate practical skills, which will better prepare students for the rapidly evolving demands of the modern job market. Uses a relative clause which, to modify and elaborate on the main action, adapting curricula, the use of which efficiently modifies the entire preceding idea. This is much tighter than using 2 separate sentences, creating better flow and academic resonance. Having implemented stricter environmental regulations last year, the company significantly reduced its operational carbon footprint while maintaining profitability. Starts with a perfect participial phrase, having implemented, to establish cause and effect immediately. Starting with a participle creates immediate momentum. It tells the reader why the main action happened first, giving your argument a strong sense of causality and proactive thought. Let's compare 4 pairs. Poor infrastructure limits economic growth. Also, people cannot get to work easily. Because poor infrastructure severely limits economic growth, many citizens find it difficult to commute to viable employment centers. Combining 2 short, choppy sentences into one flowing cause and effect statement. The weak version feels like a list of complaints. By subordinating the second idea with because, we show that the lack of infrastructure is the direct cause of the commuting difficulty. We need better water management. This is important because climate change increases drought risk. Given that climate change escalates the risk of severe droughts, enhancing regional water management systems is critically urgent. Using a prepositional phrase, given that, at the start to introduce the premise before making the main argument. Starting with, given that immediately sets the necessary context. It elevates your tone from merely stating facts to analyzing underlying conditions. The government should teach coding skills. These skills help people in new jobs today. Training students in modern coding skills, which are increasingly vital, will better equip them for the dynamic demands of 21st century labor markets. Using a relative clause to seamlessly insert explanatory information without breaking the sentence's flow. The phrase "which are increasingly vitals" acts as an elegant parenthetical explanation. It adds depth without needing separate, choppy sentences. Solar energy is good. Many countries should use it more to fight climate change. As global efforts intensify to mitigate climate change, increasing the adoption of solar energy sources presents a crucial opportunity for numerous nations. Starting with a complex introductory phrase, as global efforts intensify, that sets the stage and frames the argument globally. This structure immediately places your idea within a larger, urgent global dialogue. It moves beyond simple suggestion to strategic analysis. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma spliced choppy. The data showed a clear increase in usage. This suggests people are using the internet more. subordinating clause, because the data showed a clear increase in usage, it strongly suggests that public reliance on the internet is growing. A comma splice happens when you join two complete sentences with only a comma. By using because, we grammatically establish that one idea causes the other, making your logic undeniable. Dangling modifier, walking quickly through the park, the city was beautiful. Clear subject linkage, walking quickly through the park, I found the city to be incredibly beautiful. A dangling modifier is when the subject performing the action isn't clear. You must ensure that the noun doing the walking is also the actual person who found the city beautiful. Misplaced modifier, the solution, focusing on education reform, was rejected by lawmakers. Clarity and placement, lawmakers rejected the proposed solution, which focused heavily on educational reform. The word focusing needs to be attached correctly. By placing the modifying clause after solution, we clarify that it was the content of the solution, not the lawmakers, that failed. Here are 4 ways to practice. The triple point method. Identify 3 connected ideas: A cause, B action process, and C result. Link them using because, thus, and a relative clause. Instead of writing the sentence, write these 3 points down first. This forces you to map out the causal chain before worrying about grammar, ensuring your complex structure is logically sound. The parenthetical pause. Use non-restrictive clauses, often with which, to add supporting detail without stopping the main flow of thought. Think of this as an academic aside extra, valuable information. Using commas around these phrases shows excellent control and deepens your analysis. The causal chain mapping. When discussing policy or science, always map X leads to Y, which consequently causes Z. Build the sentence in that order. This technique helps you build momentum. You are not just listing facts, you are illustrating a chain reaction of cause and effect, which is key for high scores. The transitional sentence skeleton. Before writing the main complex sentence, write a simple skeleton. Although idea 1 happens, idea 2 remains true. Then expand each bracketed section. This scaffolding technique gives you instant structure. It ensures that your core contrast or concession is established first, giving maximum impact to the final complex sentence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that governments should subsidize space exploration for scientific advancement. Others believe these funds would be better spent addressing immediate terrestrial issues like poverty or climate change. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must demonstrate balance by discussing 2 opposing viewpoints, while maintaining a complex grammatical structure throughout to link these contrasting ideas. The challenge here is not just listing pros and cons. You need transitional complexity structures that manage contrast or concession within one sentence, like, although X is true, Y remains more critical because... Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, developing several highly complex sentences in the introduction and conclusion. Use clauses to frame every argument within a broader academic context. Don't wait until the body paragraphs to use advanced structures. Set the tone immediately. By using complexity early, you establish your command of English grammar right from the start. Academic writing demands absolute grammatical precision. 2 common pitfalls are subject-verb agreement errors and inconsistent tense usage. But remember that the verb must always agree with its true subject in number, singular or plural. Furthermore, once you establish a primary narrative tense often, the simple present for academic facts, you must maintain it throughout your argument. Maintaining consistency signals polish and sophistication to the examiner. These errors are not just minor slip-ups, they undermine your authority as an academic writer. When the grammar wavers, the reader's focus shifts from your brilliant ideas to the mechanical mistakes. Treat these rules like structural beams. If they fail, the entire argument can collapse. Here are 4 examples. The unprecedented rise in global temperatures necessitates urgent policy changes across multiple sectors. Effective use of the plural subject, temperatures, controlling a singular verb necessitates. Notice how rise is the true subject here, making the sentence grammatically airtight. This mastery prevents abrupt shifts in grammatical focus and builds flow. Historical data suggests that education spending consistently correlates with improved health outcomes. The simple present tense is maintained when discussing general or historical truths. When writing about established academic findings, the simple present tense is your safest bet. It presents these facts as enduring realities rather than temporary observations. Many factors, economic shifts, and cultural resistance influence how communities adopt new technologies. Handling compound list subjects correctly, factors, is plural, controlling a verb that matches the plurality. This example shows you can handle complex subject structures. Always locate the core noun that dictates whether your main verb must be singular or plural. While early researchers believed X was true, modern studies now suggest alternative explanations. Smoothly transitioning between past, belief, and present, current knowledge, controlling tense shifts effectively. The key here is managing the timeline. You acknowledge what was previously thought in the past tense, but anchor your current argument firmly in the present perfect or simple present. Let's compare 4 pairs. The evidence suggests that social media affects mental health. The evidence suggests that social media affects mental health. Fixing SVA, evidence, is an uncountable singular noun. This simple fix demonstrates how confusing collective nouns can be. Always pause and ask yourself if the subject treats the concept as one whole unit or multiple individual parts. The government implemented policies that changing society quickly. The government implemented policies that changed society quickly. Fixing tense, the action changing must match the past context of implementation. When describing a completed event in your essay, stick to clear past tense verbs. Using an incorrect participle can create ambiguity about when the change occurred. Climate change and pollution are major issue worldwide. Climate change and pollution are major issues worldwide. Fixing plurality, both issues plural and worldwide, adverb conceptually pluralized, need adjustment. Remember that subject-verb agreement also extends to general nouns. If you list multiple topics, make sure the noun count matches your descriptor. The study has revealed a pattern which are not immediately obvious. Fixing agreement, the relative pronoun which refers back to the singular noun pattern. This is a common trap involving compound subjects and relative clauses. Identify what which is replacing that singular noun dictates your verb. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Data are increasingly used by researchers. Strong. Data is increasingly used by researchers. While data historically means plural, in modern academic writing, it is often treated as a singular mass noun. Using the singular verb is safer and more common practice today. Weak. If governments will invest more money, poverty decrease. Strong. If governments invested more money, poverty would decrease. This corrects a mixed conditional structure. To talk about hypothetical or unlikely conditions, you must use the past simple in both the if clause and the main result. Weak. The biodiversity of rainforests are threatened by logging. Strong. The biodiversity of rainforests is threatened by logging. Crucially, in this sentence, biodiversity itself is the single subject. The prepositional phrase of rainforests gives context but does not change the core singular noun. Here are 4 ways to practice. The subject test SVA. Mentally remove all prepositional phrases. The noun remaining must match the verb number. This is a powerful diagnostic tool for complex sentences. Getting rid of distracting information allows you to see the true structural relationship between your subject and your verb. The tense roadmap. Map out time markers, e.g. since 2020, currently, historically, before writing, ensuring tense agreement. Do not wait until the end to check tenses. By creating a roadmap first, you guide yourself toward inevitable temporal shifts and maintain narrative integrity. The noun-verb anchor. For every sentence, underline the primary subject noun and its corresponding verb. If they don't agree, flag it. This tactile method of underlining forces you to slow down and physically confirm agreement. It turns a passive grammar check into an active, measurable skill. The revision read-through. Read your essay aloud, focusing only on the verbs and their subjects. Listen for unnatural pauses. Reading aloud is perhaps the most underrated editing technique. Your ear will often catch an awkward grammatical mismatch that your academic eye might skip over. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that universal basic income, UBI, is the necessary response to job displacement by automation. Others claim UBI disincentivizes work and creates economic dependency. Discuss both views and suggest a balanced policy approach. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must maintain consistency when discussing current trends, simple present, while also acknowledging historical or potential changes, conditional future forms. The prompt requires you to analyze a contemporary debate, so using the simple present tense for general facts is ideal. However, because you are suggesting solutions, don't neglect conditional structures like governments should consider. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, a strong response will dedicate clear topic sentences to each differing viewpoint while ensuring every verb in those sections aligns with the intended time. Remember that grammatical accuracy supports coherence. If your argument shifts between historical data and modern proposals, ensure your tense shift is grammatically justified and smooth. When an examiner is assessing your speaking depth, they are not just looking for accurate information, they are listening for the complexity of your thought process. Excellent answers move beyond simple description by providing causation, consequence, and nuanced examples. You need to explain the why behind your claims and elaborate on the how something might impact others. Think about structuring your response around evidence and analysis rather than just listing facts. Remember that true depth isn't about using massive vocabulary, it's about showing intellectual flexibility. If you can explain a simple concept like recycling using cause and effect chains, you demonstrate mastery of complex English thought patterns. Always aim to provide at least 2 layers of detail for every main point you make. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to illustrate this point, I would argue that. Say it again. To illustrate this point, I would argue that. This phrase is perfect for when you need to transition from a general statement into concrete proof. Instead of just saying, it's good, use this structure to introduce an illustrative example, making your argument feel solid and well-researched. The word is, the primary consequence of this trend is, pie. Say it again, the primary consequence of this trend is. This type of phrasing immediately elevates your answer from simple opinion to academic analysis. You are signaling that you understand the systemic implications, which shows a high level of critical thinking and vocabulary control. The word is, on a deeper level, I believe that. Say it again, on a deeper level, I believe that. Use this phrase when you want to deepen the conversation right after discussing surface-level issues. It tells the listener, wait, there's more nuance here, allowing you to introduce a less obvious but critical perspective. The word is, this is intrinsically linked to. Say it again, this is intrinsically linked to. When you use this, you are demonstrating advanced command of relational grammar. It moves your answer beyond simple listing and shows the listener that you understand how different ideas feed into one another. The word is. One potential drawback we should consider is bus. Say it again. One potential drawback we should consider is. A truly advanced speaker doesn't just present positives, they anticipate weaknesses. By introducing a perceived drawback, you demonstrate balanced thinking and critical engagement with the topic material. Let's compare 4 pairs. It basically means, in essence, it suggests formal analysis opener. The shift here is from casual explanation to academic definition. By using in essence, you signal that your answer will be precise and highly structured, which is ideal for discussing abstract concepts. A lot of people think it is widely perceived that stating general opinion, when you are referring to public belief, always use formal framing. Widely perceived adds authority and academic distance, suggesting you are discussing societal trends rather than just personal assumptions. Like, it helps with, specifically, it facilitates. Giving an example, never use vague filler words like in formal speaking. Replacing them with strong verbs and precise signposting phrases, such as specifically, makes your examples sound intentional and authoritative. It's super important too. It is paramount that we prioritize stating importance. Elevate the verb choice. Instead of saying something is important, use vocabulary like paramount or crucial. This immediately raises your lexical resource score and adds weight to your argument. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Simple statement. So, I guess that technology is good because it connects people. End. Elaborated thesis. While technology certainly facilitates connection, a more significant benefit is the immediate access to specialized knowledge, which empowers individuals globally. The mistake here was simply listing benefits. The correction shows you are analyzing why it connects people and what the deeper impact of that connection is. Knowledge access, in this case. Vagueness generalization. I think climate change is bad because we use cars a lot. Systemic detail. The escalating carbon emissions from private vehicles contribute significantly to global warming, which necessitates a systemic shift towards sustainable public transport infrastructure. Don't stop at the obvious cause. To deepen your answer, you must identify the system that needs fixing. Naming carbon emissions and suggesting infrastructure shifts shows depth. Hesitation, deflection. It's hard to say, I don't know what you mean. Strategic refocusing. That's a complex question. To provide the most detailed response, could we perhaps focus on the economic factors involved? A filler phrase is far worse than needing to pause. Instead, use a phrase like this to buy time while simultaneously guiding the conversation back to an area you are confident discussing in depth. Here are 4 ways to practice. The White House expansion drill. Pick any simple statement, e.g., I like coffee, and practice expanding it by force, feeding yourself 3 follow-up questions. Why? How? What is the consequence? This drill forces you out of your comfort zone of surface detail. It trains your brain to immediately transition from a simple claim into an analytical discussion, which is exactly what examiners want. The counter-argument role-play. Pretend someone disagrees with everything you say. Practice responding not by defending yourself, but by calmly acknowledging their point before pivoting to a more complex counterpoint. This technique is excellent for improving fluency under pressure and mastering polite disagreement. It shows the examiner that you can logically dismantle an opposing viewpoint while maintaining politeness. The vocabulary deep dive. Take 5 common nouns, e.g. problem, change, success, and practice using them in 5 different high-level academic collocations, e.g. socioeconomic problem, paradigm shift, sustainable success. By pairing basic words with advanced structures, you achieve 2 goals simultaneously, expanding your vocabulary and improving your ability to sound highly academic and analytical. The timed elaboration challenge. Give yourself 30 seconds after a prompt. Do not speak until the timer ends. Then, force yourself to speak for 2 full minutes using only phrases that add depth, e.g. Furthermore, consequently, to elaborate, the silence before speaking is critical because it allows your brain time to shift from thinking of a simple answer to constructing a multi-layered argument. Use the pause strategically, not just out of panic. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine discussing how technology is changing the nature of work. This topic requires you to move beyond listing gadgets and instead analyze impact. Points to cover: the shift from office work to remote labor, the necessity of new skills, e.g., emotional intelligence, digital literacy. ICE, potential long-term social impacts. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must create a narrative arc. Start with a clear statement, the change, analyze the cause-effect chain, and conclude with a solution or prediction. Do not just list points. Focus on showing connections between ideas rather than presenting them as separate facts. A strong speaker weaves these points together using cohesive devices to create one continuous stream of insightful thought. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, demonstrate advanced causal linking and conditional speculation. Use phrases like, this trend will inevitably lead to, or should we fail to adapt. The consequence would be, P. Conditionals allow you to speculate convincingly without having definitive proof, which is key for academic discussion. This ability to discuss hypothetical future outcomes elevates your performance significantly. Timed essay writing is not just about getting words on the page, it's a performance test. It requires you to fluidly execute multiple skills simultaneously: coherence, grammatical accuracy, advanced vocabulary usage, and structural integrity. The key rule here is efficiency. You must synthesize all these elements under pressure without sacrificing quality. For IELTS, this simulates real academic writing where time constraints are expected. Mastering this means moving past simply knowing the rules and achieving automatic recall of complex structures. The goal of integrated practice is to train your writing muscle memory so that sophisticated language use feels natural and immediate. When you write under a clock, you don't have time to pause and check every conjugation. Therefore, practicing speed and accuracy together is crucial for high scores. Here are 4 examples. The escalating prevalence of urban sprawl necessitates a paradigm shift in municipal planning, demanding the re-evaluation of car-centric infrastructure. Uses high academic register and sophisticated vocabulary, paradigm shift necessitating. Notice how necessitates immediately elevates the tone. Using collocations like escalating prevalence sounds far more authoritative than simply saying more and more. Always aim to replace common verbs with stronger, more precise synonyms. While some argue that economic growth is paramount, this perspective fails to account for the cumulative damage caused by unchecked industrial output. Employs concessive clauses, while, effectively to introduce counter-arguments smoothly. The use of while here doesn't just link ideas, it signals a nuanced debate. This structure is perfect because it shows the examiner you can acknowledge an opposing view before firmly refuting it. It is only by implementing robust global regulations that we can mitigate the adverse consequences of deep-sea mining. Uses inversion only by, for emphasis and advanced sentence structure. Inversions like this are powerful tools to draw attention to a crucial point or condition. They immediately signal fluency and grammatical mastery, making your writing sound highly polished. Consequently, policymakers must pivot toward decentralized renewable energy sources if they wish to secure long-term climate resilience. Strong conclusion using precise linking adverbs and expert vocabulary, pivot, resilience. The word consequently provides clear logical flow. Pairing strong verbs like pivots with abstract nouns like resilience showcases a high level of academic command over both action and concept. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should do more about climate change. Governments must implement stricter policies to address the urgent crisis of climate change. Replacing vague language with specific, formal terminology. This comparison shows the immediate shift in tone. Instead of sounding like an opinion piece, the strong version adopts a formal, policy-driven register expected in academic writing. Because people use phones too much, it is bad for their focus. Given the pervasive nature of mobile phone usage, cognitive function and attention spans are demonstrably deteriorating, moving from simple cause-effect because to complex causal relationships. By utilizing given the pervasive nature, you signal sophisticated vocabulary while structurally linking the cause to its measurable effect. This level of specificity is what separates Band 6 from Band 8 writing. If we change things, maybe it will be better. Should radical reforms be implemented, a significantly improved quality of life could subsequently materialize. Using conditional structures, e.g., should plus subject plus verb for formal speculation. The structure should X happen is much more advanced than a simple if. It's a highly elegant way to speculate on policy outcomes while maintaining a confident academic voice. I think education is important for people's future. Education serves as the primary catalyst for socio-economic mobility and individual advancement in modern society. Shifting from personal opinion, I think, to objective, authoritative statements. Never start a formal essay with, I think. Instead, use strong topic sentences that make a declarative assertion. This immediately positions your writing as an academic analysis rather than a personal reflection. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wordy nominalized, the increasing use of technology leads to the acceleration of poor communication. Concise active voice, increased reliance on technology accelerates the decline of effective communication skills. Watch out for nominalization, where you use abstract nouns like acceleration instead of powerful verbs. Converting these back to active voice makes your writing punchier and far more direct. Too general weak claim. It is generally true that people are happier when they have money. Nuanced qualified argument, while correlation exists, attributing personal happiness solely to wealth oversimplifies complex human motivations. Avoid sweeping generalizations like generally true. Instead, introduce nuance by acknowledging the complexity of the issue. This demonstrates critical thinking and raises your argumentative level. Informal vocabulary repetitive. Many people have to study hard and they need good teachers. Academic collocations precision. For effective learning outcomes, students require rigorous academic support coupled with highly competent educators. The key here is replacing simple, everyday words like goods or need with precise academic collocations. This refinement instantly boosts your lexical resource score. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline method. Before writing, quickly list the main points and supporting evidence for every body paragraph. This ensures structural balance. Don't start with the introduction. Dedicate your first 2 minutes solely to outlining. Knowing exactly what you plan to say prevents rambling when the pressure is on. Targeted grammar focus. During drafting, consciously use one advanced structure like the passive voice or a specific perfect tense every other paragraph. Instead of trying to fix everything at once, pick one challenging grammar point and force yourself to integrate it strategically. This controlled practice solidifies retention under pressure. The 10-minute review. Do not stop writing until the clock runs out. Use your final minutes only for checking flow, linking words, and major errors. Resist the urge to rewrite entire paragraphs. Focus your review time strictly on cohesion, checking that every paragraph flows logically from the last one. Vocabulary preloading. Keep a bank of 10 strong collocations relevant to common essay topics, e.g., economic, environmental. Always try to incorporate at least 5. Having these high-level phrases preloaded means you won't have to stop and think of them during the actual test. This strategic preparation is invaluable for maintaining fluency. Self-assessment requires more than just knowing definitions. It demands rapid recall under pressure. We are focusing on high-level academic vocabulary essential for testing and critical analysis. These words help you accurately describe gaps in knowledge or the complexity of a subject. Learning these terms boosts your ability to articulate precise ideas quickly. Remember, true mastery isn't just about recognition, it's about immediate retrieval. When we talk about rapid recall, we are simulating the pressure of an exam setting. Our goal today is to transition these words from passive knowledge to active, instant use. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is synthesize. Say it again, synthesize. Think of synthesize as building something new from existing parts. You aren't just listing facts, you are weaving them together to create an original conclusion or argument. A common error is confusing this with simply summarizing. Synthesis requires more intellectual blending. The word is discrepancy. Say it again, discrepancy. When you identify a discrepancy, you are pointing out an inconsistency, usually in data or accounts. This term is highly valuable in academic writing when comparing sources. It sounds much more formal than simply saying difference and elevates your analytical tone. The word is evaluate. Okay, say it again, evaluate. Evaluate means to judge worth, which is a step beyond merely describing something. When you evaluate, you are applying criteria and forming a judgment based on those standards. Use it when your writing needs to show critical judgment. The word is fluency. Say it again, fluency. While fluency often relates to speaking, it can also describe writing a text that flows seamlessly without abrupt changes in tone or structure. When discussing language skills, this word is far more precise than just saying someone speaks well. The word is robust. Say it again, robust. Robust is an excellent adjective for academic contexts, especially in science or policy. It implies strength that isn't just physical, but structural or conceptual. It will plan needs to survive unexpected challenges. It must be described as robust. The word is mnemonic. Say it again, mnemonic. A mnemonic isn't just a trick, it's a formal tool for memory retention. When you are studying hard vocabulary, creating these devices like rhymes or initialisms is key to moving information into long-term memory. It shifts your study method from passive reading to active creation. Here are 5 examples. The author managed to synthesize complex philosophical ideas into a single, accessible argument. Synthesize verb. Notice how the phrase single, accessible argument emphasizes that the synthesis was successful. It suggests the writer took disparate pieces of information and made them work together smoothly for the reader. The report highlighted a major discrepancy between the recorded sales figures and the physical inventory count. Discrepancy, noun. Here, discrepancy is used to signal an investigative problem. It tells the reader that there is a mismatch that needs explaining or correcting, giving your writing immediate tension. Before we can recommend changes, we must first properly evaluate the current system's limitations. Evaluate verb. The structure must first. Evaluate shows a necessary process. You cannot propose solutions until you have thoroughly judged what is currently in place. This establishes credibility. Despite initial hesitations, her public speaking fluency grew significantly with consistent practice. Fluency, noun. In this context, fluency speaks to the smoothness of delivery. It's not just about using many words, it's about making those words flow naturally and at an appropriate pace. The engineering team developed a robust framework capable of withstanding extreme temperature fluctuations. Robust, adjective. When you use robust, you are promising reliability. It gives the reader confidence in your subject matter, suggesting that whatever system or concept you describe is highly resilient and dependable. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, synthesize. Compare it with summarize. Synthesis creates new meaning, summarizing reports' existing points. The difference is crucial. Summarizing means boiling down what others said, while synthesizing means using those ideas as raw material to build something entirely original. Always aim for synthesis when you want to demonstrate deep thought. First, assess. Compare it with evaluate. To assess is general measurement. To evaluate requires forming a value judgment. While these words are close, assessors can be objective like counting items. But evaluates forces you one step further, determining if those counted items are good or bad. Think of it as moving from data collection to critique. First, clarity. Compare it with fluency. Clarity is precision. Fluency is smooth delivery. You can speak with great fluency sounding very natural and fast, but if your ideas lack clarity, the listener will be confused. True mastery requires both effortless speech combined with crystal clear thought. First, vague. Compare it with robust. Describes weakness, lack of detail versus strength, resilience. These are structural opposites in description. If your argument is vague, it lacks specific support. If it is robust, it means the core structure, the evidence, and logicis unshakable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual mapping. Don't memorize isolated definitions. Connect the word to an entire scenario. Instead of writing discrepancy difference, write a mini-story where you must use that word. Linking vocabulary to vivid mental images drastically improves retention and recall speed. Spaced repetition. Reviewing material at increasing intervals prevents decay. This is scientifically proven for memory. Review your difficult words today, then again in 3 days, then a week, and finally 2 weeks later. This spaced effort solidifies the knowledge without unnecessary cramming. Collaborative gap filling. Test yourself by having a partner fill in blanks using the target word. Teaching or testing others is one of the most effective ways to cement your own knowledge. It forces you to not only know the answer, but also to articulate why it fits, which builds fluency. Minimal pair practice. Drilling word pairs, e.g., assess, evaluate, quickly improves distinction. When 2 words are similar in meaning but different in usage, like assess and evaluate, you must drill them together. Quick contrast practice solidifies the subtle, high-level distinctions needed for academic fluency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team faced a significant challenge when they noticed a major discrepancy between the initial field reports and the newly acquired satellite data. To overcome this, they decided to evaluate both datasets independently. They had to synthesize these varied inputs into one robust model. This process demanded high analytical fluency and required them to create several mnemonic aids for complex variable tracking. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a lack of consistency or agreement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is discrepancy. The context made it clear that the contradiction was between 2 types of data, the reports and the satellite images. Use this question to activate your knowledge, demonstrating immediate recall under a time constraint. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence, showing its academic power. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the policy needs a more robust framework to ensure long-term success. When you answer, try to make it sound like formal speech. Don't just write the definition, build an entire thought around the word. This shows true mastery and prepares you for high-level academic writing. Achieving high band scores means moving beyond simply performing 4 separate skills. Instead, you must adopt an integrated performance mindset, where listening informs your speaking and reading structures your writing. This requires viewing English not as a collection of isolated rules, but as a fluid system for complex communication. When preparing, always ask yourself, how can I use this grammar point to improve my argument structure? Or, how can I describe this data using more varied vocabulary? The goal is seamless transition and constant cross-referencing between skills. Many students still think of reading, writing, speaking, and listening as separate checklist items. However, true fluency means they operate simultaneously. When you integrate these skills, you are showing the examiner that your language knowledge is deep and versatile, which is exactly what top marks reward. Here are 5 examples. After hearing the speaker mention resource scarcity, I argued that local policy changes are necessary. Listening, speaking, synthesis. This example shows how listening is not just comprehension, it's fuel for your output. You must actively reference specific points from an audio source to make your response highly credible and detailed. The dramatic dip in Q3 suggests a market correction, which could be attributed to global supply chain issues. Reading, writing, academic tone. When writing, don't just repeat the data. Use sophisticated linking phrases and academic vocabulary to interpret what the reading material is telling you, rather than merely reporting it. If authorities had implemented stricter zoning laws earlier, we might not be facing this housing crisis now. Speaking, advanced conditional use. Don't just use the third conditional, practice embedding it within a longer narrative. This demonstrates both grammatical control and ability to speculate on complex causal chains. The correlation between increased leisure time and higher reading rates is significant. Writing, synthesizing, 2 sources. In writing tasks, try to synthesize information from multiple prompts or readings. This forces you to create a unique argument that combines different pieces of provided evidence. The primary challenge is not the lack of funding, but the difficulty in coordinating departmental efforts. Speaking, identifying core conflict. Higher-level speaking involves pinpointing the core tension or central conflict within a discussion. This ability to summarize the essence shows profound understanding beyond surface details. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Holistic understanding of context. Language use changes depending on the situation and audience. Top-scoring English speakers register the appropriate tone for a job interview versus an academic presentation. Integration forces you to constantly check if your language matches the context. Developing argumentative depth. It moves beyond stating facts and into analyzing implications. A high-band response doesn't just say X happened. It answers, why did X happen? And what does X mean for the future? This depth requires drawing connections between disparate pieces of information. Building fluency through cognitive load. The brain becomes more efficient at switching between language functions. Practicing integration increases your cognitive flexibility. You are training yourself to switch gears quickly from listening for key verbs to recalling the correct grammatical structure and then producing it all fluidly. Focus intensely on nuance markers that elevate your discourse. These are the small linguistic details that separate a good response from an excellent one. This includes using hedging language, which allows you to express opinions without sounding overly absolute or dogmatic. Remember phrases like, it appears that, or one might argue that. Furthermore, mastering nominalization turning verbs into nouns is crucial in academic writing. Instead of saying, the government decided, write, there was a governmental decision. This immediately elevates your vocabulary and formality. Academic nuance is about controlling certainty. You are not just stating facts, you are discussing hypotheses. Using hedging language doesn't make you sound weak. It makes you sound thoughtful, balanced, and highly aware of complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3P framework for speaking. Practice. Providing prediction, purpose, and parallel examples. When answering a question, never give just one point. Adopt the 3Ps framework. State your main point, provide proof evidence, and then predict the policy implication. This structured approach guarantees depth. The triple passes writing check. Proofread for structure, grammar, and lexis separately. Do not proofread everything at once. First, check your flow and paragraph structure. Second, scan only for grammar errors like articles or prepositions. Finally, polish your word choices. This segmented approach prevents you from missing small details. Time management mapping. Allocate fixed time slots for each section, regardless of difficulty. Under pressure, the biggest mistake is spending too much time on one difficult question. Create a mental map and stick to it. If you finish early, use the remaining time for a final review pass. Embrace ambiguity in listening. Listen not just for facts, but for underlying assumptions or omissions. The best students don't just listen to what is said, they listen to what isn't said. Pay attention to shifts in tone, hesitation, or sudden changes in topic. These often reveal the speaker's true point of view. IELTS Writing Task 2 requires you to write a cohesive essay responding to a prompt. It is not enough simply to list ideas. You must build a sophisticated argument that addresses all parts of the question. A strong response maintains an academic tone while developing complex, focused points. Remember that successful writing relies on mastering structure, clear introductions, topic-specific body paragraphs, and concluding summaries. When we talk about argumentative structure, we are moving beyond just linking sentences together. Think of your essay as a pyramid. The thesis statement is the peak, and every subsequent paragraph must support it with increasingly detailed evidence. Always ensure your main points flow logically from one another to build undeniable momentum toward your conclusion. Here are 4 examples. While some believe that mandatory uniform policies stifle creativity, the primary benefit lies in fostering a sense of community and reducing socioeconomic visibility among students. When all pupils wear the same attire, the focus shifts from material possessions to academic achievement and personal growth. Effective thesis topic sentence directly addresses the counterargument while pivoting to the main claim, focusing on community. Notice how this first sentence is powerful. It doesn't just state an opinion, it acknowledges the opposing view, while some believe structure. This immediately shows the examiner that you have considered the topic from multiple angles, increasing your band score potential. Furthermore, governments must dedicate resources to improving public transport infrastructure. Investing in reliable rail links and expanding bus networks will alleviate urban congestion, making city life more sustainable for all residents. Strong transitional linking uses furthermore and provides clear cause-effect reasoning, alleviate congestion, sustainable life. The strength here is the direct link between problem and solution. Instead of just saying transportation is bad, the writer specifies what needs to be done investing in rail, links and explains the resulting benefit, which makes the argument concrete. The rapid proliferation of digital media has fundamentally altered traditional journalism. Today's audience consumes news instantly across varied platforms, requiring journalists to adapt their narratives for maximum engagement and speed. High-level vocabulary in noun use uses proliferation, fundamentally altered, and narratives to maintain an academic register. Pay attention to the vocabulary choice here. Using words like proliferations instead of increase shows a high lexical resource, which is crucial for scoring well. It elevates the entire paragraph from mere description into sophisticated analysis. In conclusion, while economic factors play a role, cultural initiatives are more critical in preserving historical sites. Local community engagement and educational funding provide the necessary sustained interest to prevent decay. Powerful conclusion restates the thesis using different words, paraphrasing, and offers a final, conclusive thought. A great conclusion doesn't just summarize, it provides closure by synthesizing your main points into a broader, impactful statement. By rephrasing your original argument without repeating exact phrases, you demonstrate mastery of paraphrasing skills. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that studying late is good for grades. The belief that prolonged study sessions enhance academic performance warrants critical examination. Shifting from simple statement to complex, nuanced phrasing. The first version is too direct and casual. The improved version immediately establishes a formal, objective tone by using phrases like warrants critical examination. This signals to the marker that you are engaging in academic debate rather than just stating facts. Technology makes life easier for people everywhere. Technological advancements have fundamentally simplified daily existence across global populations, using stronger verbs and more abstract nouns to generalize the claim. Instead of makes easy, notice the shift to fundamentally simplified. This upgrade in vocabulary combined with using the plural populations broadens your scope, suggesting a deeper understanding of the topic's global implications. If we don't fix pollution, the planet will get worse. Failure to mitigate environmental pollutants risks severely degrading planetary health and biodiversity in the coming decades. Replacing vague warning phrases with specific academic terminology, mitigate, degrade. This is a key example of upgrading your register. Instead of get worse, we use degrading or deteriorating. Using specialized vocabulary related to the topic like biodiversity shows that you are genuinely engaged with academic discourse. I think government should give more money to art. It is argued that governmental investment in cultural arts and humanities is a vital economic and social priority. Adopting formal, impersonal structures, avoiding I think. Never use I think in task 2 unless specifically told to give personal opinion. The strong version uses phrases like, "It is argued that," which allows you to present an informed perspective without staking your entire argument on your own voice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak grammar word choice. Due to the rain, we could not go outside. Strong. Because of the heavy rainfall, our outdoor plans were cancelled. A common error is confusing due to and because of. Remember that due to usually follows a form of the verb, while because of introduces a noun phrase. Using precise grammar makes your prose sound highly polished. Weak subject-verb agreement clarity. The main reason for this problem are lack of planning. Strong. The primary cause of this issue is insufficient preliminary planning. This mistake focuses on subject-verb agreement. When the subject, like reason, is singular, the verb must be singular and agree accordingly. This simple fix instantly boosts your grammatical accuracy score. Weak redundancy. In conclusion, to sum up everything that was said. Strong. To conclude, in summation, it can be argued that be careful with redundancy. Phrases like in conclusion and to sum up mean the same thing. Selecting varied signposting language or choosing just one strong phrase is a mark of advanced writing control. Here are 4 ways to practice. The time allocation rule. Spend exactly 5 minutes planning before writing a single word. Outline your introduction, 3 body paragraphs, and conclusion. Many students rush into the essay without planning, which leads to underdeveloped ideas. By dedicating focused time purely to outlining, you ensure that every paragraph has a mandated purpose, keeping you on track for the full 250-word count. The topic sentence anchor. For each body paragraph, write one clear topic sentence first. This acts as a mini-thesis guiding your reader and yourself. Think of the topic sentence as a promise to the reader. In this paragraph, I will prove X. If you can confidently state that central idea in one strong sentence, the rest of the paragraph is simply elaboration. Brainstorming. Keywords first. Before writing sentences, list 5 high-level academic verbs and 5 advanced nouns related to the prompt. This builds your vocabulary toolkit. Don't wait until you are drafting to think about better words. Actively pre-select sophisticated language so that when writer's block hits, your brain automatically pulls from a pool of appropriate, high-scoring vocabulary. The counter-argument mapping. Always map out the opposite viewpoint and dedicate one section or sentence to it. This boosts your task response score. Showing that you are aware of opposing arguments is arguably the single most effective way to improve your analytical depth. It transforms your writing from a simple defense of an idea into a nuanced, objective discussion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that all university education should focus purely on career-specific skills. Others argue that the humanities and arts are equally vital for a well-rounded life. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss 2 distinct viewpoints, career skills versus humanities, before concluding with your own position. Because this is a discuss both views and give opinion essay, failure to dedicate equal time and space to both sides will immediately lower your score. You must balance the discussion equally before you present your final stance. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the response should spend its introduction clearly defining the scope of career specifics and humanities, setting up a balanced yet argumentative roadmap for the reader. A high band response doesn't just answer the question, it manages expectations. By spending time in the introduction to define terms and structure the debate, you prove sophisticated control over the entire piece from the very first sentence. Pronouns are powerful linguistic tools that allow us to avoid repetition. However, their power comes with a responsibility. They must always clearly point back to something already mentioned, which is called the antecedent. When this link is unclear, we face pronoun ambiguity. Advanced usage requires precision, ensuring that every pronoun has one unmistakable noun it refers to. This isn't just about grammar, it's fundamentally about maintaining logical flow for your reader. A strong grasp of pronoun reference shows sophistication in writing. Remember that the antecedent doesn't have to be the immediately preceding word. Sometimes, you need to look back several clauses to find the noun the pronoun is meant to replace. Always ask yourself, could this pronoun refer to two different things? If the answer is yes, you likely need to restructure your sentence. Here are 4 examples. The committee decided to postpone the meeting because it lacked proper funding. Ambiguous reference it. Here it is unclear. Did the committee lack funding, or did the meeting lack funding? The reader has to guess, which breaks immersion and clarity. You must rewrite this sentence to clarify whether the subject of the problem was the meeting or the group itself. When the researchers spoke to the students, they were surprised by the enthusiasm. Ambiguous reference, they. Who was surprised? The researchers or the students? Since they could grammatically refer to either group, the sentence is confusing. To fix this, restructure it so that the subject of the surprise is explicitly named. The machine requires calibration before its use. Agreement. In this case, it clearly refers back to the machine. This demonstrates precise agreement. The possessive pronoun matches the singular noun in a simple and effective way. Since the policy affects businesses and consumers alike, all must adapt. Unspecified antecedent, all. The pronoun all is acting as a collective reference. While understandable in context, it's much stronger to name the groups directly. Both businesses and consumers must adapt. This removes any doubt about who needs to take action. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining reader credibility. Ambiguity forces the reader to pause and logically backtrack. In formal writing, every sentence should propel the argument forward without friction. When you create ambiguity, you are forcing your expert reader to do extra cognitive work just to understand who is doing what. This detracts from your overall authority on the subject. Achieving logical cohesion. Clear reference ensures that causality and relationships between ideas remain intact. Pronouns are critical for cohesion, acting like invisible threads tying sentences together. If the thread is attached to the wrong object, the entire argument structure can unravel. Strong pronoun usage guarantees a tight, logical mesh. Elevating academic tone. Precision in language is synonymous with intellectual rigor. Writing that avoids ambiguity sounds polished and highly professional. Skilled writers rarely leave anything to chance. They control every single pointer, including those invisible pronouns. Mastering this detail significantly boosts the perceived quality of your work. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the management and the staff held a meeting, but it was chaotic. Say, the management and the staff held a meeting. However, the discussion was chaotic. Here, it could vaguely refer to the meeting or the people involved. By splitting the sentence and replacing the pronoun with a clear noun phrase like the discussion, you eliminate all doubt about the antecedent. Incorrect, she told her colleague that she needed to submit the report by noon. Correct, she told her colleague, you need to submit the report by noon. This is a classic example of ambiguous she. Is it her, the speaker, or colleague? When using pronouns that could refer to people, restructuring the sentence to use direct speech or rephrasing often provides the most clarity. Don't say, the car needed oiling because its engine was making strange noises. Say, the car's engine needed oiling because it was making strange noises. While not a pronoun substitution issue, observe how using the possessive form on the noun car's engine is often clearer and more direct than relying on its. Sometimes, Simply changing the syntax is the best fix for ambiguity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The substitution test. If you are unsure of a pronoun's antecedent, temporarily replace it with the actual noun. Does the sentence still make sense? This is your most powerful editing tool. If substituting the noun makes the sentence clunky or requires excessive rephrasing, then the original structure was flawed. Don't be afraid to rewrite the entire clause for better flow. The noun-heavy approach. When possible, favor using full noun phrases over pronouns. This increases word count but boosts clarity significantly. While repeating a noun sounds repetitive to the ear, on paper, it guarantees zero ambiguity for the reader's brain. In academic or legal writing, sacrificing some stylistic flair for absolute precision is always the right choice. Visual mapping. When proofreading complex paragraphs, physically draw arrows connecting each pronoun back to its specific antecedent. Treat your writing like a diagram. By literally mapping these connections, you force yourself to acknowledge every single linguistic link. This physical act of reviewing builds an unconscious habit of checking coherence. Read aloud and slow down. Reading the text aloud forces you to pause at potential points of confusion, allowing you time to adjust. Our brains often skip over these minor logical gaps when we are focused on meaning. Reading slowly, especially complex passages, activates a different part of your brain that is much better at catching subtle grammatical mismatches and unclear references. Discourse markers are small words or phrases that act as signposts in your speech. They don't carry the main grammatical meaning. Instead, they guide your listener through your thought process. Mastering them allows you to structure arguments logically and transition between ideas smoothly. We are focusing on 3 specific functions today. Concession, which acknowledges an opposing point. Emphasis, used to highlight a critical piece of information. And qualification, which shows that your statement is conditional or limited in scope. Think of discourse markers as the invisible architecture of your speech. They tell the listener not just what you are saying, but how they should interpret it. Understanding these 3 functions, concession, emphasis, and qualification, moves you from merely speaking to building a sophisticated argument. Here are 5 examples. Although the data is limited, we must proceed with caution. Concession, despite although. Notice how although sets up a contrast. You are acknowledging the weakness of the data before stating your necessary action. This makes your argument feel more balanced and credible. In fact, the primary obstacle is not funding but public buy-in. Emphasis, indeed, in fact. Using in fact signals to your listener that you are correcting a potential misunderstanding or elevating the importance of a specific point. It adds immediate weight and conviction. It is important to note that this theory applies only within urban settings. Qualification, however, only. Phrases like "it's worth noting" or "only" are key for qualification. They prevent your statement from sounding too absolute, showing the speaker has considered limitations. Granted, costs are high, nevertheless, the long-term benefits outweigh them. Concession, nevertheless. When you start with granted, you signal that you have fully considered the counter-argument. This structured approach makes your final conclusion much stronger. To be clear, this policy aims to reform, not abolish, the existing framework. Emphasis, to be clear. To be clear is a powerful way to pause and reset the listener's understanding. It acts as an immediate corrective tool, ensuring that your core message lands with maximum impact. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility and tone. Effective use shows that you are a measured, thoughtful speaker. A skilled communicator doesn't just present facts, they manage the listener's perception of those facts. By using these markers, you demonstrate metacognitive awareness. You know how your own thinking works. Avoiding monotone logic. Without variation, speech can sound like a list of disconnected points. Think of it this way: if every idea connects with "and," the speech becomes dull. These markers inject rhythm and intellectual movement into your delivery, controlling the narrative flow. They allow you to dictate when a point is secondary, primary, or conditional. This gives you control over the pacing of the conversation. You can slow down dramatically with a qualifying phrase, forcing the listener to pay acute attention. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Moreover, it saves money." Say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Furthermore, this will save money." The mistake here is confusing markers of addition with specific causal links. Moreover implies a slightly stronger, more formal connection than simply adding another point. Incorrect, given that the report was delayed, therefore we cannot meet the deadline. Correct, since the report was delayed, we cannot meet the deadline. When you use 2 markers of cause and effect, given that, and therefore you are redundant. Choose one strong marker to streamline your argument and sound more authoritative. Don't say, "I think it is necessary, but also acceptable." Say, "While I believe this is necessary, it remains an acceptable alternative." Using commas or simple coordinating conjunctions here makes the relationship weak. By restructuring with while, you create a sophisticated concessive clause that accurately reflects complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pausing technique. Before using a marker like however or nevertheless, take a slight deliberate pause. This signals to the listener that you are about to change your line of thought. Pacing is crucial when mastering these markers. The momentary silence gives gravity to the words that follow, making your transitions feel less like grammatical requirements and more like natural rhetorical shifts. The topic sentence drill. Structure practice by writing 3 points, a main idea, a conflicting idea, and a concluding qualification. Use markers to connect them all. This exercise forces you to move beyond simple conjunctions and actively engage with the function of concession or emphasis in your own written arguments. It builds muscle memory for advanced linking. The mirror recording. Record yourself speaking on a complex topic, but force yourself to use at least 1 marker for each function, concession, emphasis, qualification. Listen back critically. Self-correction is the fastest way to improve. When you listen back, pay less attention to your content and more attention to how you linked your ideas. Was the transition abrupt or smooth? Varying intensity. Don't overuse strong markers like indeed. Cycle through varying levels of intensity, e.g., initially, perhaps, however, critically. The goal is variation, not volume. By having a toolkit of different markers from the gentle, it seems that to the forceful, in fact you can fine-tune your tone and rhetorical impact for any audience. Inversion is a grammatical structure where we change the usual word order in English. Instead of subject-verb-object, the auxiliary verb often comes before the subject. This shift in structure isn't random, it serves a powerful rhetorical purpose. We use inversion specifically to draw attention and add dramatic emphasis to certain ideas. By changing the natural flow, we elevate the formality and sophistication of our writing and speaking. Think of it as giving your statement a formal spotlight. It immediately signals to the listener that this point is particularly important and warrants deeper consideration. Remember that inversion does not happen in every sentence. You should use it strategically, reserving it for moments when you want maximum impact. Overusing it can sound unnatural or overly dramatic, so pace yourselves. Here are 4 examples. Never have I seen such a beautiful display of cooperation. Negative adverbial never. Notice how the auxiliary verb have jumps right before the subject I. This structure immediately makes the sentence sound more formal and academic. It's much stronger than simply saying, "I have never seen." Rarely do we encounter such complex datasets in this field. Negative adverbial rarely. When you start a sentence with rarely, the auxiliary verb do takes its place. This pattern is highly useful for academic discussions because it emphasizes how unusual or infrequent the subject matter is. Not until did the committee realize the depth of the problem. Line clause, not until. The phrase, not until, requires this inversion structure. It forcefully emphasizes that the realization or event only happened after a specific condition was met. This precision is key in academic writing. Little did he know about the potential impact of his research. Negative expression, little. This structure gives a sense of dramatic revelation. The placement of little at the start allows you to build suspense and highlight the speaker's ignorance regarding the outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased emphasis and impact. It gives weight to the information that follows. The primary function is emphasis. By altering the expected pattern, you force the listener's attention onto the opening phrase or adverbial clause. It's a rhetorical device, not just a grammatical trick. Elevating academic tone. It signals formality and mastery of structure. In academic contexts like presentations or formal essays, using controlled inversion makes your English sound highly polished. It shows that you are comfortable with complex syntax. Varying sentence structure. It prevents monotony and keeps the audience engaged. If every sentence follows the standard SVO order, your writing can become predictable. Incorporating inversion is a way to vary rhythm and keep your readers interested throughout an entire piece. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "Rarely the students understand such complex theories." Say, "Rarely do the students understand such complex theories." The most common mistake is forgetting to introduce an auxiliary verb. When you invert, you must swap out do, does, or did if the original sentence did not have one. Some learners say, "Not until I finished writing did the professor leave." The better way to say this is, "Not until I finished writing did the professor leave." When using not until, remember that the auxiliary verb always precedes the subject, even if the original clause was in a different tense. This structure is very rigid. Don't say, "Only by studying diligently success will be achieved." Say, "Only by studying diligently will success be achieved." If the inversion involves a prepositional phrase starting with only, make sure that the auxiliary verb comes immediately after the initial clause, before the subject. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-write and plan your emphasis. Identify the single most important point you want to make in a paragraph. This is your target for inversion. Do not try to force inversion everywhere. Instead, choose 1 or 2 pivotal moments in your speech or essay where the emphasis will have the greatest impact. Practice converting standard sentences. Take simple statements and manually rewrite them using rarely or never at the start. This builds muscle memory for the syntax shift. This active conversion process is fantastic for solidifying the pattern. Start with topics you are already familiar with, like your field of study. Use it in academic introductions. A strong opening inversion immediately grabs the reader's attention and sets a high academic tone. Starting an essay or presentation with an inverted structure is a sophisticated way to hook your audience. It signals immediately that this content requires careful listening. Read academic texts for models. Paying attention to high-level academic writing, such as published journal articles, will expose you to natural usage. When reading complex material, keep a pen handy and circle any sentence that feels unusually structured. Analyzing these models is the best way to internalize the rhythm. Synthesizing ideas means doing more than just summarizing. It requires weaving together distinct viewpoints into a cohesive whole. It is the active process of identifying patterns and connections across different sources. Instead of presenting source A's idea, then source B's idea, you are building a new understanding that incorporates both. This integrated perspective gives your argument depth and complexity. Think of synthesis as forming a third idea that didn't exist before you started reading. Common mistake learners make is confusing summary with synthesis. Remember, summarizing acts like a report card, listing what each source said individually. True synthesis acts more like an architect, using the materials from all sources to design an entirely new and stronger structure. Here are 4 examples. Climate change is accelerating due to human activity, source A. Yet economic growth remains the primary focus for developing nations, source B. A synthesis suggests that carbon-neutral development must be financially incentivized at a global. Bridging conflict. Notice how this example doesn't choose a side. It identifies the conflict environment versus economy and then proposes a third, synergistic solution. This model is highly effective in academic debates because it shows nuance. While early studies focused on genetics, source A, recent behavioral data highlights the role of social media interaction, source B. Therefore, a holistic approach requires examining both biological predisposition and digital environment. Broadening scope. This example demonstrates how new evidence expands old models. Instead of dismissing one field for another, you show that they must be examined together to gain a complete picture of human behavior. The historical narrative emphasizes political treaties, source A, but archaeological finds suggest the true drivers were shifts in agricultural patterns, source B. We must therefore re-evaluate power dynamics through an ecological lens. The shifting focus. Here, you are changing the lens of analysis. You aren't just adding two facts, you are suggesting that one source's perspective is incomplete without integrating the insights from another discipline. One policy argues for deregulation, source A, while another fears market instability, source B. The synthesized conclusion suggests targeted regulation focused only on high-risk sectors. Mitigating extremes. This technique is vital when dealing with polarizing arguments. You take the core premise of each extreme view and use it to define a moderate, practical middle ground that addresses both concerns. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrates critical depth. Synthesis proves you can think beyond reading and into analysis. In academia, the goal is rarely to repeat information, it's to contribute new knowledge. By synthesizing ideas, you are actively participating in the conversation and proving your ability to critically process complex material. Builds credibility. It positions you as a well-read and balanced thinker. When an audience sees that you have considered multiple sides, they trust your final conclusion more. It moves your writing from being merely informative to being genuinely authoritative. Creates nuance. It prevents overly simplistic or black and white conclusions. The world rarely has simple answers, and strong academic writing reflects that complexity. Synthesis allows you to acknowledge the limitations of any single perspective while still forming a robust argument. The most advanced step in synthesis is identifying the unstated assumptions underlying each source. Every perspective operates on a set of beliefs that are never explicitly stated. Ask yourself, what must source A believe to be true for its argument to hold? And what does source B take for granted? By mapping these hidden assumptions, you can reveal points of conflict or potential synergy. Simply noting that two sources disagree is basic level analysis. However, identifying the underlying assumption, the root's belief system, is deep critical thinking. This allows you to critique not just the conclusion, but the entire foundation upon which the argument was built. Here are 4 ways to practice. The question matrix method. Create a grid with sources on the columns and key theme/questions on the rows. Fill in the intersections. This is a highly visual tool that forces you to compare concepts systematically rather than just reading them one after the other. It makes the gaps and overlaps immediately visible for synthesis. The thesis statement challenge. Before writing, write 3 possible thesis statements, one based on source A, one on source B, and a third that synthesizes them. Drafting multiple competing theses forces your brain to recognize the points of friction between ideas. This exercise is excellent preparation for finding that ideal middle ground. The "so what" filter. After reading a section, immediately ask, so what does this mean when combined with source X? Write down the implication. This active filtration technique stops you from passively absorbing information. It keeps your focus on generating connections rather than just recalling facts. Outline by concept, not source. When writing your outline, use themes and ideas as headings, not the names of the sources. This structural change is critical. If you title sections Source A and Source B, you are summarizing. If you title them Economic Impact, Social Equity, and Environmental Cost, you are synthesizing. When we articulate alveolar plosives like d and d, remember that they are produced with minimal effort. For both sounds, your tongue tip must make contact near or against the ridge right behind your upper front teeth. The difference lies solely in the airflow release. To create, you momentarily stop all air, then sharply release it. 4. You perform the exact same build-up, but instead of a sharp burst, the air escapes with a more voiced vibration. In academic speech, precision matters greatly, especially with common function words or transitional phrases. Think about how data versus daytime requires that distinct voicing difference. Focusing on this subtle laryngeal activation will instantly make your delivery sound more measured and authoritative. Practice differentiating these sounds even when they are surrounded by other syllables. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is hypothesis. Say it again, hypothesis. The challenge here is maintaining that subtle yet crucial unvoiced sound. Do not let it become a simples. Remember to place your tongue lightly between your teeth for that characteristic hiss. Try saying the word while visualizing placing a small feather on your tongue tip. The word is determine. Say it again, determine. Notice how the sound is often reduced when spoken quickly, which can undermine clarity. When you are presenting or discussing findings, exaggerate this middle vowel slightly to ensure listeners correctly perceive the root structure of your verb. It lends weight and carefulness to your statement. The word is criteria. Say it again, criteria. Many speakers struggle with the final unstressed vowels. Remember that this word has an important stress pattern starting on the second syllable. It is not a single stressed unit, it's built around 3 smaller vowel sounds. Articulating these small internal steps gives your speech a more sophisticated rhythm. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. This word is often mispronounced with too many syllables or a misplaced stress. When you analyze data, your voice should mirror that careful process. Start by exaggerating the initial an sound, making it robust and clear before moving through the remaining syllables. The word is context. Say it again, context. When you discuss context, be meticulous with the final consonant cluster. The combination of and must sound crisp and distinct. This clarity shows that your understanding of the material is comprehensive and highly detailed. The word is disseminate. Say it again, disseminate. This is a powerhouse academic verb, and its rhythm can be tricky. Focus on separating the syllables clearly so your speech doesn't become a single rush of air. A methodical pace here suggests that you are delivering important, well-vetted information. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, compliment. Compare it with compliment. The difference is in the vowel sound and initial consonant tension. While these words are challenging to distinguish visually, phonetically, they require a change in your tongue's position. The key here is realizing that compliments often carries a slightly more forceful, contained energy in its articulation compared to the other word. First, theory. Compare it with theory. The second word needs a distinct vowel sound and an extra syllable. Listen carefully to how your mouth molds itself around the central vowels. The difference between these 2 words is not just one letter, it's a fundamental shift in rhythm and where you place the main stress beam of your speech. First, analyze. Compare it with analyst. The word for the action versus the person doing the action. Thinking about this pair helps us understand how function words are pronounced differently based on their grammatical role. When you use analyze, think of it as a continuous process. When you say analyst, give yourself a small pause to emphasize the noun. First, hypothesize. Compare it with suppose. The formal, academic alternative for suggesting an idea. Choosing to use hypothesize over a simpler verb elevates your register immediately. Focus on delivering this word with impeccable clarity and measured pace. It signals that you are operating at a highly advanced level of discourse. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, data pronounced as data. Right, data pronounced as die-ta. The most common error is making the initial vowel too open, almost like saying dairy. Remember that the intended sound is a diphthong, which requires your mouth to start in one position and glide smoothly into another. Practice gliding the air from the first to the second vowel. Wrong, impartial. Right, impartial. Be careful not to soften or drop the sound in this specific word. The L needs to be clearly articulated against your alveolar ridge, giving a crisp quality to the middle section of the word. This precise articulation conveys neutrality and objectivity. Wrong, furthermore. Right, furthermore. Many speakers reduce this complex transitional phrase into 3 separate syllables, which ruins its authoritative rhythm. Instead, practice linking it smoothly so that the entire word flows as a single unit of thought. A seamless delivery makes your argument feel cohesive and undeniable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twister focus. Practice rapid shifts between dental and alveolar sounds. Try combining challenging consonant clusters like sis followed by L or followed by T. This forces your articulators to shift quickly, improving the speed and mechanical efficiency of your speech without sacrificing accuracy. Speed is not the goal, rhythmic precision is. Minimal pair drill. Pair academic words that differ by only 1 vowel sound. Selecting minimal pairs like theories versus theory or critical versus critical helps you isolate and strengthen the muscles responsible for forming those specific vowels. Treat each difference as a tiny, targeted workout for your mouth. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers giving authoritative lectures and mimic them immediately. This is arguably the most effective method because it forces you to reproduce not just the words, but the entire music of the speech, the pitch changes, the pauses, and the pacing. Record yourself shadowing, then compare your recording directly against the original speaker for objective feedback. Read script. Reading a formal script while whispering forces extreme control over breath and articulation. Because you cannot rely on vocal volume, whispering demands that every single consonant and vowel be fully formed with minimal effort. This controlled delivery builds incredible muscle memory for clarity, which you can then transfer to speaking at full volume. Quantifiers are words we use to indicate quantity or amount. They are essential for precise communication in English. The biggest challenge here is knowing whether a noun is countable or uncountable. Countable nouns refer to things that can be counted individually, like apples or books. Uncountable nouns, on the other hand, refer to substances, concepts, or collections that we cannot count one by one, such as information or advice. Think of this distinction not just as a grammar rule, but as understanding how things exist in the physical world. If you can put a number in front of I-tone chair, 2 chairs are countable. If you must use units like a glass of or a piece of, it is uncountable. Here are 5 examples. I have many friends who live in this city. Friends, countable. Because friends are distinct individuals, we use the quantifier many. We can count them one by one. Using much here would sound unnatural and grammatically incorrect. We don't have much time before the train leaves. Time, uncountable. When we talk about times as a general substance or duration, it is treated as uncountable. We measure it in hours or minutes, but we cannot say 3 times, therefore we use much. She published many articles last year. Articles, countable. Article is countable because you can list them sequentially. If she had only written a little amount of writing, we would use little, not many. Did you buy much food for the picnic? Food, uncountable. While food is made up of countable items like sandwiches and apples, when we refer to food as a general category or bulk quantity, it functions as an uncountable noun. This requires much. They spent too little money on the trip. Money, uncountable. Although we use dollars or pounds to count amounts of money, the word money itself is always uncountable. We say a lot of money, not many monies. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Units of measure versus items. Some nouns require a unit to be counted. This is the deepest layer of understanding. When we talk about concepts like information, we aren't counting discrete units. We are dealing with a conceptual mass that requires measurement, not individual enumeration. The role of abstract nouns. Concepts like happiness or advice are always uncountable. Abstract nouns represent ideas and feelings. They cannot be physically tallied. Think about happiness. You can feel a lot of it, but you cannot count 10 instances of it. Why we use partitive phrases. We use phrases like a cup of or a piece of to make uncountable nouns countable. This technique, called using partitives, is incredibly useful because it allows us to talk about large amorphous quantities in specific measurable chunks. It bridges the gap between count and non-count. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I need many advice for my career. Say, I need much advice for my career. Remember that advice, even though it is so useful, operates as an uncountable noun. It is a mass concept, so you must pair it with much. Using many suggests you are counting discrete pieces of advice. Incorrect. How much people came to the concert? Correct. How many people came to the concert? Since people are individual beings, they are always countable. The error here is treating a clearly plural and count-based noun as an uncountable mass. Don't say, I have few patience for this situation. Say, I have little patience for this situation. This is a tricky one because patience feels like an abstract countable thing. But grammatically, it functions as an uncountable noun requiring the quantifier little. Focus on the concept of duration or emotional state. Here are 4 ways to practice. The can I count it test. Quickly ask yourself if you can assign a specific number to the noun. If yes, use countable quantifiers. If no, use uncountable ones. This is your most reliable mental shortcut. If you struggle with the rule, revert to this test. It forces you to break down the noun into its core physical or abstract nature. Use context clues. Look at surrounding words. Does the sentence suggest counting items or measuring a substance? Pay close attention to verbs and prepositions in the sentence. If the verb is measuring or giving, you are likely dealing with an uncountable noun. Practice partitive phrases. When unsure, practice framing your answer using units like a slice of bread or a gallon of milk. This reinforces the measurement concept. Actively forcing yourself to use these partitives helps lock in the idea that even if we talk about a large amount, it must be broken down into quantifiable, smaller units. Listen for native speakers. When consuming media, pay attention to how native English speakers naturally use these quantifiers. Notice their rhythm and word choice. Listening is key because it trains your ear to recognize the natural patterns of usage. Over time, hearing correct structures repeatedly will make the right grammar feel instinctive. Effective test-taking isn't just about knowing grammar, it's about pacing. In the IELTS academic module, you have 60 minutes for both tasks. The key rule is distributing your time proportionally to the task weight and complexity. Task 1, reporting visual data, should take approximately 20 minutes. This includes analysis, structuring the overview, and writing the body paragraphs. For Task 2, the essay, allocate at least 40 minutes. This longer block requires more critical thinking and complex argumentation. Never spend too much time perfecting a single sentence if it means sacrificing structure or depth in other areas. Remember that pacing is arguably as important as the quantity of your writing itself. When you feel yourself getting bogged down on minor details, take a deep breath and move forward. You can always return for revision later. Think of time management as an active strategy, not just passive awareness. Here are 4 examples. The graph reveals a dramatic upward trend in solar power adoption between 2015 and 2025, suggesting rapid investment. While fossil fuels saw minor increases initially, their percentage share declined steadily throughout the decade. Excellent overview sentence directly addresses the main trends without needing complex data points. This is a perfect moment to pause after writing your overview and check your clock. By stating the overall trend immediately, you signal competence and save time later by not having to keep referencing the primary findings. Furthermore, proponents argue that remote work significantly boosts employee morale and local community engagement by reducing daily commutes. Uses strong linking phrases, furthermore, and presents a balanced argument point efficiently. When writing arguments, grouping ideas under clear thematic transitions is vital. These concise topic sentences allow you to quickly hit your word count while maintaining an academic flow. While some critics suggest that technological reliance diminishes human interaction, this overlooks the capacity for virtual connection and specialized learning opportunities. Addresses a counterargument quickly using while, showing sophisticated concession while maintaining momentum. The ability to handle nuance acknowledging an opposing view only to refute, it shows control over both vocabulary and time. This saves you from writing two separate, disjointed paragraphs. In conclusion, given the escalating climate crisis and technological advancements, prioritizing sustainable energy is not merely advisable. It is an economic necessity for future global stability. Strong concluding sentence that synthesizes main points and offers a definitive, high-impact final thought. The conclusion must feel decisive. Don't introduce new ideas here. Instead, rephrase your core arguments using elevated language to leave the examiner with a sense of completeness and authority. Let's compare 4 pairs. Traffic increased a lot in the cities over time. The data clearly illustrates a substantial and sustained increase in urban traffic congestion throughout the period. Replaces simple, emotional language with precise, academic vocabulary. Notice how the strong version doesn't just say increased, it specifies what's increased congestion and how sustained. This precision is key when you are under time pressure. People should use public transport because it is better for the earth. Utilizing public transportation offers significant environmental benefits, reducing individual carbon footprints and mitigating urban pollution. Shifts from vague opinion to concrete, technical claims that support the argument. When you feel yourself making broad statements, pause and try to quantify or specify the benefit. Moving from better for the earth to reducing carbon footprints instantly raises your band score. It is important to look at these numbers before writing anything. A careful initial analysis of the provided figures must precede any discussion, ensuring that all claims are evidence-based. Focuses on process and academic necessity rather than simple suggestion. This demonstrates meta-awareness. You're telling the examiner how you think. This kind of structural language is highly valued because it shows maturity in your writing approach. Overall, education helps people get jobs and live better lives. In summary, while socioeconomic factors play a role, expanding access to quality education remains the most potent catalyst for upward mobility and improved global well-being. Use a stronger academic phrasing, catalyst, upward mobilities, instead of cliché language. The difference here is moving from obvious common sense to nuanced analysis. Instead of stating a basic fact, you are explaining the mechanism by which that fact operates. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The biggest problem is that people don't save enough money. Strong. A primary challenge facing modern economies is the persistent issue of insufficient personal savings rates. This mistake shows a casual tone. Whenever you write for IELTS, you must elevate your diction immediately. Replace everyday phrases with formal academic terminology to instantly raise the perceived sophistication of your writing. Weak. I think that this happened because of poor government planning. Strong. This outcome can be largely attributed to systemic failures in governmental planning and policy implementation. Avoid using personal pronouns like I think or we believe. The examiner wants you to sound objective and authoritative as if you were presenting established academic knowledge. Weak. Many people waste time on social media, which is bad for everyone. Strong. The pervasive use of social media platforms contributes to decreased productivity and has proven detrimental to overall mental well-being. Notice the shift from a judgmental statement, which is bad, to an analytical one. You are presenting evidence of harm, which makes your argument much more robust and convincing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute blueprint. Before writing a single word, dedicate 2 minutes to quickly jotting down 3 main points and 1 counterpoint. This brief flash planning prevents you from getting lost in complex vocabulary. Simply mapping out your core arguments ensures that even if time runs short, the structure of your essay will remain solid. The time-boxed body paragraph. Commit no more than 10 minutes to writing both body paragraphs for task 2. Focus on development over perfection. If you spend too long perfecting your transitions, you lose time needed for actual argument support. Treat setting a hard stop as a crucial part of the planning process. The skeleton first rule. Drafting the first pass should focus only on linking ideas and content flow. Save grammar refinement for the final 5 minutes. It is tempting to stop and correct every comma or tense agreement as you write. Resist that urge. Focus on getting your main idea down quickly, creating a solid skeleton first. The final 5-minute sweep. Use the last 5 minutes solely for checking cohesion, checking linking words, and ensuring grammatical flow across paragraphs. Do not use this time to rewrite entire sentences. Instead, focus your energy on the connective tissue, checking plurals, subject-verb agreement, and making sure your transitions feel natural. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The use of electric scooters and bicycles for urban commuting has risen sharply in major cities over the last decade. However, this trend creates new challenges regarding infrastructure safety and public space management. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, analyze the provided statement by discussing both the benefits and the associated infrastructural challenges in approximately 250 words. Dedicating no more than 10 minutes to planning and outlining your response. The crucial element here isn't just answering, it's managing that 10-minute period. You must allocate time, 2 minutes for brainstorming, benefits, challenges, 5 minutes for writing the first draft, and 3 minutes remaining for review. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the introduction should immediately establish both sides of the argument. The growth found Scamber Tech. The challenge toe show immediate structural control. A high-scoring candidate will not wait until the conclusion to mention the challenges. By weaving the tension between benefits and challenge throughout, they demonstrate analytical balance right from the start. Writing about problems is often easy. Describing actionable solutions requires a higher level of critical thinking. Actionable solutions are suggestions that are not only viable but also practical and implementable within real-world constraints. They must answer the how question, detailing specific steps, responsible parties, and measurable outcomes. Simply stating that a problem needs addressing is insufficient for high scores. You must explain exactly what should be done. The key takeaway here is moving from abstract statements to concrete proposals. When developing solutions, always use conditional language like implementing, requiring the allocation of resources to, or mandating. This shift demonstrates not only understanding, but also mastery of a persuasive academic tone. Here are 4 examples. To mitigate urban smog, municipal authorities should mandate the creation of low-emission zones in city centers. Furthermore, subsidies must be offered to encourage residents to switch from private gasoline vehicles to public electric transport options. Effective because it names specific actions, mandate, subsidy, and gives clear mechanisms, low-emission zones, electric transport. Notice how this example doesn't just say reduce pollution, it suggests a policy, low-emission zone, and an economic tool, subsidies. This level of detail shows the marker you have thought through the feasibility of your ideas. Educational institutions need to integrate mandatory financial literacy courses into their curriculum. These modules should cover budgeting, investment basics, and debt management to better prepare students for economic realities. Strong because it identifies the specific what financial literacy courses and defines its scope, budgeting, investment basics. When proposing educational changes, avoid generic terms like better learning. Instead, define the curriculum change. By specifying modules, you transform a vague suggestion into a concrete policy proposal. To combat waste management issues, local government should establish centralized composting facilities. This would divert organic waste from landfills and generate nutrient-rich soil for community farming initiatives. Highly actionable because it proposes a physical infrastructure, centralized facility leading to a tangible benefit, soil generation. The power of this solution lies in the cause and effect chain. You are proposing facility A, which leads directly to outcome B and C, Always structure your solutions as a clear, logical process. Employers must invest significantly in upskilling their workforce, focusing particularly on digital competencies. Government grants could incentivize small businesses to adopt remote work infrastructure, maximizing both flexibility and talent access. Very strong because it addresses two different stakeholders, employers and government, with specific interventions, grants, adopting infrastructure. Excellent solutions often address multiple levels of governance or industry. By naming the responsible parties like employers or local governments, you increase your credibility and depth of argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Governments should do more to protect the environment. To mitigate climate change, governments must implement carbon pricing mechanisms and invest in renewable energy infrastructure nationwide. The strong version replaces vague verbs, do more, with specific economic tools, carbon pricing, and sectors, renewable energy. The difference between these two sentences is accountability. The weak version is passive, while the strong version forces the reader to consider a viable policy mechanism. Always aim for that level of specificity. People need to recycle more and be less wasteful in their daily lives. Local communities must establish easily accessible recycling points, complemented by educational campaigns that incentivize waste separation at the household level. The strong version moves beyond blaming the individual peoples and proposes systemic changes, accessible points, incentives. Remember that in IELTS Task 2, you are writing an academic essay, not a personal plea. Therefore, shifting the responsibility from the general public to policymakers or institutions is always safer and more persuasive. Schools should teach students about career choices so they know what jobs exist. Curriculum must be reformed to include mandatory modules on emerging industries, such as artificial intelligence and green technology, providing practical pathways for student engagement. Specificity is key. Instead of career choices, the strong version names modern, high-demand sectors, AI, green tech. When discussing education, don't just say add classes. Be precise about which classes and how they should be structured. For example, linking theory to practical application like internships or modules. The city needs better ways for people to get around without cars. Urban planners should prioritize the expansion of segregated bicycle superhighways and enhance public transit networks through dedicated rapid bus lanes, improving both safety and efficiency. This version uses technical language, segregated bike superhighways, and names specific infrastructure improvements, making it sound authoritative. Good academic writing employs precise terminology. Using words like superhighways, dedicated rapid bus lanes, or infrastructure elevates your vocabulary and demonstrates subject matter knowledge. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Government should just make people care more about the planet. Strong. The government must implement a national conservation fund, allocating tax revenue specifically to reforestation projects and protected marine areas. The mistake here is relying on emotion or willpower. Policy solutions require measurable actions funds, targets, mandates. Always anchor your suggestions in governmental or institutional mechanisms. Weak. This problem will fix itself eventually if we wait long enough. Strong. To prevent a decline in infrastructure quality, mandatory cyclical inspections must be instituted, coupled with timely budgetary allocations for proactive maintenance. Never suggest inaction as a solution. Instead, focus on preventative measures and cycles of review. Using phrases like mandatory cyclical inspections shows systematic thinking. Weak. We need businesses to cooperate more with the community. Strong corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives should be legally mandated, requiring large enterprises to allocate a fixed percentage of profits toward local educational or environmental revitalization projects. The weak version is too vague. Cooperate mores means nothing. The strong version adds weight by invoking legal mandates and quantifiable metrics, turning a wish into an enforceable policy. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-part solution framework. For every solution you propose, address 3 elements: the agent who, the mechanism how, and the outcome what. Think of this as a mini essay structure within your paragraph. Naming the agent prevents weak, general statements because it assigns responsibility. This immediate clarity boosts your coherence score significantly. Stakeholder brainstorming. When tackling a problem, list every group affected: government, corporations, students, parents, local councils. Each stakeholder needs a different solution. This exercise forces you to think critically about the multifaceted nature of global problems. By addressing multiple stakeholders, your essay demonstrates sophisticated critical thinking that goes beyond simple agreement. Action verbs and noun phrases. Upgrade verbs like helps or do to academic phrasings: mitigate, mandate, facilitate, institute. Use nouns like framework, protocol, or incentive. Elevating your vocabulary isn't just about sounding smart, it's about specificity. Using a precise, high-level adverbial phrase can make your argument sound much more authoritative and convincing to the examiner. The if, then, bridge. Structure your solution paragraphs using clear cause and effect logic. If X policy is implemented, then Y problem will be mitigated because Z resource will become available. This connective structure builds logical flow and coherence. It tells the reader exactly why your proposed action is necessary. Practice linking your proposals with strong transitional phrases like consequently or furthermore. A diagnostic module is not just another practice test. It is a targeted assessment designed to pinpoint your exact academic weaknesses across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Instead of simply giving you a score, this process forces you to identify the why behind any underperformance. It helps separate gaps in knowledge like poor vocabulary recall for writing from gaps in technique, such as time management during reading passages. The goal is precision, ensuring that your study time is spent only on areas where improvement will yield the highest return. The key thing to remember about diagnosis is that it requires honesty with yourself. You cannot simply guess which skill is weak. You must actively analyze why you struggled in the test environment. Think of this module as a highly detailed X-ray for your English skills, not just a simple temperature check. Here are 4 examples. Listening, difficulty following rapid academic lectures. Focus, note-taking, speed, complexity. The diagnostic confirms you catch details but lose the main thread when speech is dense. This isn't a listening comprehension issue, it's a processing speed issue under pressure. Your brain needs to simultaneously write down information and interpret complex context, which takes significant practice. Reading, failing to distinguish between inference and direct fact. Focus, reading for implication. The test shows you are great at finding explicit answers, but miss the author's hidden meaning. Inference questions require you to read between the lines, connecting 2 pieces of information that aren't directly linked by a comma or period. This skill is about making logical leaps based on textual evidence. Writing, over-reliance on simple sentence structures. Focus, grammatical range and complexity. The diagnosis reveals solid grammar but repetitive syntax. To boost your band score here, you need to move beyond subject-verb-object sentences. You must actively practice using dependent clauses and transitional phrases to build sophisticated sentence architecture. Speaking, pausing too frequently when searching for specific vocabulary. Focus, fluency versus lexical retrieval. The diagnosis shows you know the words, but your retrieval process significantly slows down your pace. Fluency isn't just about speaking fast, it's about minimizing those noticeable pauses where you are mentally scrambling for a word. This is often fixed through structured, timed conversation practice. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Efficiency and time management. You stop wasting time on topics you already understand. Since your study hours are limited, targeting weak spots is the most efficient use of energy. It prevents burnout from reviewing material that is already solid. Build in confidence. Knowing your exact limitations reduces general test anxiety. When you approach a challenging skill with a concrete plan, for example, I need to improve my use of linking adverbs, the task feels manageable. This structured focus dramatically boosts confidence, creating an actionable plan. Diagnosis turns vague goals into measurable steps. A goal like, I want a better scores, is meaningless. A diagnosis, however, allows you to set micro goals, such as, in the next 2 weeks, I will write 5 paragraphs incorporating transitional phrases of contrast. This makes progress visible. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, assuming a single low score means you are fundamentally bad at the skill. Say, recognizing that one weak area simply indicates where targeted effort is needed. A poor performance on a single test day does not define your ability. It only defines your readiness on that particular day. Use the score as data, not as a permanent judgment of self-worth. Incorrect balance, studying every skill equally regardless of diagnostic results. Strategic focus, allocating 70% of your time to the weakest area and 30% to maintenance on strong areas. This is the core principle of efficiency. If the diagnosis shows speaking is your biggest hurdle, you must dedicate significantly more time there than in listening. Surface level fix, focusing only on the content gaps, e.g., missing vocabulary. Deep analysis, investigating the root cause. Is it poor memory, or is it a lack of exposure? Sometimes you don't know a word because you never encountered it in academic material. The fix isn't just memorizing. The fix is increasing your exposure to high-level, topic-specific discourse. Here are 4 ways to practice. Implement timed micro-practice sessions. Instead of full-length tests, dedicate 20 minutes solely to the single skill you flagged as weakest. Micro-sessions are less overwhelming and allow for intense focus on one specific mechanism. For instance, if your weakness is linking words and writing, only write 5 paragraphs focused only on integrating those structures. Curate resource pools. Build a dedicated folder of materials, academic articles, or TED Talks that specifically challenge the skills you identified as weak. Do not rely only on textbook exercises. Consume high-quality, authentic English content that forces your brain to engage with complex language structures and academic registers naturally. The feedback loop. After every practice session, document 3 things: what went well, what failed, and 1 specific technique to try next time. This step is crucial for self-correction. Never end a practice session without analyzing it. You must be your own most critical coach by noting exactly where you deviated from the optimal strategy. Integrate revision into daily life. Use targeted vocabulary and grammatical structures in your everyday English conversation or writing, even if it's just a journal entry. The ultimate goal is integration. If you diagnose a weakness in using conditional tenses, don't just practice them on paper. Try to use them actively when speaking with friends or family. Testing resilience isn't about eliminating stress. It's about building the ability to function effectively despite high levels of pressure. It means recognizing that anxiety is a normal physiological response, not necessarily a prediction of failure. Instead of fighting the feeling, we learn to use controlled breathing and refocusing techniques to manage it. Think of resilience as mental muscle strength. The more you practice these coping mechanisms in low-stakes environments, the stronger they become when it really matters. This preparation allows your true knowledge base to shine through. It's vital for students to understand that anxiety is a perceived threat, not an objective reality. When we reframe stress as excitement or focused energy, our bodies react differently, which can trick us into performing better. Remember that psychological preparation is just as critical as academic study time. Here are 4 examples. Instead of, I hope I do well, try, I am prepared to give my best effort. Shifting focus from outcome to process. Notice how the first phrase is passive and uncertain. The second statement puts you in an active role, which gives you a feeling of agency. This subtle shift changes your brain's internal conversation from worry to action. When stuck on a question, move on and come back later. Tactical self-regulation. The core mistake high achievers make is getting trapped by one difficult question. This technique teaches you to accept imperfection in the moment and prioritize moving forward, maintaining momentum. Visualizing success. Imagine walking out of the exam feeling calm and confident. Positive mental rehearsal. Visualization is a powerful tool because it primes your brain for the expected experience. Don't just picture getting an A, picture the feeling of finishing and being proud of your effort. Preemptive breathing, taking 3 slow breaths before starting any module. Physiological reset. This isn't just a nice tip, it physically impacts your nervous system. Deep, controlled exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming you down. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The fight or flight mechanism. High stress triggers adrenaline, preparing you for immediate physical danger. Our bodies are wired to react to predators, not multiple choice questions. When we mistake a test for a life threat, the resulting cortisol spike actually narrows our focus and impairs higher cognitive functions. Cognitive load theory. Anxious thoughts consume working memory that should be used for problem solving. Think of your brain's working memory like a limited amount of RAM on a computer. If you are spending processing power worrying about failing, you literally have less memories left to solve the actual problems. The Yerkes-Dodson law. Performance improves with moderate arousal but declines sharply with excessive stress. This law explains that there is an optimal level of excitement. We want to be energized, but we must avoid the point where anxiety completely overtakes focus. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Thinking in extremes, I must get a perfect score to be okay. Setting realistic metrics, my goal is to perform my absolute best, given the circumstances. Perfectionism often masks itself as high standards, but it's actually a form of self-sabotage. It sets an impossible bar that guarantees disappointment when reality falls short. Emotional linkage. If I don't know the answer immediately, I am failing. Separating knowledge from self-worth, it is acceptable to pause and acknowledge what I do not know right now. We must learn that a blank answer does not equate to a flawed identity. Our value as individuals is entirely separate from our performance on any single test. Catastrophizing, I need this score to define my entire future. Perspective taking, this score is just one data point in the incredibly complex picture of my life. When we catastrophize, our minds jump to the worst possible outcome. By forcing ourselves to see this test as just one data point, we regain perspective and reduce the emotional stakes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Simulate stressful conditions. Take practice tests in timed, uncomfortable settings to normalize the pressure. Don't just do a practice test, make it feel like the real thing. Sit somewhere you usually study, use limited breaks, and simulate the time constraints. This desensitization is key. Establish a pre-game routine. A consistent routine like light exercise or meditation the night before helps calm the nervous system. Routines are anchors for our minds. By performing the same calming actions consistently, you signal to your brain that even on test day, a predictable sense of safety is available. The 5-minute wind down. Before bed and before the test, avoid intense study sessions. Focus instead on relaxation. Your brain needs time to consolidate memories, which happens during rest. Cramming right up until bedtime often leads to burnout rather than retention. Post-test self-compassion. After the exam, regardless of how you think you did, acknowledge your effort and give yourself a reward. The recovery phase is often overlooked. By showing self-compassion immediately after, you teach your mind that even if performance was imperfect, it was safe and acceptable. Reaching a band 5 generally means you can communicate your meaning effectively enough for the task. You are understood, even if the language is simple or hesitant. However, band 7 and above require something more than just clarity. They demand sophistication. It's about depth of thought, structural complexity, and natural fluency. Essentially, we are moving from merely communicating an idea to building a compelling argument. It's critical to understand that the examiner isn't looking for perfect grammar in every single sentence. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to manage complex ideas under timed pressure. Think of it less as a test of vocabulary and more as a demonstration of intellectual maturity. Here are 5 examples. It is important to remember that Band 5 transition phrase. This phrasing works, but it's very common and repetitive. To elevate this, try using a more sophisticated connective phrase that shows contrast or addition. Furthermore, data suggests that Band 7 plus transition phrase. Using academic signal phrases like this immediately raises your register. It shows you are integrating formal research or evidence into your argument flow. This problem is bad because simplistic causal link. Avoid overly simple causal language. Instead of saying something is bad, explain why it presents a detriment or obstacle to progress. A key factor contributing to this is advanced causal link. This phrase allows you to introduce complex causality. It signals that the underlying cause is multifaceted and worth detailed discussion. Consequently, policymakers should consider reforms. Strong conclusion recommendation. A Band 7 Plus response doesn't just summarize, it offers concrete, actionable recommendations. Using consequently links your evidence directly to a proposed solution. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Conceptual depth. Moving beyond surface-level descriptions to analyzing underlying causes. A Band 5 might list symptoms, but a high-scoring response explains the pathology. You must show that you can handle abstract ideas like globalization or systemic inequality. Cohesive mastery. Using linking words naturally so the text flows seamlessly from one idea to the next. Excellent cohesion isn't just about using however and therefore, it's about pronoun reference, thematic continuation, and ensuring every sentence feels organically connected to the preceding thought. Precision in register. Selecting vocabulary that is formal, objective, and appropriate for an academic audience. This means avoiding colloquialisms or overly emotional language. Your tone must remain detached and analytical, even when discussing highly charged topics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Informal language and vague adjectives. This issue is a very big problem for the economy. Precise academic phrasing. This issue poses a significant challenge to economic stability. The key difference here is elevating simple adjectives like very bigs and vague nouns like problem. Always replace them with specific academic vocabulary. Passive voice and vague subjects. Many people agree that the government must do something. Academic nominalization. There is a prevailing consensus that governmental intervention is required. Instead of saying many people agree, use nominalizations like prevailing consensus. This immediately lends an air of formal, objective academic writing. Grammatical redundancy. The reason for this is because money is short. Concise, high-level vocabulary. This stems from a scarcity of capital. Watch out for common grammatical redundancy traps like the reason is because. Always opt for the most concise and sophisticated phrasing possible. Here are 4 ways to practice. The paraphrasing challenge. Take 5 complex sentences from academic articles and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the core meaning. This exercise forces you to manipulate syntax and vocabulary simultaneously. It builds flexibility, which is crucial for high-scoring writing. Model analysis reading. Read Band 8+ essays or reports and actively highlight every transition phrase and advanced linking structure they use. Don't just read for content, read like a linguist. When you see a perfect link, analyze why it works as a contrast. Consequence? Condition. Topic. Specific vocabulary banking. Instead of learning random words, build themed lists, e.g., environmental degradation, economic policy. Focusing vocabulary into thematic units ensures that when you write about a topic, your language sounds cohesive and highly specialized. The outline method. Before writing any piece, create a detailed outline focusing only on the logical connections between paragraphs and ideas. A strong outline guarantees structural coherence. If your argument flows logically from point A to B, the examiner will reward you with a higher score in organization. The IELTS test is a marathon, not a sprint. Effective time management means knowing exactly how much time to allocate to each of the 4 skills. For example, in the listening section, you must balance careful note-taking with anticipating potential distractions. In reading, don't spend too long on one difficult passage, move on and come back if necessary. The writing module requires pacing, enough time for planning, writing the body, and crucially, reviewing your grammar and cohesion. Even speaking needs timing. You must fill the allotted minutes without rambling or falling silent. By treating time as a resource you are actively managing, you greatly reduce stress and improve performance across all sections. Many students approach the test reactively, letting one difficult section dictate their pace for the rest of the exam. Think of timing not just as speed, but as strategic allocation. Learning to move efficiently between skills is key to maintaining cognitive energy throughout the full test duration. Here are 5 examples. Listening, active prediction. When the audio plays a gap-fill question, immediately predict the word type and length. Instead of just writing down what you hear, pause mentally and categorize the missing information, e.g., it's a measurement or a proper noun. Prediction is your superpower here. It forces your brain to listen for specific sounds rather than just processing general speech. If you know it needs a date format, your ear will be primed for numbers and slashes. Reading, skimming the main ideas. Spend the first 2 minutes skimming all passages to determine topic flow and structure. Do not get bogged down in details initially. Your goal is mapping the article's overall argument before tackling specific questions. Skimming helps you build a mental roadmap of the material. When you encounter a question, you know exactly where to look because you've already mapped out the text geography. Writing Task 1. Time boxing data analysis. Dedicate no more than 5 minutes to analyzing graphs and charts. Focus only on the highest highs and lowest lows. Do not list every single data point presented. Task achievement relies on selection, not exhaustive reporting. High scorers select only the most impactful trends and comparisons to keep their report concise and analytical. Writing Task 2. The outline rule. Spend exactly 10 minutes planning your essay structure before writing a single sentence. Your outline should detail topic sentences for every body paragraph and the conclusion's key takeaway. Planning prevents writing paralysis. By having a solid structural foundation, you can write with confidence, knowing that every subsequent sentence serves a clear purpose. Speaking, the buffer phrase. Start complex answers using flexible introductory phrases like, to address your point, or I would argue that. This buys you valuable thinking time while sounding natural and coherent. These buffer phrases are linguistic safety nets. They give your brain a microsecond pause to organize the next idea without the examiner noticing any hesitation, maintaining fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. Spends too much time on one difficult reading passage. Reads quickly for main ideas and allocates equal time across all passages. Pacing mastery. A weak candidate gets stuck in the details, which drastically lowers their overall score. The strong candidate manages risk by moving on, knowing they can return to challenging material if time allows. Ushers through writing tasks due to anxiety. Practices a strict 4-stage cycle: plan, draft, review grammar, polish cohesion. Structured drafting. The difference here is methodical effort. Rushing often leads to grammatical errors and structural collapse. The high scorer controls their output through intentional review stages. Stop speaking mid-sentence when unsure of vocabulary. Use a circumlocution describing a word or concept using simpler, known vocabulary. Maintaining flow. Fluency is more important than perfect vocabulary. When you can't recall the exact word, describing it effectively keeps your speaking momentum going and impresses the examiner with adaptability. Reads instructions multiple times, wasting precious minutes. Pre-reading strategies. Quickly scan all question types first to understand the testing format. Or active preparation. Don't waste time figuring out how you are going to be tested. Before starting any section, quickly reviewing the instructions helps your brain switch into test mode, conserving valuable seconds. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. When you manage time well, your brain doesn't waste energy worrying about running out of time. Worrying distracts you from the actual task. By being efficient with timing, you free up mental bandwidth that can be used to focus purely on complex language features or nuanced meaning. Ensures comprehensive coverage. It guarantees that all 4 skills are addressed proportionally and that no section is left incomplete. A high band score requires balance. If you perform perfectly in 3 sections but fail to finish the 4th due to poor pacing, your overall score will suffer significantly. Builds test stamina. Regular time-pressured practice trains you to maintain peak focus for extended periods. Taking a test is physically and mentally exhausting. By simulating time conditions repeatedly, you build the necessary stamina to perform at your best even when fatigued. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed simulation drill. Take a full passage or listening test section and strictly time yourself. Count down the minutes to force maximum efficiency. Do this at home using only your phone timer. The goal is not perfection right now. The goal is simply building the habit of adhering to rigid time limits. The micro goals technique for writing. Break down writing tasks into segmented mini deadlines, 3 minutes for thesis, 7 minutes for body paragraph 1, etc. By setting these smaller targets, you make the intimidating task of writing a long essay feel manageable. Success in one micro goal builds momentum toward the next. Speed reading game. Find articles on topics you like and practice reading them aloud while strictly timing yourself to see if you can maintain speed without losing comprehension. This bridges your reading skills with your speaking stamina. It's a fantastic way to build the automaticity needed for fast, accurate output under pressure. The Zero Distraction Mock Test. Take at least 1 full past paper mock test in an environment where phones are off and you cannot take breaks. Treat it like exam day. Consistency is key to performance optimization. Simulating the real-life, uninterrupted pressure of the actual exam helps normalize the time constraints and build true confidence. Effective goal setting is much more than just wishing for a higher score. We need to make our goals highly specific and measurable. Think about applying the SMART framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Instead of simply saying, "I want to improve my IELTS score," we must operationalize that desire into clear academic targets. This detailed approach turns vague hopes into actionable plans, giving you a true roadmap for success. Remember that the goal isn't just getting a high band, it's about mastering specific skills. By making your goals measurable, you create checkpoints that allow you to track progress objectively. Don't confuse important with measurable. If you can't quantify the effort or the outcome, it's probably too vague. Here are 4 examples. Vague goal: I need to improve my speaking. Goal setting fail. This statement is too broad because it doesn't tell us how or what part of speaking needs work. Improvement could mean anything from pronunciation to vocabulary, so we lose focus immediately. Specific goal: I will use 3 new cohesive devices in every speaking part 2 response. Highly specific and measurable. This is excellent because it gives you a clear action and accountable metric. You know exactly what to listen for, practice, and count during your next mock test. Vague goal: I need to read more academic articles. Action lacking. While reading is great, simply saying more doesn't guide your practice. We need to link the activity to a specific IELTS skill requirement, like understanding complex arguments or identifying main ideas. Actionable goal: I will read 3 articles from The Economist this week and summarize the core argument for my writing task 2 practice. Integrated and time-bound. This goal is powerful because it integrates multiple skills: reading comprehension, summarizing, and writing. It connects a routine activity directly to an exam requirement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Provides direction and focus. A roadmap keeps you from wasting time on low-impact activities. When you have a defined target, every study session has a purpose. This structure helps eliminate drift, which is when studying feels busy but unproductive. You are moving toward a specific destination. Boosts motivation and momentum. Seeing small victories builds confidence more effectively than just aiming for the final score. Achieving micro goals, like mastering one complex grammar structure or scoring highly on a single writing task, provides immediate dopamine hits. This positive reinforcement is what sustains your motivation over months of study. Allows for targeted review. It forces you to identify and prioritize the areas that need the most attention. Goal setting naturally acts as a diagnostic tool. If your goal is high in vocabulary, but you keep failing practice speaking tests on idiomatic language, you know exactly where to focus your next week of effort. Your roadmap needs to be cyclical, not linear. We must allocate time and energy across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking, while also focusing on the systemic gaps we identified in our earlier diagnostic modules. Dedicate specific skill days rather than just vague study blocks. For example, one week might focus 60% of your effort on academic vocabulary acquisition, while another focuses intensely on essay structure and coherence. The most crucial element is reviewing and adjusting your goals every 2 weeks. Testing yourself against these revised targets ensures that the plan remains realistic as your proficiency grows. The biggest mistake students make is treating their roadmap like a rigid contract. Life happens, and sometimes you get stuck or bored. Treat it more like a flexible guided consensus between you and your goal. If one area feels too overwhelming, break it down into even smaller steps to make the load manageable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with a minimum viable goal. Identify the one single most impactful change you can make in the next 7 days. Don't try to fix everything at once. That leads to burnout. Instead, pick one small area like expanding your linking words or mastering a specific article type and commit fully to it for 1 week only. Implement goal check-ins. Reviewing your goals and progress weekly builds accountability. Set a time once a week, maybe Sunday evening, just to look at your roadmap. Ask yourself, did I meet my mini goal? If not, why? And what is the smallest adjustment we can make for next week? Gather resources strategically. Match resources directly to a current goal. Don't collect materials randomly. If your goal this month is improving academic register in writing, then every book or article you read should be analyzed through that specific lens. This prevents information overload and maximizes efficiency. Celebrate the process. Acknowledge effort and consistency, not just final scores. Remember that the journey itself is where the real learning happens. Taking time to genuinely appreciate how far you've come builds a powerful positive association with studying, which is crucial for long-term success. Advanced listening isn't just about hearing words, it's an active process of constructing meaning. It requires focused attention and the ability to predict what comes next based on context clues. Instead of passively receiving sound, you must engage critically with every segment of speech. These strategies include anticipating shifts in topic and monitoring for subtle changes in tone or emphasis. Remember that sometimes the most important information is conveyed through inference, not explicit statements. Think of listening as detective work, where you are gathering clues rather than just taking notes. When a speaker pauses, don't assume they finished their thought. Instead, use that moment to predict what logical points might follow. This predictive skill keeps your brain engaged and ready for complex information. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The lecture today focused on the concept of cognitive load in professional learning environments. It's crucial that trainees aren't simply overloaded with theory, they need practical application immediately. We observed a significant discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. Therefore, I recommend structuring modules to incorporate short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. These breaks allow the brain time to consolidate recent information without losing momentum. Furthermore, using real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals will greatly enhance comprehension and retention rates among participants. Question 1. What is the main problem identified regarding trainee learning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. This question tests your ability to pinpoint the central conflict. Often, advanced listening passages bury the key finding within descriptive language, so listen for contrasting ideas like discrepancies or however. Question 2. According to the speaker, what is the optimal break structure? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. This requires precise listening for specific numbers and recommendations. Don't just hear breaks, capture the timing recommendation because that is the core actionable data point. Question 3. What type of learning material does the speaker suggest using to improve comprehension? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals. This tests your ability to distinguish between general suggestions and specific recommendations. The phrase rather than is a major indicator that a contrast or preferred method is coming up. Here are 5 examples. Is crucial that means it is essential or vital. Use this when making a strong recommendation. When you hear crucial, the speaker is elevating the importance of the following statement. It signals that the information coming next is a core takeaway point for you to remember. Significant discrepancy. A notable difference or inconsistency between two things. This phrase is common in academic reports. It alerts you that the speaker is about to compare two variables that do not align perfectly, which is often where the main argument lies. Without losing momentum, maintaining pace or energy, continuing smoothly. This type of idiomatic phrase relates to process management. It helps you understand that the goal isn't just rest, but effective, rest that keeps productivity high. Enhance comprehension, to improve or deepen understanding. Instead of simply saying help you understand, using enhanced signals a more formal academic context. This is vocabulary that will elevate your own speaking and writing. Abstract hypotheticals. Theoretical scenarios that are not based on reality. This phrase helped you categorize the type of example being given. If they contrast this with real-world case studies, you know exactly what kind of evidence is preferred. Listen again and fill in the missing words. It is crucial that trainees aren't simply blank with theory. They need practical application. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is overloaded. The verb overload here describes an excessive amount of input. When you hear a warning about too much information, training your ear to catch the root word will help you grasp the meaning quickly. A significant blank was observed between self-reported knowledge and actual performance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is discrepancy. This noun is used for inconsistencies. If a passage mentions two things that don't match, pay close attention to nouns like gap, variance, or discrepancy. These breaks allow the brain time to blank recent information without losing momentum. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consolidate. Consolidating means making something stronger or more stable. In learning, it refers to the process of moving short-term memories into longer-term storage. Using real-world case studies will greatly blank comprehension and retention rates. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is enhance. To enhance means to improve quality or value. This word is key for describing how a method improves the learning outcome, making it perfect for summarizing findings. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing technique. Immediately repeat what you hear, mimicking pronunciation and rhythm. Shadowing is highly effective because it forces your mouth muscles to keep up with native speed. It bridges the gap between understanding speech and physically producing it. Targeted dictation. Listen for specific phrases or vocabulary, writing them down word for word. This technique builds auditory accuracy. Instead of transcribing everything, pick a challenging phrase-like cognitive load and drill that one until it feels automatic. Pre-reading prediction. Skim the topic or article title before listening to guess key vocabulary. Never listen with zero context. By predicting the general theme, you prime your brain for related vocabulary and structures, making the actual input much easier to process. summarizing in your head. After a paragraph, pause and internally summarize the main idea before moving on. This is pure active listening. It prevents mental drift where you hear words but don't connect them logically. You are constantly self-testing your comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Effective communication in a professional setting requires more than just grammatical correctness. It demands clarity and conciseness. When drafting emails or presenting data, always assume your audience is time-poor and highly intelligent. Therefore, the opening lines must immediately state the purpose of your message. Avoid unnecessary jargon unless you are certain everyone understands it. Furthermore, structure complex ideas using bullet points and clear headings to guide the reader's eye. Remember that brevity does not equal simplicity. True professionalism means conveying depth in the fewest possible words. Question 1. What is emphasized as being required for professional communication? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is clarity and conciseness, beyond just grammatical correctness. This question helps you shift focus from a single skill, like grammar, to the overall quality of the interaction. Listen for contrast words like more than or beyond. Question 2. What is the most important action when starting an email or presentation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is immediately stating the purpose of the message. This tests your ability to identify a crucial, actionable piece of advice. The phrase must immediately state signals this non-negotiable requirement for professional writing. Academic lectures are designed not just to test your comprehension, but also your critical thinking. A distractor is any piece of information presented in the lecture that sounds plausible or even true on its own, but which ultimately contradicts or fails to fully address the core question being asked. Identifying these false answers requires you to listen for implication rather than simply listening the key words. You must determine if the speaker's full intent supports the initial idea you picked up on. This process moves beyond simple note-taking and into active cognitive filtering. Think of a distractor as an excellent decoy. It looks real, but it's designed to throw you off course. Your goal isn't just to capture every word. Your objective is to track the main argument thread. Always keep asking yourself, is this the most important point the speaker wants me to remember? Here are 5 examples. Listen for keyword overload, the too specifics trap. If a speaker uses highly technical or very specific vocabulary to describe an example, take caution. Sometimes they use excessive detail simply to make the point sound authoritative, even if that detail is irrelevant to the main academic conclusion. The generality of the concept usually outweighs the specificity of the supporting fact. Track speaker pivots and transitions. The change point. Speakers rarely stick to one idea. Pay close attention to transitional phrases like, however, on the other hand, or what is more important. These markers signal that the speaker is explicitly correcting or refining a previous, possibly misleading, statement. Watch for qualifiers and caveats. The limitation clause. A qualifier limits the scope of an idea. Phrases such as, in most cases, under certain conditions, or generally speaking, are massive clues. They tell you that what was just said is not a universal academic truth, but rather an exception. Identify negation and correction. Direct reversal. The clearest signal of a distractor is direct negation. If the speaker says something and then immediately follows it up with, no, wait, or actually, that's incorrect, you must treat the second statement as the definitive answer. Filter for main idea versus supporting detail. Focus priority. Every lecture has a central thesis or core message. When you hear supporting details like names, dates, or secondary examples, mentally assign them a lower priority unless they are explicitly stated as crucial evidence for the main point. The highest level of listening comprehension involves tracking context shifts. This means recognizing when a speaker changes their frame of reference, moving from discussing history to methodology or from causality to consequence. When you detect this shift, mentally pause and reevaluate the premises they just established. A common distractor is the historical anecdote. While interesting, it might only serve as an illustration of a concept, not the core academic principle itself. Therefore, always ask, does this specific example change the general rule being discussed? If the answer is no, treat that detail as secondary information. Successful listeners don't just follow the path, they map the entire intellectual landscape the speaker draws for them. When you hear a pivot, it's not just a topic change, it's usually an opportunity to clarify the most important takeaway point. Let's compare 4 pairs. General anecdote, example. Core academic principle, rule. The difference between illustration and law. An anecdote is a single story that happened once, while the academic principle is the tested theory that applies universally. Always be skeptical of singular examples. They rarely represent the full scope of human knowledge or scientific law. Immediate description, what? Underlying implication, why? Focusing on cause versus effect. Sometimes a lecturer describes what happened, but the core answer you need relates to why it happened or how it impacts a broader system. Always listen for the causal relationship that links the action to the academic theory. Strong assertions, declarative. Qualified statements, hypothetical. The certainty level. When a speaker uses definitive language, they are making a strong claim. However, the most accurate academic answers often come from qualified statements that acknowledge complexity or multiple variables at play. High-frequency vocabulary. Content relevance idea. Don't over-index on specific words. It is tempting to believe that if you hear a word repeatedly, it must be the answer. Instead, focus your energy on tracking the concept or idea that surrounds that word. The idea itself carries more weight than the specialized terminology used. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-lecture setup. Predict the scope. Before listening, identify 3 key terms or questions you expect to be covered. This directs your focus. Preparing this way doesn't guarantee answers, but it primes your brain to listen for specific relationships between those concepts. If a distractor appears that doesn't connect back to one of your anticipated themes, dismiss it immediately. Active note, taking track relationships. Instead of writing full sentences, use symbols like TAS for causality and CAST for contrast. This system forces you to process the logical structure of the argument as it is spoken. If a speaker contradicts themselves, your symbol tracking will make that reversal visually obvious. Post-lecture review, map the thesis. Immediately write out the main thesis in one single sentence, using only your own words. This step forces you to synthesize all the information and discard the minor details. If you cannot create a clear, overarching thesis statement, it means you may have been misled by too many distractors. Mock practice, transcribe for shifts. Find academic podcasts or lectures and transcribe them specifically, marking every time the speaker changes direction. This structured practice helps you build muscle memory for identifying transitions. You are training your ear to hear the linguistic signals that accompany a shift in thought. Inferential listening is the advanced skill of understanding what is implied but not explicitly stated. It means picking up on the speaker's true meaning, their underlying emotion, or the tone they are conveying through subtle cues. Instead of just processing facts, you are reading between the lines, decoding the subtext of a conversation. This requires paying close attention to word choice, pauses, and changes in volume. Mastering inference moves your listening ability from simply understanding words to truly grasping intent. Think of it like being a detective. The speaker gives you clues, but they don't solve the case for you. You have to connect those scattered pieces of information like tone shifts or hesitation to deduce the overall message. This is crucial because in real-world conversations, people rarely say exactly what they mean. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The gallery attendant smiled politely. "Is there anything I can help you find today?" Mark sighed quietly. "Well, those Roman busts are lovely, naturally. But finding a clear label for the provenance of these pieces? That was surprisingly difficult. The attendant nodded quickly. Yes. We do have detailed records, but they are kept off-site. Mark shifted his weight. Of course. I just thought it might be inconveniently managed. It makes appreciating the history feel a bit disorganized, don't you think? A slight pause followed. We try our best, the attendant finally replied, sounding much more hesitant than before. Question 1. What does Mark imply about the museum's record-keeping process? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the system is inefficient or poorly organized. This question tests inference because Mark never uses negative words. Instead, he framed his criticism using polite language like inconveniently managed. You must interpret his gentle suggestion of disorganization as a complaint about process. Question 2. What is the attendant's true feeling after hearing Mark's comment? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she feels slightly defensive or uncomfortable. Listen for her change in tone. The initial polite smile gives way to a noticeable pause and a hesitant response, suggesting that Mark hit a nerve. Her words are minimal, but her tone conveys discomfort. Question 3. Why might the speaker have used the phrase naturalies? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, to act as a polite conversational buffer while making an underlying point. The use of filler or intensifier words like naturalies can signal that the speaker is trying to soften a criticism or introduce a sensitive topic. It acts as padding, making what follows sound less confrontational. Here are 5 examples. Surprisingly difficult. Meaning, it was harder than expected. Implied tone, mild disappointment. When someone says something was surprising, they are usually drawing attention to a negative element that they feel should have been obvious or easy to access. I just thought it might be. Meaning, I want to suggest this without being aggressive. Implied tone, tentative criticism. Starting a sentence with, I just thought, is almost always a softening mechanism. It allows the speaker to introduce disagreement or critique while maintaining plausible deniability. A bit disorganized. Meaning, messy, not well planned. Implied tone, dismissive criticism. The use of qualifiers like a bit or slightly often weakens a statement, but in this context, it does not lessen the underlying meaning, it merely makes the critique sound more polite. We try our best. Meaning, we are doing what we can. Implied tone, defensive but apologetic. This phrase is classic defensive language. It acknowledges the mistake while simultaneously signaling that external circumstances or lack of resources were the real blockers, not incompetence. Slightly more hesitant. Meaning, less confident, more uncomfortable than before. Implied tone, increased tension. Paying attention to subtle shifts in vocal delivery like hesitation or a sudden change in pace is often more informative than listening to the actual words used. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The curator explained that the artifacts were moved to a separate storage area because they were too fragile for display, so visitors needed to blank their visit. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is plan. Using plan here is key because it suggests an action required by the listener. It moves beyond simply understanding information. You must infer what action or preparation is necessary based on the limitations mentioned. Mark noticed that despite the attendant's smile, her body language was tense, suggesting she felt quite blank about the conversation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is uncomfortable. This tests non-verbal listening cues. When a speaker's words contradict their physical mannerisms, you must listen for the deeper meaning that is being communicated through body language. The attendant failed to fully address Mark's concern about organization. She merely offered vague assurances and tried to blank the topic. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is change. Inference here relates to conversational strategy. Changing the topics is a linguistic maneuver used when someone realizes they cannot defend their original position, thus signaling avoidance or defensiveness. Instead of apologizing directly, she instead minimized the issue by saying it was only a slight logistical hurdle which attempts to blank its importance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is downplay. To downplay means to make something seem less important than it is. Recognizing this rhetorical tactic allows you to understand the true emotional weight of the original problem. Here are 4 ways to practice: active listening and paraphrasing. Don't just hear the words, rephrase them mentally. Ask yourself, what is the speaker really saying? When you actively paraphrase, you force your brain to summarize the core meaning rather than getting stuck on specific vocabulary. This habit trains you to look for the main idea and the underlying emotion, focusing on contrastive pairs. Listen out for contrasting words like but, however, or although. These signal a tone shift or correction of an initial point. These conjunctions are linguistic signposts. They tell you that the speaker is about to pivot, correct themselves, or present opposing evidence. This moment is where most subtle meaning is hidden. Dictation and transcription. Transcribe short audio clips, paying special attention to filler words, like, and changes in pace. Transcribing forces you to slow down and analyze the sound of language. Hesitations and dramatic pauses are often indicators that the speaker is struggling with the truth or formulating a careful response. Shadowing. Repeat what native speakers say immediately after they say it, mimicking their rhythm and tone. This tip improves your auditory muscle memory. By focusing on matching natural intonation rises and falls, you become more attuned to the emotional coloring that accompanies spoken text. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. We must prioritize theoretical advancements in this field, suggested Dr. Chen. The current findings are merely incremental, nothing revolutionary. Professor Diaz leaned forward slightly. With all due respect, I think that approach neglects the practical reality of funding cycles. Theory is wonderful, but if we can't demonstrate immediate, measurable impact on real-world systems, who will even fund it? The department requires concrete data points, not just beautifully constructed models. Failing to acknowledge constraints makes our research sound rather idealistic. Question 1. What does Professor Diaz imply about Dr. Chen's focus? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he implies that the theoretical approach is impractical or unrealistic given current funding limitations. Professor Diaz uses politeness, with all due respect, to deliver a sharp critique. He doesn't say, your theory is useless. He frames it as being idealistic, which carries the same critical weight but sounds more academic. Question 2. What tone does Professor Diaz take when mentioning concrete data points? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a tone of urgency and pragmatism, bordering on skepticism. The shift to demanding tangibles like measurable impacts signals a change from academic discussion to professional accountability. The underlying message is, we need results now, not just ideas. When faced with rapid-fire questions, generalized reading strategies like skimming or scanning are not enough. We need a technique called active filtering. This is the ability to instantly triage information, deciding what detail is essential and discarding everything else that distracts you. Think of your brain as having multiple high-powered filters running at once. Instead of trying to absorb every word, your focus narrows immediately to keywords and transitional phrases that signal an answer or a limitation. This process requires compartmentalizing the information flow so you can maintain speed without sacrificing accuracy. Active filtering is essentially mental triage. It's not about reading faster, it's about thinking smarter while you read. When pressure mounts, our natural tendency is to panic and try to reread everything we just saw. By intentionally practicing active filtering, you train your brain to trust the first few keywords that suggest relevance, allowing you to move on immediately. Here are 4 examples. The primary cause of the disruption was insufficient resource allocation. Focusing on primary cause and insufficient resource allocation. Notice how the students' eyes don't just follow the words. They zero in immediately when they see a core noun phrase like primary cause. The selective reading tells you exactly what kind of information to listen for next. It acts as an immediate mental flag, which led directly to a cascade failure across the entire network. Identifying consequential language directly to and cascade failure. The phrase led directly to is an indicator of causality. In rapid-fire questioning, these connectors are gold mines because they establish cause and effect instantly. They signal that the following piece of information is crucial for answering a wise question. However, preliminary data showed promising results in the beta trial. Recognizing contrasting signals, however. When you see a contrast word like however, it's critical to pause your filtering process for a microsecond. These words signal an unexpected shift or complication, and failing to register that change is often the mistake that leads to a wrong answer. The final recommendation remains cautious until further longitudinal studies are published. Identifying limiting language remains cautious and until. The use of words like remains, cautious, or until often signals a limitation or condition. If you hear this, your job isn't to memorize facts, it's to remember the conditions under which those facts are true. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a narrative essay, flow. Processing rapid-fire questions, staccato. Focus on continuity versus discrete points. A narrative essay requires you to maintain emotional and thematic flow from sentence to sentence. In comparison, rapid-fire questions force your brain into a staccato mode. You are extracting isolated facts quickly. You must switch from storytelling absorption to bullet point retrieval. Academic definition, single concept. Interview transcript, multiple perspectives. Focus on scope, deep dive versus breadth. When reading a single academic definition, your focus is deep and narrow. You are seeking one perfect understanding. But in an interview transcript, the subject might give 5 conflicting opinions in 10 minutes. Your skill must broaden to track who said what and when. Scanning for names, inferring tone. From what to how. Sometimes the question isn't about a specific date or name. It's about whether the speaker sounded skeptical, enthusiastic, or regretful. This requires moving beyond surface-level keywords and actively listening for subtle shifts in tone and emphasis throughout the passage. Reading to confirm, recall, verification. Reading to adapt strategy, problem solving. From checking known facts to planning unknown ones. If you are simply verifying what you already think you know, your filtering is passive. But if the question requires you to solve a problem using the text, for example, proposing an alternative solution, your reading becomes active and adaptive. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To maintain speed under pressure, candidates must first establish a clear mental framework and identify core concepts. This process requires active one-eyes of information rather than passive absorption. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is filtering. The word filtering is key because it encapsulates the entire strategy we discussed. It implies that you are not taking everything in, you are deliberately selecting only what passes your mental criteria for relevance, which saves massive amounts of cognitive energy. When processing rapid-fire data, pay special attention to linguistic cues like however and, consequently, as these signal a change or important relationship between ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is linguistic. Linguistic here refers specifically to the language markers, the transition words. Being aware of these connectors allows you to predict what kind of information is coming next, giving your brain a head start before the speaker even says it. Effective preparation involves simulating high-pressure environments and practicing focused retrieval drills rather than just rereading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is retrieval. The difference between rereading and retrieval drilling is monumental. Rereading gives you a false sense of security because the information is right there on the page. Retrieval practice forces your brain to build stronger, faster memory pathways. Remember that speed should always be balanced with accuracy. Never sacrifice careful analysis for the sake of simply moving quickly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accuracy. Accuracy is the ultimate goal. Speed is merely a tool to reach it, not an end in itself. If you prioritize going fast and miss one critical detail, like a negation or a qualification, the entire answer becomes incorrect. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-visualization, mental warm-ups. Before the assessment begins, spend time visualizing yourself successfully navigating a rapid Q&A session. Picture specific moments where you will apply active filtering. Visualization is a powerful cognitive tool. It helps bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and actual performance under stress. By rehearsing the feeling of calm focus, you prime your brain to execute that strategy when the real pressure hits. Physical grounding techniques. If you feel overwhelmed or panicky during the test, take a single deep breath and use grounding techniques. This resets your physiological state before you try to read again. Stress triggers a fight or flight response that severely impairs complex thinking skills like active filtering. A controlled breathing exercise immediately signals safety to your nervous system, allowing the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for advanced thought, to come back online. The pause and verifies habit. After answering a question, resist the urge to rush to the next one. Take half a second to mentally confirm that your answer addresses the exact prompt given. Many students lose points, not because they don't know the information, but because they answered an adjacent or related question. This brief pause acts as a crucial quality control checkpoint, ensuring alignment between the query and your response. Simulated environment, timed drills. Practice receiving rapid-fire questions from peers or tutors with extremely tight time limits. Treat these sessions like the real thing to build stamina. You cannot improve endurance without training for it. The goal here is not just content mastery, but conditioning your mind to operate at peak efficiency when resources, time, and focus are scarce. Consistent timed drills simulate that scarcity. Following complex arguments requires more than just paying attention to words. You need to listen like a map maker, tracking how the speaker moves from one point of view to the next. The challenge isn't understanding vocabulary, it's maintaining focus through shifts in logic and evidence. Key strategies involve identifying signposting language words that signal a transition or a contrast and building mental frameworks for the information. Always ask yourself, how does this new piece of information relate to what was just said? When you hear a complex monologue, resist the urge to take notes on every single detail. Instead, focus your listening energy on identifying the structural pillars of the argument. Think of yourself as an academic researcher who is organizing the talker's outline in real time. This meta-awareness, knowing how they are building their cases, what distinguishes advanced listeners. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The transition from industrial manufacturing to a service-based economy represents one of the most profound shifts in modern history. Initially, wealth was measured by output by goods produced in factories. However, today, value is increasingly derived from intangible assets like data, knowledge, and human interaction. This shift has fundamentally altered urban planning, leading to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Consequently, workers are now required to possess emotional intelligence alongside technical skills. Moreover, this reliance on information means that education must constantly adapt. Simply accumulating facts is no longer sufficient. Instead, adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency have become the most valuable commodities in the contemporary market. Question 1. According to the passage, What defines values in a service-based economy? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is intangible assets such as data, knowledge, and human interaction. This question tests your ability to synthesize a definition. You shouldn't just listen for one word. You must capture the scopes of what defines value in this new economic model. This is crucial when speakers use broad generalizations. Question 2. How has the shift in economy impacted urban development? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it led to the growth of specialized business districts rather than homogeneous factory towns. Here, we are tracking a cause and effect relationship. Listen specifically for transition words like consequently's or leading to. These signal that the speaker is explaining a physical result based on an abstract change. Question 3. What does the passage suggest about modern educational needs? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must prioritize adaptive critical thinking and cross-disciplinary fluency. The key takeaway here isn't memorizing a list, but identifying the shift in priority. The speaker explicitly states what is no longer sufficient, which helps you pinpoint the most important concepts. Here are 5 examples. Consequently, used to show a direct result or effect of the previous point, signals a logical consequence. This is one of the most common signpost phrases in academic speech. When you hear consequently, mentally pause and prepare for the speaker to deliver the answer or outcome based on what they just said. It's your signal that the argument is concluding a point. Fundamentally altered indicates a deep and profound change, not just a superficial one. Notice how this phrase elevates the meaning. It tells you that the shift we are discussing isn't minor. It changes the core structure or nature of something entirely. Use this concept when identifying the magnitude of the speaker's claim. Intangible assets refers to non-physical things that have economic value, like data or reputation. This is powerful academic vocabulary. When you hear intangible, think of the contrast. They are stressing that these valuable items cannot be touched or seen, which helps solidify the concept in your mind. Cross-disciplinary fluency. The ability to connect and fluently use knowledge from multiple different academic fields. This phrase captures a modern challenge. It means the speaker isn't just talking about knowing many things. They are talking about connecting those disparate areas of knowledge in practical ways. Commodities. Goods or resources that can be bought and sold. Here, it refers to skills. The word commodities usually relates to physical goods like oil or grain. But here, the speaker uses it metaphorically for skills. Recognizing this figurative use shows a deeper grasp of academic discourse. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The primary challenge is that students often struggle to blank abstract concepts into concrete examples. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is translate. This sentence addresses a common academic difficulty. Translate here doesn't mean language, but moving from theory to practice from the general idea to a specific, usable example. Keep this figurative meaning in mind. To truly grasp the material, they must be able to blank multiple perspectives simultaneously. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consider. The verb consider means more than just thinking about something. It implies giving equal weight and intellectual space to different viewpoints. When you hear this in a lecture, know that the speaker wants you to weigh pros and cons. Experts suggest adopting a system of visual aids to better blank complex relationships. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is visualize. If the speaker mentions visualization, they are telling you to stop listening solely with your ears and start imagining diagrams or maps in your mind. This is an active way to process difficult information. Therefore, reading deeply requires moving beyond simple skimming and instead blank a synthesis of ideas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is requiring. The word synthesis is critical in academic writing. It means combining separate parts into a coherent whole. When you read or listen for it, your goal isn't to list facts, but to build the connections between them. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction and forecasting. Before the speaker moves on, pause mentally and predict 3 possible next points. This primes your brain for specific vocabulary or argument shifts. Don't wait for the expert to give you a topic. Start forming hypotheses yourself based on the last few minutes of the talk. If they are talking about globalization, predicting topics like cultural impacts or labor law keeps you ready. The power of summarizing mid-passage. After every major point, say 30 to 45 seconds, pause and orally summarize what the speaker just said in your own words. This forces immediate retrieval. This is an unparalleled technique for boosting active listening. By forcing yourself to speak the summary out loud, you move the information from passive hearing into active memory recall, significantly improving retention. Listening for rhetorical devices. Pay attention to humor, vivid examples, or rhetorical questions. These signal where the speaker wants your focus to land. Academics use these devices intentionally. If a speaker tells a really compelling story or uses hyperbole, they are almost certainly building up to their most important conclusion. Treat those dramatic moments as signposts. The signposting checklist. Keep an ear out for phrases like, on the other hand, to reiterate, or in summary. These signal a structural shift. These linguistic cues are your roadmap. When you hear, on the other hand, immediately know that what follows is not agreeing with the previous point. It's a direct counterargument, and you must adjust your mental framework accordingly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Behavioral economics challenges classical assumptions that people always make purely rational decisions. For instance, studies show that we often fall victim to framing effects, where how information is presented influences our choices, regardless of the actual facts. People are far more likely to buy a product described as having 90% success than one with 10% failure. This bias isn't about intelligence. It's a deeply rooted psychological shortcut. Furthermore, decision-making in groups often suffers from herd mentality. Individuals tend to follow the perceived majority action even when they suspect a better alternative exists. Understanding these cognitive biases allows us not only to make better personal choices, but also to design more ethical public policies. Question 1. What is the core challenge that behavioral economics addresses? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the assumption that human decisions are always purely rational. This question requires you to grasp the thesis of the entire passage. Don't get bogged down in examples. Identify the main argument or foundational premise the speaker is disputing. Question 2. In what way does framing effects influence consumer choices? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it makes people more susceptible to how information is presented rather than just its objective content. Focus on the causality here. The key insight is that the presentation, the frame, overrides the factual reality. This shows a deep understanding of the speaker's warning. Multi-speaker dynamics refer to how conversation flows when more than one person is talking. It involves tracking who speaks, when they speak, and what their relationship is to the ongoing discussion. Instead of just listening for words, you must listen for changes in speaker and tone. This skill requires active attention to conversational cues like pauses or shifts in topic. Mastering this helps you understand the full scope of an interaction, not just isolated statements. Think of multi-speaker dynamics as a conversation's architecture. You aren't just gathering bricks the words, you are mapping the blueprint that shows how those ideas connect and move from one person to the next. This holistic view is key to advanced listening comprehension. Here are 5 examples. Well, she started, if we look at the budget, verbal turn, taking marker. The word well is a conversational placeholder. It signals that the speaker is about to pivot or begin their thought after a pause. Recognizing these markers helps you anticipate the direction of the conversation. No, wait, I disagree. Interruption. Disruptive turn. Interjections like this are powerful because they immediately change the focus and challenge a preceding statement. When you hear an interruption, it means disagreement or urgent clarification is incoming. Long pause followed by so, signaling transition hesitation. A noticeable pause often requires the listener to hold their thoughts and wait for the next segment. The speaker is gathering their ideas, so be prepared for a major shift in direction when they finally start talking. To build on what John said, affirmative continuation. This specific phrase tells you that the current speaker is supporting or expanding upon a previous point. It helps maintain continuity and shows how ideas are building together rather than being separate arguments. Shifting body language tone. Non-verbal cue. Remember that conversation isn't just sound, it includes tone and physical cues. A shift in posture or a change in pitch can signal emotional stress or sudden realization, even if the words remain neutral. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic settings, seminars. Understanding who is citing whom or which argument was refuted. In academic discussions, identifying the flow of evidence is critical. If you miss who said what, you lose the entire chain of logic. You need to be able to map out premises and conclusions accurately. Professional meetings. Distinguishing between an opinion, a factual statement, and a proposed action. Professionally, you must know the difference between someone merely venting frustration versus someone offering a concrete solution. Tracking voices helps you filter out noise and find actionable intelligence. Improving empathy. Gaining insight into underlying emotional states or relationship dynamics. Advanced listeners use this skill to understand the subtext, the emotions that aren't spoken aloud. It allows you to grasp the true intent behind a person's words, regardless of their tone. Beyond simply tracking who speaks next, high-level listeners analyze the act role each speaker is playing. Are they the questioner, forcing clarity? Are they the dominator, taking up most of the airtime? Or are they the supporter, validating previous points? Understanding these roles helps you predict what will happen next and where the conversation might be heading. Think of yourself as a literary critic analyzing human behavior. You aren't just listening for information, you are reading the script. By identifying if someone is dominating or questioning, you can anticipate areas of conflict or areas needing more detail. This moves your comprehension from passive reception to active analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active note-taking. Don't write down facts, draw diagrams showing the flow of ideas and who introduced them. When you listen to a debate, try mapping it visually. Use arrows to show how idea A leads to counter idea B, which is then supported by speaker C. This physical act forces your brain to track relationships, not just words. Listen for the pivot point. When a speaker uses transitional phrases like however or on the other hand, prepare for an opposing view. These specific transition signals are massive clues. They don't just start a new topic, they signal a change in perspective, forcing you to recalibrate your understanding of the argument. Shadowing techniques. Listen and immediately try to summarize or paraphrase what you heard before moving on. This is excellent practice for real-time comprehension. It forces you to process information instantly, verifying that you understood the speaker's key takeaway before they could move past it. Watch structured media. Focus on TED Talks or courtroom dramas with clear speakers and structured arguments. These sources are ideal because they contain strong dramatic arcs, meaning the conversation flow is highly intentional. By practicing this skill in controlled settings, you build confidence for unpredictable real-life talks. Listening to English spoken with diverse accents can feel overwhelming at first. It's not just about hearing the words, it's about recognizing the patterns of rhythm and sound that deviate from what we are used to. The key strategy here is active anticipation. Instead of trying to catch every single word, try to predict the next concept or phrase based on the context provided. This mental preparation allows your brain to fill in those phonetic gaps caused by unfamiliar sounds. Remember that listening is a skill, not an innate ability. When you encounter an accent you don't recognize, resist the urge to freeze up. Instead, try focusing solely on the stressed syllables and the emotional tone of the speaker. This technique helps you maintain comprehension even when your ear hasn't mapped those specific sounds before. You're about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Speaking in an international setting, you must adjust to a wide array of English accents. For instance, the difference between Caribbean, Indian, and Australian English is immense. It requires more than just knowing vocabulary, it demands phonetic flexibility. Good global communicators don't get flustered by unfamiliar sounds. They employ active listening strategies, like paraphrasing what they heard immediately to confirm their understanding. This constant verification helps bridge the gap between varied speech patterns and clear comprehension. Remember that sometimes slowing down is necessary for both parties involved. It's more important to be understood than it is to sound perfectly polished. Question 1. According to the passage, what does phonetic flexibilities refer to? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it refers to the ability to adapt your hearing and understanding to various non-standard English sounds. This question targets your ability to infer meaning. The speaker doesn't define the term directly, so you must recognize its function in the context of diverse accents being mentioned. Question 2. What strategy do good global communicators use to confirm understanding? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they paraphrase what they heard immediately. This tests your ability to pick out specific, actionable advice. Pay attention to linking phrases like for instance or like, because the key information often follows those signposts. Question 3. Why is slowing down sometimes necessary? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it is needed for both parties involved during conversations with diverse accents. This requires you to synthesize two pieces of related advice. Notice how the passage frames this as a mutual benefit, not just a suggestion from one person. Here are 5 examples. Diverse accents, meaning many different types of speech patterns. This phrase is central to the whole lesson. Instead of just saying different accents, using diverse accents sounds more academic and professional, elevating your vocabulary immediately. Phonetic flexibility, meaning the mental ability to adjust how you hear and process varied speech sounds. This is a higher level term that describes how you listen, not just what you hear. When discussing language skills, using this kind of terminology makes your argument sound much more informed. Global communicators, meaning people who communicate across various cultures and international boundaries. This noun phrase helps you pinpoint the subject of conversation, the person capable of handling these diverse challenges. It gives a clear picture of the role we are discussing. Paraphrasing what they heard, meaning restating someone's message in your own words to confirm accuracy. This is not just a listening strategy, it's also an excellent conversational tool. It shows the speaker that you are paying close attention and confirms mutual understanding, which builds rapport. Bridge the gap, meaning to connect two things or solve a difference between them. Idioms are fantastic for sounding natural and fluent. When you hear bridge the gap, think of it as solving a communication problem, making your speech much richer. Listen again and fill in the missing words. If you want to improve your listening skills regarding different accents, you should try to actively blank what is said. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is paraphrase. The word paraphrase here emphasizes active recall. It means immediately rephrasing the meaning in your own words, which forces your brain to process the information deeper than just recognizing sounds. To improve phonetic flexibility, listening to native speakers from various regions is very blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is beneficial. This sentence reinforces vocabulary related to learning. Beneficial is a strong adjective to use when talking about the positive outcomes of language practice. When you hear an unfamiliar sound, don't worry, simply focus on the main idea and try to blank it mentally. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist means the core or general substance. This is a crucial tip for listening under pressure. If you miss details, aim to grasp the overall message instead. Remember that consistent practice will help your ear become more blank to unusual speech patterns. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is accustomed. Using accustomed shows familiarity with a concept. This word choice suggests that regular exposure leads not just to knowledge, but to comfort and natural ability. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Focus on the speaker's intent and tone, not just their words. Active listening is about being mentally present. Instead of preparing your reply while they talk, focus 100% on absorbing their message. The emotional context is often as important as the facts. Listen to short passages and write down exactly what you hear, including punctuation. This owns your spelling and phonetic accuracy. This technique links listening directly with writing. It forces you to pay attention to subtle sounds like versus is, which are often missed when just reading. Shadowing. Listen to a native speaker and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm, intonation, and speed. This trains your mouth muscles and your ears simultaneously. It's not enough to understand the sound. You must be able to reproduce its music the flow of spoken English. Immersion media. Watch films or podcasts from various countries with captions turned off, forcing you to rely solely on your auditory skills. The key here is no safety net. Turning off subtitles forces a higher level of engagement. Try seeking out content specifically featuring multilingual dialogue. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. In professional meetings, you might encounter highly specialized jargon from different regional accents. For example, a financial report delivered with strong Scottish accents requires focused attention on industry-specific terminology. Effective professionals quickly filter out the accent variations and zero in on the core data points. They learn to interpret technical vocabulary regardless of how it is pronounced. This skill allows them to facilitate clear decisions, ensuring that no critical piece of information is lost due to phonetic differences. It's less about mastering every single dialect and more about achieving clarity under pressure. Question 1. What does the passage suggest is required when dealing with specialized jargon? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to filter out accent variations and focus intensely on core data points, regardless of pronunciation. This question tests your understanding of conditional skill. It tells us that in a professional setting, mere comprehension isn't enough. You need the ability to process complex information under challenging acoustic conditions. Question 2. What is the ultimate goal of developing this listening skill? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to facilitate clear decisions and ensure no critical information is lost due to phonetic differences. The passage frames this skill as having a high-stakes outcome. By linking the skill back to facilitating clear decisions, you understand its practical value in real-world, professional contexts. Listening note-taking is far more than just writing down words. It's about processing and structuring complex information in real time. The biggest challenge is managing cognitive load. You have to listen, understand, write simultaneously. To combat this, we need systems that prioritize structure over mere transcription. Instead of trying to capture every detail, focus on identifying the main arguments, key supporting evidence, and the overall relationship between ideas. Think of your notes like an outline, a clear hierarchy that shows how concepts connect. When you hear information presented in a lecture or meeting, your brain naturally wants to grab everything. The mistake most students make is trying to be stenographers. Remember that good note-taking isn't about quantity, it's about identifying the skeleton of the conversation, the thesis statements, and the major supporting pillars. This skill requires training you to listen for patterns. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good project planning relies heavily on establishing clear milestones and resource allocation. First, always define the scope precisely. What are we including? And perhaps more importantly, what are we deliberately excluding? Second, break the overall goal into manageable phases. Instead of viewing it as one massive task, divide it into 3 or 4 distinct stages with measurable outcomes. For example, a software launch isn't just finished, it involves alpha testing, beta deployment, and final market review. Finally, ensure that every team member understands their specific role and deadline to avoid bottlenecks. Consistency in communication is key to keeping these milestones on track. Question 1. According to the passage, what is the first crucial step in effective project planning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is defining the scope precisely by knowing what is included and excluded. This question tests your ability to identify a sequential process. Notice that while defining goals sounds right, the speaker emphasizes defining the scope, which is a more granular action. You must listen for specific verbs and modifiers like deliberately excluding. Question 2. How should large projects be approached structurally? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should be broken down into 3 or 4 distinct, manageable phases. When we talk about structure, the speaker gives a specific number and method, dividing it into manageable phases. This shows you need to listen for quantifiers and structural metaphors like dividing it into. Question 3. What is highlighted as key to maintaining project timelines? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is consistency in team communication, ensuring everyone knows their role and deadline. The conclusion of the passage wraps up with a critical takeaway. This question requires you to synthesize the final point. It's not just about deadlines, but the consistent communications that keeps everyone aligned. Here are 5 examples. Rely heavily on means depend strongly on. Use this when identifying core principles or requirements. When you hear rely heavily on, the speaker is signaling a foundational idea. This phrase helps you categorize information as essential, so you know it needs to be placed at the top of your outline. Deliberately excluding means purposefully leaving something out. It signals boundaries or limitations. This is excellent for structuring notes because it tells you where the conversation draws a line. It's not enough to know what they included. You must note what they actively decided not to include. Manageable phases. Small, achievable stages. Use this when the speaker suggests breaking down a big task. This phrase is key for outlining methodology. It tells you that a massive concept needs to be broken into smaller, bite-sized chunks. Always look out for synonyms like stages or steps. Measurable outcomes. Results that can be quantified or tested, e.g., a specific percentage increase. If the speaker mentions measurable outcomes, your note-taking focus should immediately shift to numbers and benchmarks. These are the concrete data points that define success and are highly valuable in reports. Avoid bottlenecks. To prevent slowdowns or blockages in a process. This is an idiomatic phrase related to workflow. When you hear it, think of the cause of the blockages at communication. Resources? Skills? And write that cause down as your note. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To ensure your notes are structured, always use a clear heading system for each section. This helps you to blank which idea belongs where. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is classify. The word classify is crucial here because it refers to grouping ideas by similarity or category. Simply writing bullet points isn't enough. You need distinct organizational labels like causes, solutions, and impact. When taking notes on a process, use numbered lists for sequence and headings for main subjects. This allows you to blank the overall flow of information. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is track. The verb track suggests monitoring progress or movement from one point to another. In note-taking, this means ensuring that your notes follow a logical path idea. A leads to idea B, make sure that connection is visible. Before the presentation begins, quickly skim the slides and review any provided materials. This process helps you blank key vocabulary. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anticipate. The verb anticipate is about prediction. By pre-reading, you prime your brain to listen for certain terminology or concepts, which drastically improves your accuracy when the speaker uses those words. If a concept seems too large and overwhelming, remember the strategy of using subheadings to blank it into smaller parts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is break down. This phrase, break down, is fundamental to analysis. When you hear a huge topic like global economics, your immediate thought should be, how can I break this down? Into regional impacts, for example, here are 4 ways to practice. Previewing and skimming. Before listening, quickly look at the title, headings, and any visuals. This gives your brain a framework to hang new information on. Never start listening with a completely blank slate. Previewing is like giving your mind an empty folder labeled Project Management. When the speaker talks about milestones, you already have a spot prepared in that mental folder. The outline method. Use Roman numerals for main topics, capital letters for subpoints, and numbers for details. This enforces hierarchy. This structure is your best friend when taking notes from academic sources or lectures. It visually represents the importance of information. The Roman numeral concept is always more important than the number underneath it. Mind mapping. Instead of linear lists, draw a central topic and branch out with related concepts. This works well for complex relationships. When you are listening to something that is highly interconnected like cause and effect chains or historical influences, mind map forces you to see those connections visually, which improves recall later. Summarizing in chunks. After every 3060 seconds of listening, pause and briefly summarize what was said aloud. This confirms understanding immediately. This is the ultimate check for accuracy. If you can't articulate a quick summary of the last minute of speech, it means your note-taking system needs to slow down or adjust its structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Understanding context is vital for accurate note-taking. It helps you distinguish between a core idea and merely an example. For instance, if the speaker discusses the impact of climate change, the main point isn't just that temperatures are rising. That's an example. The true concept might be the resulting shift in global agricultural cycles. You must constantly ask yourself, what is the general rule being stated? Is this a specific case study, or is it the overarching principle at play? By focusing on the why and the so what, you elevate your notes from mere facts to insightful analyses. Question 1. What structural element does the passage advise listeners to focus on to improve note accuracy? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is distinguishing between a core idea, the general rule, and specific examples or case studies. This question tests your understanding of conceptual hierarchy. The speaker is teaching you to move beyond surface-level facts and instead identify the abstract principle that those facts are illustrating. Question 2. What 2 key questions should a student ask themselves while taking notes? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, what is the general rule being stated, and what is the overarching principle at play? The passage emphasizes developing a metacognitive skill thinking about how you think. By internalizing those guiding questions, you train your brain to automatically structure incoming information according to importance. Signposting refers to the verbal cues you use to guide your audience through complex information. It's like a roadmap for your presentation. Effective signposts tell listeners exactly where you are, where you have been, and where you are going next. We categorize these into 3 areas: introducing topics, structuring arguments, and concluding sections. By mastering them, you build trust with your audience immediately. Think of academic speaking as a journey. Signposting is the signage along the way. If you neglect it, your listener gets lost in your data or theory. Using phrases like moving on to or to summarize this point provides necessary intellectual scaffolding for everyone present. Here are 5 examples. To frame this argument, we must first consider the historical context. Topic introduction. This phrase is excellent because it doesn't just state a new topic, it emphasizes that the previous discussion was incomplete without considering history. It shows depth of thought and organization. Furthermore, empirical evidence suggests an inverse correlation. Adding supporting data. Using furthermore is much stronger than just saying and. It signals that this new piece of data is additive and strengthens the current point we are discussing. Having established these premises, I propose a novel model. Transitioning to thesis. This structure works wonderfully because it summarizes everything you just said, having established, before delivering your main point. It makes your thesis sound like the logical culmination of your research. In contrast to these findings, previous studies overlooked introducing counter-argument. Starting with in contrast immediately signals a shift in perspective. This is crucial for academic talks where you must show mastery of existing literature. Therefore, the primary takeaway from this research is concluding summary. This provides a definitive and powerful close to a section or the entire talk. It leaves the audience with one single actionable idea rather than multiple points. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility through structure. A clear structure makes you sound authoritative and knowledgeable. When your talk flows logically, the audience trusts your expertise more. They assume that if your presentation is organized, your research must be solid as well. Managing cognitive load. Listeners cannot track multiple complex ideas simultaneously. Academic talks are dense. They overload the listener's working memory. Signposting acts like a pause button, giving the audience time to process complicated concepts. Guiding Q&A sessions. Explicitly stating your scope helps direct future questions. By telling the audience what you did cover and what you didn't, you preemptively manage expectations. This prevents vague or off-topic questions during the highly stressful Q&A period. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Too assertive, my research shows X. Appropriately hedged, the data strongly suggests that X is the case. In academia, outright certainty can sometimes be interpreted as lack of nuance. Using phrases like suggests or indicates shows scholarly caution and intellectual humility. Too informal, blunt, so basically the theory is wrong. Formally challenging, our findings challenge the established theory by demonstrating that never dismiss existing work too casually. You must always acknowledge the current academic consensus before presenting your critique, making your argument respectful yet disruptive. Minimizing scope. This is just a quick look at it. Setting future boundaries. While this presentation offers an initial overview, future work will delve deeper into. Do not downplay your own achievement. Instead of saying it's just a quick look, frame it as an initial step towards a much larger body of work. Here are 4 ways to practice. The signpost sandwich drill. Practice summarizing the preceding point and previewing the next point before discussing the main idea. This is a physical drill. Mentally sandwich every major section. This forces you to slow down and articulate your structure, transforming natural speech into precise academic discourse. The contrarian rebuttal drill. Take 3 popular ideas and practice presenting a counter-argument using sophisticated transitions. This drill trains you to handle intellectual opposition smoothly. You must use hedging language while maintaining confidence, which is key for advanced speakers. The time constraint outline. Give yourself a strict time limit for each section, e.g., exactly 3 minutes, and adhere to it rigorously. Time management is often the hardest part of academic talk. Practicing under artificial constraints forces you to be highly selective with your content, keeping only the most impactful points. Recording and analyzing tone. Record yourself giving a practice talk, then listen specifically for areas where your tone drops or becomes overly defensive. It is essential to self-critique how you sound, not just what you say. Pay attention to filler words, sudden shifts in volume, and monotone sections. These betray nerves. Attention drift is a natural cognitive process. It's when our focus wanders away from the material. To combat this, we need to move beyond simple listening and adopt deep engagement skills. This strategy involves actively predicting what the speaker will say next, rather than just passively receiving information. When you encounter unfamiliar terminology, pause momentarily in your mind and try to define it using context clues. By doing this, you force your brain into a continuous cycle of prediction and verification. This rigorous process keeps your mental faculties highly engaged throughout the entire passage. The key difference between surface listening and deep engagement is that one requires retention while the other demands interaction. Think of it like being a detective. Instead of just recording what you hear, you are constantly forming hypotheses about who said it and why they said it. This predictive element significantly boosts your focus. Here are 4 examples. Studies show that focused attention can be maintained for varying periods depending on the complexity of the task. Identifying the core controlling idea, topic sentence. Notice how this sentence acts as a powerful topic sentence. Always look for these structural anchors because they represent the author's main point. And knowing it early allows you to filter out secondary details that might cause your attention to drift. For instance, tasks involving complex problem solving required a sustained cognitive load. Recognizing transitional phrases, e.g., for instance. Transitional phrases are signposts. They tell you how the author is moving from one idea to the next. When preparing for a lecture, anticipating these transitions allows your mind to follow the logical path rather than getting lost between different concepts. Furthermore, research suggests that incorporating movement breaks can significantly improve long-term concentration. Identify supporting evidence and recommendations. This detail moves from theory to practical advice. When you see a word like furthermore or suggests, your job is to capture the actionable takeaway, the recommendation, because that is often the most important piece of information. Therefore, integrating mindfulness exercises into daily routines may optimize these benefits. Recognizing a conclusion or summary statement, signal word, therefore. The concluding sentence summarizes the entire passage. Always pay close attention to signal words like therefore, in conclusion, or overall. These are gold mines for quickly grasping the ultimate takeaway without having to recall every single detail. Let's compare 4 pairs. Listening to a narrative story, informal. Reading an academic thesis statement, formal. Emotional versus logical focus. A narrative story relies heavily on emotional context and tone, so your focus is often directed toward character motivation. Conversely, the thesis statement requires you to ignore emotion entirely and zero in solely on logical structure and argument boundaries. Skimming for main idea, speed. Deep listening for nuance, pacing. Breadth versus depth of processing. When skimming, you are building a mental map quickly. You don't stop to verify small details. But when deep listening for nuance, you must pause repeatedly to identify subtle shifts in meaning or tone that could change the entire message. Listening to a debate, multiple voices. Reading an expert interview, single voice. Tracking dialogue versus tracking argument flow. In a debate, your focus is split across multiple viewpoints and rebuttals. In contrast, the expert interview allows you to maintain intense concentration on one person's thought process, which simplifies tracking the main line of argument. Identifying key vocabulary, specific words. Summarizing an entire section, synthesis. Recall versus rephrasing. Vocabulary tasks test your ability to recognize a specific term, requiring pure recall. Summarizing requires synthesis. You must take several pieces of information and rephrase them into one cohesive idea in your own words. Complete the summary using words from the passage. To combat attention drift, effective learners should utilize active prediction techniques when listening to academic material. This process helps maintain a high level of mental SIE. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is engagement. Remember that the core goal isn't just hearing words, it is maintaining cognitive engagement. By anticipating what comes next, you are essentially keeping your brain busy, which is exactly how we keep attention drift at bay. When analyzing a passage, pay close attention to signal phrases such as therefore or consequently because they introduce key ISSS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is conclusions. Signal words are crucial structural markers. If you can spot the author's signposting language, the transition from evidence to conclusion, you know exactly where the most important argument is located. Moving beyond surface-level comprehension requires that we practice synthesizing information, meaning we must be able to assay. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is rephrase. Synthesis means combining ideas. It's the difference between merely listing facts and creating a cohesive paragraph that explains the relationship between those facts. Always practice summarizing in your own unique voice. Furthermore, incorporating short physical movement breaks can help to refresh cognitive function and improve overall eye. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is concentration. Learning is not solely mental, it involves the whole body. If you feel your focus slipping, take a moment to stand up or stretch. This brief physical break actually helps reset your brain's ability to concentrate when you sit back down. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading, previewing the material. Before listening or reading, quickly scan headings and bolded text to anticipate topics. Don't dive straight into the content. Spend 30 seconds just surveying the landscape, the titles, subheadings, and images. This simple step builds a mental framework, giving your brain something concrete to anchor its attention to while listening. The why questioning method. For every major statement you hear or read, mentally ask yourself, why is this true? Or why does the speaker think that? Asking why shifts your role from passive receiver to active investigator. This forces critical thinking and greatly reduces drift because you are constantly trying to map out the causal relationships between ideas presented. Mental mapping and chunking. Break complex information into smaller, manageable groups of 3 or 4 related points. Our brains can only hold so much working memory at one time. By chunking large amounts of data, for example, grouping all the causes together, then all the effects together, you prevent cognitive overload and make the material feel less overwhelming. Self-correction prompts. If you realize your mind has wandered, do not panic. Simply repeat the last key word or phrase you heard. Recognizing that attention drift is normal is the first step. The second is self-correction. When you catch yourself drifting, gently pulling your focus back to a single keyword acts like a mental reset button, allowing you to seamlessly rejoin the flow of information. Listening for specific vocabulary means more than simply recognizing a word. It requires activating your existing knowledge base and deducing the precise meaning based on surrounding words and phrases. This process is called lexical recognition in context, and it's essential because many advanced English words have multiple meanings, or polysemy. Instead of listening for just the definition, you must listen for how the speaker uses that word to paint a clear picture. Mastering this skill transforms your listening from passive hearing into active linguistic detective work. The biggest mistake learners make is trying to translate every single word they hear immediately. Instead, train yourself to anticipate. By focusing on the surrounding context first, you give your brain enough information to narrow down the potential meanings of that tricky vocabulary item. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The research team needs to refine its initial hypothesis before submitting it. Currently, the scope is too broad and lacks sufficient focus on measurable variables. We must pivot towards a more granular analysis of user behavior. Specifically, I suggest we integrate ethnographic data. The qualitative observations, though, complement the quantitative metrics we already possess. This will help us pinpoint genuine correlations rather than just surface-level trends. Furthermore, the methodology needs to be rigorously vetted by an external panel. Relying solely on internal assumptions carries significant risk. If we can establish a clearer causal link between A and B using this deeper dataset, our proposal will gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. Question 1. What specific action does the speaker suggest to improve the research scope? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they suggest integrating ethnographic data, qualitative observations. This question tests your ability to filter out general statements and pinpoint a concrete, specialized solution. When you hear phrases like complement or integrate, remember that they are suggesting combination, not replacement. Question 2. Why is the speaker concerned about relying solely on internal assumptions? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, because it carries significant risk and lacks external validation. The key phrase here is significant risk. Listen carefully for adjectives that modify nouns, as they often carry the most critical information regarding potential pitfalls or limitations. Question 3. What does the speaker hope to achieve by establishing a clearer causal link? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to gain substantial credibility with the funding committee. This requires you to identify the ultimate goal, or the why. Often in academic discourse, the conclusion is tied directly back to the initial problem statement in this case. Gaining approval. Here are 5 examples. Refine its initial hypothesis. To make it clearer or more precise. Don't just change it, improve the detail. When a speaker asks you to refine, they are implying that something is already good but needs polish. Think of it like editing a first draft. You are tightening the argument, not starting over. Granular analysis. A very detailed or fine-grained level of examination. If something is described as granular, visualize it like sand. It means the analysis must be broken down into tiny, manageable components. It suggests depth over breadth. Ethnographic data. Qualitative information gathered through observation of people in their natural environment. Unlike numbers, quantitative data, ethnographic data tells you why someone behaves a certain way. It's the human story behind the chart data, which is why it's so valuable. Measurable variables. Factors that can be quantified or assigned a number. This phrase immediately directs you to objective data. If you can put a percentage or a count next to it, it's likely a measurable variable. This is the opposite of subjective opinion. Causal link. A definite and verifiable relationship showing that one thing causes another. The word causal suggests cause and effect. When you hear this phrase in a scientific setting, the speaker is moving beyond mere correlation. They are making a strong claim about direct influence. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The committee advised that we first need to test our assumptions before presenting them. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is refine. We often default to general verbs, but refine carries a much more academic weight here. It implies taking an existing idea and making it stronger through careful revision. To understand the users better, we must implement a R study that observes them in their daily routine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ethnographic. Remember this modifier ethnographic. It immediately signals that the speaker is talking about culture and behavior, not just recorded metrics. It's a specialized term you need to catch. Our current report focuses too much on anecdotes. We need more variables. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is measurable. This contrast between anecdotes and measurable variables is key. It highlights the difference between compelling stories and statistically valid proof. The goal is not just to find a correlation, but to establish a firmer link. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is causal. This final blank tests your ability to grasp scientific certainty. You are moving from maybe related to definitely caused by, which requires strong evidence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. What information is most likely to be discussed? This primes your vocabulary. This technique tricks your brain into being ready for specific types of words. Instead of waiting for every word to make sense, you are already anticipating where the specialized vocabulary will land. King speech. Don't try to process the entire message at once. Break the audio into 3 or 4 second segments and focus intensely on those small chunks. Listening is a processing skill, not just an intake skill. By chunking, you give yourself micro pauses to process difficult vocabulary items before moving on to the next idea. Inferring meaning. If you miss a word or don't know a specific term, do not panic. Use the surrounding context to guess what the speaker meant. This is critical for fluency. Advanced listening often involves educated guessing. If one key vocabulary word is opaque, but the rest of the sentence makes sense, you can usually deduce the intended meaning and keep the main thread of comprehension intact. Post-listening summary. After hearing a passage, immediately summarize the core ideas aloud or in writing. This forces your brain to retrieve and organize the vocabulary used. Summarizing solidifies learning because it moves you from passive reception to active production. You are essentially proving to yourself that you truly understood the specialized language that was just presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. To finalize the Q3 rollout, we need to solidify our market penetration strategy. Our primary competitors are currently underestimating the demand for sustainable tech solutions. We must pivot away from just selling products and instead focus on offering integrated service packages. This will significantly boost our perceived value and establish us as thought leaders in the sector. Furthermore, we should allocate resources towards streamlining our supply chain logistics to mitigate potential bottlenecks. If we can demonstrate a robust operational framework combined with superior localized customer support, we will be perfectly positioned for rapid scaling next year. Question 1. What is the speaker's core strategic shift recommendation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to move from selling only products to offering integrated service packages. The key vocabulary here is pivot. It means making a major, deliberate change of direction. Recognizing this kind of high-level business jargon shows you are listening for strategy rather than just details. Question 2. Why should the company focus on streamlining its supply chain? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to mitigate potential bottlenecks and ensure robust operations. Operational vocabulary like mitigates, to lessen severity, and bottlenecks are crucial in a business context. Listening for these specialized terms helps you understand risk management within an industry. Simulated timed listening tests are challenging because they demand sustained focus under pressure. It's not just about understanding words, it's about maintaining concentration over an extended period while processing complex information. Our key strategy must be active, Chunking, mentally breaking the long passage into smaller, manageable segments to prevent cognitive overload. Another vital technique is prediction. As soon as you hear a topic or phrase, predict what comes next. This shifts your listening from passive reception to active anticipation, allowing your brain to stay engaged even if a word is unclear. Finally, remember that pacing is everything. Don't panic if you miss one detail. Keep moving forward. The most common mistake students make in these simulations is trying to memorize every single piece of data, which leads to burnout. Instead, view the passage as a narrative arc. What is the main idea of this section, and how does it lead into the next? By focusing on structure rather than isolated facts, you manage your energy much more effectively. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The purpose of timed listening practice is to build stamina and confidence in high-pressure academic settings. Many test takers underestimate how quickly the pace accelerates once the simulation begins. To manage this, we recommend adopting a two-pass strategy. First, listen for the general idea or main argument. Second, take quick notes, focusing only on key names, dates, and numerical data points that support the core claims. Remember to pay attention to transitions. Phrases like however or in addition signal shifts in thought, which are often crucial for understanding complex arguments. Furthermore, practice should simulate real-world conditions. This means using appropriate materials, maintaining a consistent time limit, and most importantly, treating every missed question as diagnostic feedback, not failure. Question 1. According to the speaker, what is the recommended two-pass strategy for test takers? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, first listen for the general idea or main argument, and second, take quick notes focusing on key names, dates, and numerical data points. This question tests your ability to follow sequential instructions under pressure. When you hear a list of steps, try repeating them mentally as they are spoken. This dramatically boosts recall accuracy. Question 2. What function do transition words like however or in addition serve in complex arguments? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they signal shifts in thought which are often crucial for understanding the core arguments. These types of inference questions require you to understand the function of language, not just the meaning. Treat transition words as road signs guiding you through the speaker's logic. Question 3. Why does the speaker suggest treating missed questions as diagnostic feedback? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it shifts the focus from feeling failure to using the mistake constructively for improvement. This requires listening comprehension on a conceptual level. Don't just listen for facts, listen for advice and underlying philosophy behind the speaker's words. Here are 5 examples. Sustained focus. Maintaining concentration over a long period. Use this when talking about required mental effort. When you hear sustained, think of endurance. It suggests that the activity requires stamina, much like running a marathon rather than just jogging. Not cognitive overload. Meaning, when your brain receives too much information to process fully. This is excellent academic vocabulary. If you are struggling during a test and feel overwhelmed, recognizing that feeling as cognitive overload helps you name the problem and find a solution. Transition words. Meaning, words like however, therefore, that signal shifts between ideas or paragraphs. These are linguistic signposts. Mastering them allows you to predict the speaker's direction change before they even finish their thought. Diagnostic feedback. Meaning, information that helps identify strengths and weaknesses used in testing. Instead of thinking of a test score as a final grade, think of it as diagnostic data. This mindset shift makes failure less daunting because the goal is information gathering. Underestimate how quickly. Meaning, to wrongly assume that something will happen faster than it actually does. This phrase helps you understand common test-taking pitfalls. It advises recognizing the reality of increased speed when the actual exam starts. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To counteract test anxiety, students should learn to blank their physiological responses. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is manage. The verb manage here means handling or controlling. It suggests that managing anxiety is an active skill you must practice, not just something that magically disappears. Instead of panicking when a question is difficult, they should first blank for supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is search. The preposition for tells us the direction of your search. You are actively looking for specific proof within the text to support your answer. Remember that poor time management often leads students to blank critical sections. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skip. This illustrates a common behavioral consequence in testing skipping questions due to panic. It highlights the need for pacing control throughout the entire exam. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening, the why. Don't just listen to the words, listen for the speaker's intent and purpose. Ask yourself, why is the speaker mentioning this? Before moving on. This technique elevates listening beyond comprehension into critical thinking. You are analyzing rhetoric, the art of persuasion which is vital in academic settings. Dictation practice. Transcribe short passages, focusing not just on words but on connecting sounds and pauses. This strengthens your muscle memory for English pronunciation. Dictation forces you to slow down the information stream artificially, allowing you time to verify grammar and subtle vocabulary usage that might otherwise rush past. Shadowing. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says after hearing it. Mimic their rhythm, intonation, and speed exactly. Shadowing is arguably the single best way to improve fluency and auditory processing. It trains your mouth muscles and ears simultaneously, making you sound more natural. After practice, don't just check answers. Review why you got them wrong. Was it vocabulary, speed, or misunderstanding context? This is the debriefing phase we talked about earlier. The true learning doesn't happen during the test. It happens when you analyze and correct your weak points immediately afterward. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A common concern among students preparing for high-stakes tests is managing performance anxiety. This stress often causes physical symptoms that disrupt concentration, such as rapid breathing or shallow focus. To combat this, it's vital to implement specific mental and physiological techniques right before the exam begins. Try deep diaphragmatic breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose while counting to 4 and exhale for a count of 6. Additionally, visualizing success can be powerful. Spend 5 minutes imagining yourself calmly reading an unseen passage and accurately recalling details. Remember that preparation isn't just about knowledge acquisition, it's equally about building mental resilience. Question 1. What physical symptoms are often caused by test anxiety? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is rapid breathing or shallow focus. Listen for the direct list of consequences. When a passage mentions causes and effects, make sure you clearly separate those 2 categories in your mind. Question 2. What is recommended as a mental tool to improve test-taking confidence? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is visualizing, success imagining, calmly reading an unseen passage. This question tests your ability to synthesize advice. The key takeaway isn't just relax, but specific, actionable mental exercises like visualization. Advanced reading skills require moving beyond simply identifying facts or summarizing points. The highest level of comprehension is synthesis, the ability to combine information from multiple sources or disparate sections of one text. When you synthesize, you are not just repeating ideas, you are creating a new understanding that the author may never have explicitly stated. This process involves inferring connections and evaluating the relationship between concepts. Think of it as building a mental model using all the pieces of evidence provided. Synthesis is arguably the most challenging reading skill because it requires you to become an active participant in generating knowledge, not just receiving it. Instead of asking, "What did the author say?" ask yourselves, "What does this information mean when combined with what I already know?" This shift from recall to connection is where true academic understanding begins. Here are 4 examples. The report noted the sudden decline in migratory bird populations last quarter. Crucially, it failed to mention any conservation efforts. Implied meaning, a lack of intervention is linked to the problem's severity. Notice how the text itself doesn't draw a conclusion, it just presents 2 facts, the decline and the omission. By annotating, we infer that the omission is significant because it suggests negligence or oversight in policy. The committee meeting was cancelled with only an hour's notice. No alternative arrangements were provided to the attendees. Inference. The cancellation may have been due to a lack of consensus or urgency. When authors provide logistical details like this, they are often providing emotional context. We infer poor planning or internal conflict because the suddenness and lack of effort suggest underlying issues. While the new policy promises efficiency improvements, early user feedback highlights a steep learning curve for all demographics. Synthesis. Efficiency gains are offset by practical implementation challenges. This sentence sets up a contrast. You can't just read efficiency and stop. You must synthesize it with the negative point about the steep learning curve. The main takeaway is that promise versus reality. Dr. Elena Reyes spent 2 decades researching deep-sea ecosystems before her groundbreaking discovery in bioluminescence. Inference, her current research credibility and expert authority are extremely high. We use prior knowledge here. If the text establishes a long, specialized career, it automatically builds trust with the reader. This is how authors establish expertise, and advanced readers must recognize that rhetorical tactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading for main idea. Reading for argument structure. Focus on the core message versus tracking support. If you're looking for the main idea, you are summarizing the what. But if you are mapping the argument structure, your job is to identify the sequence. What premise leads to which evidence, and where does it pivot to a counterargument? It's about tracking the logic flow. Identifying theme. Identifying topic. Theme is abstract, topic is concrete. The difference here is subtle but crucial. The topic might be global warming, which is a physical subject. But the theme, the underlying message about it might be human responsibility. Always look for the deeper, moral or philosophical statement. First, summarizing. Compare it with paraphrasing. Summary is big picture. Paraphrase is detail replacement. A summary reduces scope, it covers many pages in a few sentences. Paraphrasing, however, keeps the same core idea but completely rewrites the sentence structure and vocabulary. Use paraphrasing when you want to incorporate specific ideas without plagiarizing. Identifying tone. Identifying bias. Tone is emotional coloring. Bias is slanted perspective. Bias tells you why the author might be favoring one side, often through selection or omission. Tone tells you how they feel about what they are writing. Are they skeptical? Self-explanatory. Analyzing both helps reveal the true reliability of the source. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Climate change is not merely a natural cycle. It represents a significant human-driven shift in global atmospheric composition. The primary source of concern involves excess greenhouse gases, specifically those released by industrial activities and burning fossil fuels. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anthropogenic. When blanks require highly specific academic terminology like anthropogenic, you must recognize that the author is elevating the discussion from general conversation to scientific discourse. These words imply a measured, objective approach. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged strategy focusing on technological innovation and mandatory policy shifts globally. Individual action is important, but systemic change demands coordinated efforts across nations and industries. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is systemic. The distinction between individual action and systemic change is key to the author's argument. Systemic implies that the problem needs a structural or institutional solution, not just better individual recycling habits. Furthermore, sustainable energy sources like geothermal and advanced solar power must be prioritized in infrastructure development worldwide. This transition cannot occur quickly enough without substantial governmental investment and deregulation of older, carbon-intensive models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is deregulation. Identifying words like deregulation requires you to read the context surrounding the term. The author isn't just listing energy types, they are arguing for specific governmental mechanisms to enable that transition. Ultimately, mitigating these risks involves not only reducing emissions, but also fostering global cooperation and developing resilient economies capable of adapting to inevitable environmental shifts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mitigating. When a word like mitigating is used, remember that the author isn't just solving the problem, they are discussing how to lessen or soften the impact. Advanced reading means understanding degrees of change rather than absolute fixes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predictive reading, the journalist's mindset. Based on the introduction, anticipate what techniques or evidence the author will use next. Don't wait for the information to appear on the page, actively predict it. This forces your brain to engage with the material immediately, transforming passive reading into an active prediction exercise that vastly improves retention. Chunking information, mental grouping. Divide long paragraphs or complex arguments into 2 to 3 smaller conceptual units. Process one unit before moving to the next. When faced with dense academic writing, chunking prevents cognitive overload. Treat each paragraph not as a single block of text, but as a mini-argument that needs its own distinct label in your mind. Question-based reading. Before reading, formulate 23 specific questions based on the title and subheadings. Use the passage to answer only those questions. This technique acts like a laser focus for your comprehension. Instead of trying to absorb everything equally, you are strategically hunting for answers, which drastically improves efficiency and depth. Rereading for nuance, the deep dive. After an initial read, circle specific adjectives or adverbs that modify key claims. These often carry the author's true tone. Most people focus only on nouns and verbs. However, the modifiers, the how and the to what extent words there, where authors inject their bias or reveal subtle limitations in their own argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The transition to circular economy models presents unprecedented challenges for traditional manufacturing sectors. While the reduction of waste is desirable, implementing true material recapture requires massive infrastructural overhaul and a complete redesign of supply chains. Experts suggest that policy incentives must favor modular design and product longevity over cheap disposability. Furthermore, consumer behavior must shift from ownership towards service access, thereby valuing durability over novelty. Without this integrated approach combining regulation with cultural shifts, many promising initiatives risk remaining isolated pilot projects. Question 1. What is the central challenge outlined in the passage regarding circular economies? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the main challenge is that implementing material recapture requires massive infrastructural and systemic overhauls, making it more complex than simply reducing waste. This question forces synthesis. You cannot answer by pointing to one sentence. You must pull together infrastructural overhaul and redesign of supply chains to define the core obstacle. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means requiring significant change or improvement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is overhaul. When tackling vocabulary, always check the surrounding context. The phrase massive infrastructural overhaul tells you exactly what the word means. How it's not just a minor fix, it's a massive reconstruction. Reading skills are not one size fits all. The most effective reader knows exactly what they need to find. Skimming is reading quickly to grasp the general overview or main idea of the text. Think of it like previewing an entire book chapter before diving into details. Scanning, on the other hand, involves moving your eyes rapidly down the page looking for one specific piece of data like a name, date, or keyword. To summarize, skimming covers the what and the why, while scanning finds the precise who or when. It's crucial to remember that these are not opposing skills, they are complementary tools in your reading toolkit. When you approach academic material, asking yourself, do I need the overall argument or a single fact, will immediately tell you whether to skim or scan first. Mastering this choice is what elevates you from a basic reader to an information retrieval specialist. Here are 4 examples. The core premise of quantum entanglement suggests a link between particles regardless of distance. Skimming for the central concept thesis statement. When skimming, you are looking for the topic sentence or the boldest claim. Notice how this first sentence immediately establishes the main idea without giving away supporting evidence. It's a high-level summary of the entire section. The initial research was conducted by Dr. Anya Sharma in 1985. Scanning for specific names and dates, who, when. If your assignment requires you to know who first studied quantum entanglement, skimming will waste time. Instead, your eye must jump quickly until it hits the target paterna name, followed by a date, which is the essence of efficient scanning. Because of these findings, global policy recommendations were revised in 2018. Skimming for cause and effect relationships. Main takeaway. A good skimmer doesn't read every word. They look for transition phrases like because, consequently, or due to. These signal the author's core argument, helping you grasp the logical flow of the passage quickly. The required temperature range is between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius. Scanning for numerical data, specific numbers ranges. When you are searching for quantitative information, a number, a percentage, or a measurement to your focus should narrow to those specific visual anchor points. Don't read the surrounding text. Let your eyes hunt only for that pattern. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming an editorial piece. Scanning a legal contract. Purpose mismatch, overview versus precision. If you skim a legal contract, you might miss a critical clause because your brain is looking for general meaning. Always use scanning when the stakes involve details, think fine print or medical instructions. Reading an academic abstract, skim. Reviewing footnotes and citations, scan. Focus shift, idea versus source. An abstract is meant to be skimmed for the thesis. It summarizes everything. However, if you are tracking which source supports a claim, you must scan those citation clusters specifically. Reading a news magazine article, skim. Retrieving flight times from a schedule board, scan. Context, broad narrative versus fixed data. The flow of a narrative article is unpredictable, requiring broad skimming strokes. Conversely, a timetable or manifest has predictable structures that allow for highly efficient scanning. Reading complex scientific theory, skim. Finding the definition of a key term in a glossary, scan. Goal clarity, understanding versus definition. If your goal is simply to understand what the theory means generally, skim the introduction and conclusion. If you need to know exactly what quantum means, scan the vocabulary section. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Skimming allows you to grasp the passage's overall blank, making it perfect for initial review. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist refers to the general meaning or core idea. If an author wants you to get the main point quickly, they want you to understand the gist without getting bogged down in subsidiary details. Effective scanning requires knowing exactly what specific blank you are looking for. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is data. We use data here because it is a general term that encompasses facts, figures, and names. The more specific your search parameter, whether it's a date or an acronym, the faster your scanning will be. Reading for the main idea requires focusing on topic sentences and the passage's central blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is argument. The central argument is the author's position, which they are trying to persuade you of. This is what skimming is designed to reveal. It helps you identify whether the article supports a thesis or presents multiple conflicting views. When seeking specific information, always maintain a disciplined search for keywords and blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is patterns. Recognizing patterns like the format of dates, MMCDDYYY, or currency symbols is key to scanning. It turns reading into a visual pattern matching game, allowing your brain to filter out irrelevant text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time yourself consistently. Set a timer and force yourself to find 5 key points in 3 minutes. This builds speed and discipline. The best way to improve reading speed is through timed, focused practice. Always treat these drills like a simulated test environment. This builds the necessary mental resistance against distraction. Pre-read the source material. Before reading anything new, look at headings, subheadings, and conclusions first. This primes your brain for the information to come. This technique is called pre-reading or surveying. It's like creating a mental map of the text before you even start walking through it, giving your focus points a predictable structure. Use visual anchors. When skimming, physically underline or highlight potential topic sentences to force yourself to see the main idea. Don't rely only on passive comprehension. Engaging your hands by underlining or taking quick notes forces physical interaction with the text, which significantly boosts retention and focus. Vary your reading material. Practice skimming scientific papers one day and articles about arts history the next. This keeps your skills adaptable. A single technique doesn't solve every reading challenge. By exposing yourself to diverse subjects from chemistry to cultural critique, you train your brain to adjust its reading gears instantly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The shift toward decentralized finance, or DeFi, represents a major overhaul of traditional banking structures. Instead of relying on centralized institutions for trust and transaction validation, DeFi utilizes blockchain technology to create self-contained, transparent networks. This innovative approach allows users global access to lending, borrowing, and trading services without needing intermediaries. However, this autonomy is not without risk. The volatility of cryptocurrencies and regulatory uncertainties remain significant hurdles that must be addressed for mass adoption. Question 1. What is the overall main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, DeFi fundamentally changes banking by using blockchain to remove intermediaries, but it faces challenges regarding risk and regulation. Notice how we didn't get lost in jargon like self-contained networks. We captured the core conflict, massive opportunity countered by significant risks. This is a perfect example of successful skimming. Question 2. According to the text, what specific element allows users access without intermediaries? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is blockchain technology. Here, we ignored all the surrounding descriptive language and zeroed in on the key mechanism. When you need a single factual answer from a dense passage, your eyes should act like radar, searching only for keywords or phrases that answer the question. Paraphrasing is the process of restating someone else's ideas using your own words and structure. It demonstrates that you understand the original text deeply enough to explain it in a new way. In academic writing, this skill prevents plagiarism while also showcasing your advanced command of English grammar and vocabulary. For IELTS preparation, mastering paraphrasing is essential for both Task 1 descriptions and Task 2 introductions. Remember, effective paraphrasing requires two skills: recognizing semantic synonyms and performing structural shifts. When we talk about structural shifts, we are moving beyond simply replacing nouns or verbs with different words. We might change a simple sentence into a dependent clause, or shift the focus from an actor to the action itself using the passive voice. The goal is always to maintain the exact meaning while dramatically altering the linguistic appearance. Here are 4 examples. Original: the rapid growth of renewable energy sources has significantly impacted global carbon emissions. Shifted noun phrase and adverbial clause: focus on process. Here, we transformed the original sentence by turning rapid growth into a descriptive phrase and shifting the focus to the effect. This technique is useful for breaking up repetitive noun usages in your own writing. Original: because people consume too much plastic, pollution levels are rising dramatically. Structural change: cause-effect reversal, inversion. Instead of starting with the cause and following with because, we inverted the structure. By beginning with a statement about the effect, the rising pollution immediately grabs the reader's attention while conveying the same causal relationship. Original: governments should invest more money in public transportation to reduce traffic congestion. Active to passive voice shift: focus on the action. The original focused on governments doing something. But by using the passive voice, more funds must be directed, we shift the emphasis entirely onto the necessity of the investment itself, which sounds more objective. Original: it is clear that social media platforms contribute to feelings of inadequacy among young adults. Using nominalization and phrasal verbs, abstracting the concept. Nominalization means turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. Instead of saying platforms make people feel, we use abstract nouns like contribution and feelings. This academic tone is highly valued in formal essay writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Global warming is a serious issue that must be addressed by all nations. Addressing global warming necessitates urgent action from every nation on Earth. Structural shift and stronger verbs, e.g., necessitates instead of is. The weak version is merely a word swap, which doesn't help your vocabulary score. The strong version rearranges the entire sentence structure while upgrading the verb choice, making it sound much more sophisticated. Many students find that studying late at night makes them tired. The fatigue resulting from late-night study sessions is often reported by students. Nominalization, turning makes, and tired into abstract nouns. Notice how we turned the entire concept, the action of being tired, into a single noun: fatigue. This process, nominalization, is one of the most powerful tools for elevating your academic writing tone. We should recycle more glass and plastic to help protect our environment. To safeguard the natural world, enhancing recycling efforts for materials like glass and plastic must be prioritized. Reordering the sentence, starting with purpose, goal. By starting the sentence with "to safeguard," we immediately establish a sense of urgency and purpose. We also replace simple verbs like protects with more formal academic equivalents. If the government does nothing, the problem will get worse. Should the government fail to intervene, the existing problem is projected to escalate significantly. Using inversion and modal verbs, e.g., should. The use of conditional structures like should X happen is a high-level grammatical technique that immediately signals advanced proficiency. It allows you to make complex predictions in a formal academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Big synonym swap. The invention of the car changed how people traveled. Strong structural shift. The advent of the automobile fundamentally altered global modes of transportation. Many students stop at merely swapping words, like changing cars to automobile. To move past this, always try to change the grammatical structure, for instance, turning a simple verb phrase into an abstract noun. Weak, vague language. Nowadays, people are using technology too much. strong formal register and precision, the excessive reliance on modern technology has become prevalent in contemporary society. The weak version is vague, too much, and nowadays are conversational fillers. The strong version replaces these with precise, academic vocabulary like excessive reliance and contemporary society, instantly elevating the tone. Weak, maintaining simple clause structure. Because climate change is bad, we must reduce carbon emissions. Strong, focus shift and nominalization. A reduction in carbon emissions is necessary given the detrimental effects of climate change. The mistake here was keeping the simple cause effect because X, Y structure. By placing the action, the reduction at the beginning and making it a noun phrase, you create a more sophisticated flow that emphasizes the required solution. Here are 4 ways to practice. The synonym bank method. Don't just look up synonyms, find different parts of speech for the same root word. If you see a verb, think about its corresponding noun or adjective form. When analyzing a text, circle all the key verbs and nouns. Then, force yourself to rewrite those words using their related grammatical forms. For example, if the source uses analyze, try using analysis or analytical. The structural blueprint. When you read a sentence, mentally label its components, subject, verb, object. Then, practice reordering them, e.g., object, subject, verb, while maintaining the meaning. This is an excellent way to train your brain for structural shifts. Always identify who is doing what and to whom before you start rewriting. This prevents you from losing the core relationship between the elements. The thematic paraphrase. After paraphrasing a paragraph, summarize its main theme or argument in one single, complex sentence. This forces you to grasp the content's essence. If you can successfully condense an entire passage into one powerful sentence using high-level English, you have mastered both comprehension and advanced rewording techniques simultaneously. Read aloud for flow. Always read your paraphrase text aloud. If it sounds clumsy or unnatural when spoken, it will sound awkward in an essay. Reading aloud is the ultimate proofreader for natural flow. It helps you catch run-on sentences and overly academic phrasing that might confuse a native reader. Your writing should sound authoritative and effortless. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern urban life often leads to high levels of pollution and stress. Many residents rely heavily on private vehicles for their daily commutes. Authorities must therefore improve public transport options and implement policies that discourage car use in city centers. Question 1. What is the core argument presented in this short passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the reliance on private cars causes pollution, requiring governmental policy changes to boost public transit. When answering a paraphrasing prompt, do not quote or change the key vocabulary of the source text. Instead, synthesize the main idea into your own cohesive statement that shows you understand the relationship between these concepts. Question 2. How should you begin this answer to demonstrate high proficiency? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, by restructuring the sentence using a formal introductory phrase or an inversion structure. To score highly, start with a complex grammatical opener, such as, it is undeniable that, or given the trend of, bomb, which immediately demonstrates your mastery over advanced syntax and elevates the reading experience. Analyzing argumentative structure means going beyond summarizing what the text says. It involves mapping out the core claims, identifying the evidence used to support them, and recognizing any counterclaims or opposing views. A claim is the main point an author wants you to accept as true. Counter-arguments are objections presented by others that challenge that main idea. Understanding this structure allows us to evaluate the writer's overall credibility and strength of reasoning. For IELTS writing, especially Task 2, examiners want to see that you can analyze relationships between ideas, not just list them. High scores require sophisticated evaluation skills. Think of yourself as a detective reading a report. Your job isn't just to record the facts, it's to figure out who is arguing what and how strong their evidence is. When you map these elements, you demonstrate critical thinking, which is exactly what top-scoring essays demand. Here are 4 examples. While some critics argue that remote work diminishes team cohesion, the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that flexibility increases job satisfaction and overall productivity. This shift allows employees to manage personal needs alongside professional duties. Effective because it uses a concession, while some critics argue before presenting its refutation with strong evidence keywords. Notice how this paragraph doesn't ignore the opposition, it acknowledges it first. This technique, known as concessive writing, makes your own rebuttal much more convincing and balanced for the reader. The primary argument hinges on economic necessity, that global supply chains require immediate governmental intervention to prevent widespread shortages. Therefore, subsidies are not merely helpful, they are critical infrastructure support. Clear topic sentence and strong linkage of cause, shortages, to effect, subsidies. This example is powerful because it builds a logical chain from one premise to the next. When you see, therefore, or consequently, take a moment to verify that the conclusion logically follows the stated evidence. Proponents often overlook the long-term environmental cost of fossil fuels, focusing only on short-term energy stability. However, scientific consensus confirms that transitioning to renewable sources is both economically viable and environmentally imperative. Highlights a specific flaw in the opponent's focus, overlook before stating the stronger, scientifically backed claim. This shows analysis by identifying an assumption or a blind spot in the original argument. A strong writer doesn't just disagree, they pinpoint why the opposing view is incomplete. Although investment in public transport faces budgetary resistance, its impact on reducing urban congestion and improving air quality far outweighs the initial capital expenditure. It represents a long-term societal return. Uses comparative language, far outweighs, to quantify the benefit against the cost, making the argument quantifiable. When you can compare costs versus benefits, or short-term gains versus long-term impacts, you are providing deep analysis. This structure moves your essay from simple description to genuine evaluation. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that cars are bad for the environment because they create pollution. While vehicular emissions undoubtedly contribute to atmospheric pollutants, focusing solely on this ignores the economic benefits of personal mobility in sprawling suburbs. The strong version uses concession and shifts focus from simple agreement to nuanced evaluation. The weak version is too simplistic, it just states a fact. The improved version, however, adds complexity by acknowledging the opposition while expanding the scope to include economic factors. Online learning is good because students can study from home and save money on travel. The flexibility of online education offers unprecedented access to specialized knowledge, particularly valuable for individuals constrained by geographical location or rigid work schedules. Replaces simple listing good because with sophisticated structure that defines why the benefit is profound, access to knowledge. Strong writing uses precise vocabulary and academic phrasing. Notice how save money on travel becomes constrained by geographical location, elevating the entire tone of the passage. Governments should spend more on green energy because fossil fuels are bad. To mitigate global warming, governmental investment must urgently pivot toward renewable energy infrastructure. This is not only an environmental necessity, but also a source of future economic growth. Elevates the tone by using formal language and framing the solution as both ethical and economically beneficial. A strong argument never presents its solution as just one benefit, always connects it to multiple positive outcomes. Here, the writer links environmentalism to job creation and economic stability. Some people argue that education is too expensive for poor families. Although educational costs pose a significant barrier for low-income families, viewing knowledge as a fundamental human right mandates greater public investment and subsidized access. Frames the issue as a conflict between economic reality and moral necessity, offering a structural critique of the system. This comparison teaches you to move beyond simply stating an opinion. Instead, articulate it as a tension between two powerful forces in this case, economics versus human rights. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Students often make generalizations by saying that all people feel this way. Strong. It is more accurate to state that a significant proportion of the population believes this, or that many demographics support this view. Never use absolute words like all, never, or always unless you can provide overwhelming proof. These generalizations are easy to disprove and immediately weaken your credibility as a writer. Weak. They claim that because X is expensive, it must be unimportant. Strong. The cost of X does not necessarily dictate its importance. Rather, the value proposition needs thorough analysis in relation to other priorities. This mistake is called faulty reasoning. When you encounter correlation means causation errors, always challenge the link between two ideas and demand a deeper explanation for that causal relationship. Weak. The essay just lists points without showing how one idea affects the next. Strong. By implementing policy A, we can achieve outcome B. Furthermore, this success in B will then enable us to tackle challenge C. Good argumentation is like a logical domino effect. You must use cohesive devices like consequently, furthermore, or thus to explicitly show the chain of dependency between your points. Here are 4 ways to practice. The PEEEE method for body paragraphs. Point, topic, sentence, evidence. Example, explanation, analysis, link back to the main thesis, link back to the main thesis. Remember that explanation is where your unique critical voice must shine. Don't just present a fact, explain why that fact matters in the context of the debate. The thesis statement test. Ensure your thesis does more than state an opinion. It should outline the structure, although X, Y is true because A, B, and C. A powerful thesis acts as a roadmap for both you and the reader. By mapping out 3 specific points in your introduction, you signal to the grader exactly what argumentative path you intend to take. The concession sandwich technique. Structure paragraphs like this. 1. Acknowledge opposition, intro. 2. Refute it, body, bredio, free. Conclude with reinforced thesis, exit. This structure is highly sophisticated and academic. By sandwiching your primary point between 2 levels of concession, you appear balanced yet firmly biased towards your main claim. Use conceptual language. Instead of simple words, use phrases like underpins the belief that, mandates a re-evaluation of, or is contingent upon. Elevated vocabulary helps elevate your analysis. These academic connectors don't just make you sound smarter, they force your writing into a more formal, evaluative register. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that since most developed nations rely on technology for their economy, massive investment in digital infrastructure is the only way forward. They believe this focus will solve all issues from healthcare to transport. However, others caution that such over-reliance creates new vulnerabilities and ignores fundamental human needs. Question 1. What is the key requirement of analyzing this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is identify the core claim, technology investment, the supporting evidence, solving all issues, and the counter-argument, vulnerabilities, human needs. When answering questions about structure, don't just paraphrase. You must use academic language to label the parts. The primary thesis is, or this viewpoint is directly challenged by a counterclaim regarding. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing balance and nuance by fully articulating both sides of the debate before offering a highly qualified third-way conclusion. A top-tier essay doesn't pick Team A or Team B. It synthesizes them, arguing that a combination of technology and foundational human needs is required for true progress.